Come on. Hopefully that does it. We'll see. Let's see if anybody stopped by and hang out or they don't. Whatever. Alright, let me do this. Yeah, it's a little better. I can see a little better. Right there, a little better. I shall return. Sort of. Still here. Done. All right. Not yet. I'll need this stuff. Hello, whoever's there. Hello, hello. Invites in the chat. You want to hop in? If not, well, don't. I will return though. I do have to go upstairs. Be back. Oh, I got something. Never mind. Okay, I forgot my brush cleaning water. My back scratchy. Some drinky poo water. Should be good to go. J Nov, what's up, buddy? Hard man. What's up? Thanks for joining, guys. I'm just blabbing. There'd be a link right there in the chat-a-rooney if you want to pop in. If not, no worries. No hard feelings. Got this in. Musu black paint absorbs up to 99.4% of light, whatever. Extra super duper dark. Let me see something here. Let me see something here. That no. All right. That's all. Just messing around. Powers and Perils. Nice. That's a classic. That's an oldie. Excuse me. Pardon-moi. Put that up. No, we'll put this right here. Boop. Need players, so yeah. I feel you. I tried commit. I can't with work. They just call, pop up. I think you have a general idea what I do there, J Knob, with refractory going into the different steel mills and whatnot. They call, we go. Okay, let's see here. These fellers, they need their pantalones painted. How about these guys? No, well, some boots and shoes and sandals. Some of these guys are done. Still got to put. All right, let's get to it. We'll get to it, yeah. Get some paints out. Get some paints out. Get on the gear. Uh-oh. Our chatting. Mages. Put you up. Farms in. Those are fun. Yeah, Great Lake. Yeah, I remember we talked about it. You work up U.S. Steel. Yeah, you're fairly close to where I live. Well, I'm East Palestine, Ohio. I mean, I don't know, half hour from Youngstown, 45 minutes from Pittsburgh, hour and a half from Cleveland itself, maybe two tops, depending on which end of Cleveland. Worked up at the different Cleveland cliffs, Cleveland and cliffs all over. Let's open this up. And for Ponce, you know, I like, believe it or not, as far as these speed paints, a good brown. Nope. I got such a cluster in this. A good brown, believe it or not, is Fire Drake. I really like it. Oh, sorry, it didn't focus. There you go. It works really, really well. Well, get your breakfast, get your nourishment there, mages. I'm planning on being here for a little while, a couple hours. I'm just gonna sit, plink, blab. Anybody wants to join in, stop in. I spread the nerd word as far as I'd be on today. Yesterday, a lot of people, a lot of Discord messages, a lot of, you know, other places. So, you know, maybe there'll be a little bit of a crowd, maybe not. Either way, it is what it is in this biz. All right, let me do this. This thing, for some reason, I had it adjusted just right, and it doesn't quite want to seat. It do, but it don't. We'll deal with it. need a whole lot for what I'm doing. Give me. Man, these brushes are getting beat up. Give me this guy. Itchy. Well, it's we'll try that. All right. He's ready to be. Where's? Yeah, this guy. Excuse me. That Mushu Black does. It's really neat. I'd put some on some bases. Some other of these miniatures just to see the difference, and wow. Hello, darkness, my old friend. It is definitely a noticeable difference. I said yesterday, I forget who I was talking to. It'll help make the edges of the bases pop, because you can see I flock these little guys. I put some tuft and turfed and whatever you want to call it on them. So a lot of the black you don't see. The outer edges. And I'm thinking of doing Zadarok. She really likes unicorns. Ooh, this guy needs his gloves done too. She likes the unicorns. So I have horrible. I need these to see what I'm doing, and these to see to read to lean in here. Nice. Yeah, it's actually the weather's decent here too. It's I think it's gonna be in the 40s today or something. Sunny. Or just barely any breeze, but it's nice out. Let me see here. Let me go to this. Total. Told him I'd remind him, and I'm reminding him. Wasn't before, but he came on. But I'm reminding him anyway, so whatever. That's it. Anybody wants to join in, they join in. Sit, hang out, talk, paint. The invite's in the chat very first. You can hop on and we'll just sit here and talk for a little bit. I don't mind. Whose fat head did I let put on? There we go. That's a little better, I think. All right, back to it. Yes, Adderok, she's into unicorns. Oh, crap. I missed this guy's legs. Oh, well. I'm thinking of using that black that I got to make a dark unicorn. I got a 28 millimeter scale unicorn. Use some black, some highlight, maybe grayish up, silverish grayish, the horn and the hooves. She'll get a kick out of it. we talked about it, so she already said she'd get a kick out of it. So, yeah, be something different, something neat to do. Hopefully everyone is doing well, by the way, if I didn't already say it. I'll say it again if I did. Okay, he's about done. I gotta go through these guys. Just doing some touch-ups. Some bits and pieces and pieces and bits. A dip and a dab and a dollop. Here and there. All right. Another one I like using too is where is it? I don't have them set out in front of me. That's a good one. Where's the no? Guess that is it. Yeah, desolate brown. It's like a greenish brownish, like a muddy olive kind of looking color. Hey, Hungar, Thaxius, what's up, brothers? Glad to have you while I sit and blab at you, blab with you. Hopefully your trip went well, Hungar, to your mothers and your brothers. Everyone arrived safe, intact, etc., etc. That would be awesome. All right, let's do. Where's the guys? What's up there? There's a guy that needs some pantalones painted. That's a bit much. Ooh, there goes the cats. They're having fun upstairs. I don't have them down here. They behave rather well down here, but somebody made a boo-boo the last time they were down here, so they're in exile. For the moment. Well, Saxius, I'm going to ask you. I think you know what I'm going to ask you. How's your manor coming from Horn Manor? Come on now, bud. There's a neat little, I guess you could say a supplement or something for Horn Manor. It's called Household. It's for not quite doing the manor. You know, manor size. Shadow. As large of a scope. It's for, you know, household. It's a neat article. Look into grabbing that. It's something you could stuff or file or whatever with Horn Manor. It's a neat one. Seen you earlier on Coffee with Bear. Saxius, that is. The accounting DM. Thanks for the sub. by the way. I returned the kindness immediately after I saw that you subby-dubbied. Of course, I already thought I did sub to your channel, but apparently I didn't, or it didn't stick, or either way, I am now. I have a whole heck of a lot to do with these guys, which is nice. And I'll start basing them with the flockage. And of course, I'm probably out of screen, but who cares? Can't really see what I'm doing anyways. Which may happen one day. I'll have an even better camera, better resolution, better. But again, we're hanging out, just blabbing. Nothing overly serious. No real panel. Oh, today's discussion is, it's whatever. Something comes up, someone's got an idea or something they want to talk about, discuss, gaming-wise, painting-wise. Put it in that chatteroonie. I'll get to it here momentarily. We'll blab. We will definitely blab. Get this trim underneath their quilt armor. Just a little bit of color to break it up. A little more definition. Oh man, I gotta do their hair too. Son of a gun. That's alright. Part and parcel. Got their shields done. I'm gonna give them their pole arms. These fellas get them anyways. They got a small shield and spears, gizmiers, bills, pikes, an assortment. Which they shall receive in due time. Yeah, I was popped into your stream last night a little bit too, Shadow. Good stuff. Sci-fi blabbery. Discussions, theories, ideas. It's neat. It's fun. Double check. Sometimes I miss spots. Even if I get spots, there's other spots I miss. And a lot of times, if they're small enough of an area, I put a wash to them, a light soft tone wash. Kind of blends it in, fills it in. You don't really see much. Plus, they're 15 mil, so unless they're under the lens, a lot of that stuff doesn't even get noticed. I do, but I'm painting them. Yeah, you guys were hammering away at it, which that's cool. That's cool. I like that. I like that. I just saw, oh, there it is. Put a little, I got spot mist on this base. I really need a dot. This probably get it off the cap. Usually after I put the turf and tuft to them, the flocking, usually don't see their feet anyways, but still, in case it doesn't quite stick or bury the feet, you can see them painted. That's one person I forgot. I don't know if I have any way. Maybe I do on Discord. Old Bo paints minis. Hopefully he pops in. Ain't seen or heard from him in a minute. That'd be nice. Yeah, no, enjoy the time at Swap Meet. Hopefully the weather's well. Everything's good for you there, Shadow. And yeah, that's almost okay. Bo's working. All right. That's one thing that's kind of, yeah. Everyone, well, they don't cringe, but they kind of when you say 4D. That style, that thought, or that process, it has a lot of merits, especially if you're creating a setting. I would think the players are a little more invested. They kind of know what's going on, at least the general generic history. There's a couple neat games, meta games that do that. I'm sure we've all heard Microscope, Microscope, and then there's one other one. I forget. They're pretty in depth with rules, so to speak. And then there's a couple other rules light ones that are free. I forget the names of them, but they're really neat, and it could lead to a lot of fun. It could really lead to a lot of fun. You know, just because they had a say in what happened in the history of the setting, universe, world, unless they're playing a point in that history they helped create, they just know, like, okay, all this crap happened up until just about now, a few years later, or 100 years later, and go. We're playing. We're doing something. We're exploring. Which that's kind of neat. I always like that thought, that idea, method, whatever. Those are done. I think I'm going to leave those for the wash to get. And we'll see how they turn out that way. Yeah. I think these guys can get. Oh, I missed a sheath. Nope, already got it. Let's take these off because they're just cheetahs. This brush is horrible. It's dead. Let's try this bad boy. Yeah, a little better. Not much. These brushes are dead. Of course, I used the heck out of them. Beat them up pretty good. Beat them up real good. That's all right. A lot of use. That's a good thing. You gotta be perfecto. I'm gonna put some wash to them. Maybe some. Oh, I got other brushes I could use. I think these guys are about. This guy ain't bad, but these two are toast. These in the toast pile. What do we got here? I need a chip. This will work. Yeah, we'll try this guy. And let's not be stupid. Let's get that over here. That's not a good palette. Where's my? Yeah. Oh boy. Ah, there it is. This bugger works great. Paints don't dry up. I made ham and bean soup tonight, fellas. There we go. That's better. Good stuff. Professional gunk, pro gunk. What's up, buddy? Hopefully, I'll see you this afternoon, this evening, whatever. Buddy of mine, he said he's gonna stop by. When am I marching these bad boys into battle? Well, mages. What you see down there, I probably got twice, if not almost 3 times as many yet to do. Once they're all done, hopefully we'll select different retinues of these fellas, and then we'll march them into battle. Then we'll do a couple runs, I'm hoping, of the Baron's War. We shall see. Let's see, we got some guys here that need. We don't have this fella. This fella. Making sure. Beep beep. That's all I'm seeing so far. These two chowder heads need some gloves done. And they're getting darn close. I'm using speed paints as well, folks, in case you didn't know or want to know. Now you do. Beepa, borpa, borpa, beepa. I don't know what it is then. Mm-hmm. Hearing beeps, but I'm not seeing anything that the beeps would be beeping about. Unless it's an update in the background or something. I don't know. A little bit of fire drake. I need a dot. That's it. That's all I need. Yeah, that's better. That brush is way better. She got a tip, a point. Fine tuning. These guys dry, I'll dig out the shields and pole arms. And this stuff doesn't take long to dry. It's part of the point of speed paint. Probably hear the floor creaking upstairs. It's the old battle axe marching around. Old Zaddy. I missed this. She's hollering something. Probably one of the cats screwing off. But you'll have it. Hey, Fritzola, Fritzy. What's up, Forge and Brush? Glad you could join. The actual invite's at the top of the, oh, and that Zadrock. Oof. Yes, the battle axe heard me, of course. We have fun. We do. You got to. We got one go round at this awareness of existence. Might as well yuck it up from time to time, if possible. And it's usually possible. Yeah, if you scroll all the way up to the beginning of the Chatteroni, you don't need to actually even pop in the studio. You're more than welcome. I don't give a hoot. That's why it's there. I'll remind folks. I think I can put it in You know what? Let me try here. Let me try and get rid of my Ludditism. Maybe not. Can I do this? Oh my goodness, I did it again. I'm figuring it out. No need to join. No one wants to jump in. No hard feelings. I just figure I'm trying to figure this out. All the neat videos and stuff you see, the shorts, I do that all on my phone, and I got a couple little free apps that I can cut, paste, and do all kinds of stuff. And so that's why some folks be like, "Well, how the hell can he do all this neat stuff?" And then when he gets online, he's like, on his laptop, he can't. Well, because it's two different devices, two different systems of doing things. I don't spend a lot of time on this laptop, mainly for this. Because all my other writings and everything else goes on this thing, which I'm learning. It's not a tablet. It's specifically an e-reader. I didn't want a tablet. I didn't want all the distractions that the phone offers, but with a bigger screen. I wanted something for reading, for writing, for drawing, and that's it. And taking notes, and that's it. Yes, Fritz got the alert. Yeah. Yeah, I sent him up. I told him I'd remind him. I didn't remind him immediately, but then I remembered sitting here. I'm like, oh, crap. So I did. Some of these guys' hairs needs dunces. So I'm going to do it. It's going to drive me bonkers if I don't. Now, you know what? I'm going to go with the darker brown for the hair. Only a couple of them. Yeah, whatever. If you want to pop in, Fritzy, go ahead. Or anybody, pop in. Little, sorry about the light, face-to-face blab or whatever. I don't care. If not, I'm not crying. You know what I mean? It's all good in the hood. All good at the squirrel's nest. No harm, no foul. We're all buddies. We're all just fellow enthusiasts. Where's this guy? This guy. He needs this done. Yeah. He needs his collar done. Dag nabbit. That's a different color. Kind of have a tendency to do maybe a little overboard on detail on these little buggers, but I have fun, so it is what it is. Georgia. Hopefully the weather's good out your way. Forge and brush. I don't think it's too much different than ours. You're not too far from where we're at here. There's a little difference, but nothing. You're not more far south or north than we are. More of an easterly westerly difference. Mostly. Mostly. And no, I'm not using my usual grinders, spice grinders, salt and pepper, shaker grinders, whatever. I got a lot of them. I'll be peeling them and putting them. I only have half a dozen of them that I use, that I could use at a time. I'm just picking them up, putting them down. Hopefully my sound is good. I think it is. I hope it is. If not, chime in and say, hey, speak up, or, you know. Well, Zaddy hollered. She said it's good, so take her word for it. This guy, these guys got all their hairs dead? Nope. That's all right. Pick away at these. It's going to be a while to get all these done. But they will be done. Yeah, I think I got them all now. A couple of them I missed. Oh, these guys don't have any hair showing. No. 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 Check the blue ones. The Caldorian. So you know, Iron Man, if you're still with us, the blue ones are. I'm going to have them represent Caldor troops, Caldorian, and the green ones. I'm not entirely sure yet. It's going to be one of the neighboring kingdoms, or it might be an upstart or a, you know, interpolitical skirmish. So they may be Caldor as well. But that's, as you can see, that's going to be the theme for all of them. Oh, he's backstage. Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on. Hey, buddy.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Excellent. How you doing, Squirrel?
Good, good. Good to see you.
Live from the Hermitage.
Yes,
Awesome.
the Hermitage. the Hermitage. Get rid of my little Zen. I quit smoking again. I quit for like 2 years and then picked it back up for not even 6 months, and then I quit again. But I've been doing these little Zen nicotine things just to kind of take the edge off.
Nice.
I don't go through them a whole lot, so cheaper than cigarettes, that's for sure.
Yeah. Did they do the trick?
Yeah, they seem to give me my nicotine cravings curbed or satiated, I should say.
Yeah. Good. How you doing, Shadow and Sun? Got the Shadow Sun hanging out in there.
Yeah, he's still here. Yeah, he said he was going to go to a flea market swap meet or something or other in a little while, but go for it. Hopefully you get some good finds.
Iron Man playing Farm Sim. Such a nerd.
Aren't we all?
We are. Hungar the Starvarian.
Yeah, it's a good showing so far. I'm happy. Thank you guys.
Zetarock. How you doing, Zetarock?
Like I said a little while ago, I'll say it again. Ham and bean tonight, baby. Ham and bean.
Yeah, sounds good.
It smells good. It's already in the crock pot, brewing away.
I noticed you had like seven viewers, and that's only like 30 minutes of streaming. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I sent out a lot of, hey, I'll be live noon tomorrow. A lot of Discord messages and such. So I gave a little warning. Little heads up.
Yeah. So how long are you home until you got to go back to the grind again, Squirrel? Holidays coming up. You must have some time off.
That all depends. There's nothing on the books that I am aware of. So usually that means if something pops up and they call, I'll go. I mean, I do have something that's definite, that's still definite, because things change with what I do constantly. That's still definite mid-January for 17 days straight. That's a definite. I'm not turning that one down. And that came up a month or two ago. I said, no, put me in on that job. So yeah, in between now and then I'll just pick up here and there.
Good. Take some time off.
Where's the beer, Squirrel? What? You think I'm slacking?
Sunny day.
Yeah, dog, she wouldn't come in after the walk. Well, it's a good day to be a pooch in the outdoors, I guess. That's what she's telling you, Arnie.
No. We got 46 degrees, and it's actually nice after all this freezing weather. Oh, yeah.
That's about what we have.
Yeah.
Zaddy's the weather lady. I'm sure she's looking right now on her phone to say exactly what it is, but I'm guessing we're in the wheelhouse of that.
Let's see if I want to paint something here. Today's Sunday.
Yep.
I don't do anything on Sunday.
Sunday fun day. Oh, here, I don't know if you can tell the difference. Well, I did put pictures on the Discord last night of how dark that black really is.
Yeah, that is super black. That's amazing.
And then here's one without it next to it.
Wow. What a difference.
They're in the light.
That's crazy. Making black holes, man. That's what you're doing. Look at that.
It's really neat, man. I get a kick out of it. Like I said, I just did that just to see, but I'm going to put it around the edges of the bases just to have them really pop. But yeah, you can really see that.
Crazy.
Yeah.
You are going to flock the base, though, the top of it? Or not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to put some on a area that you could really see, not just a rim, not just the outer perimeter.
That's crazy.
Yep. I was thinking of saying earlier, I don't know if he was here or not. Zadarok likes unicorns. This is 28 mil. I was thinking of maybe doing that unicorn with it, and then doing, some dry brush, get some highlights that bring out some detail with that black on it. And, the mane, the horn, the hooves are obviously going to be different, like a whitish, silverish, something that, pops. It would make sense with the theme. But yeah, if anyone's curious about getting this Musou black.
How do you spell that?
It's Musou.
Huh. Interesting.
100 milliliter. I got 2 of them. 200 mils, so that's a lot for miniatures. Got 2 of them shipped for like under 50 bucks, maybe 52 with tax and shipping or whatever. Yeah, it's definitely liquid darkness, and it's acrylic, so it's nothing special. As far as rinsing your brushes or whatever.
51 degrees and lots of sun, says Zadarok. Wow.
Yeah. Let's see nice. Here. Professional gunk. We never heard from Batman. No, I don't know. What was Batty even? Hopefully he's all right. It's a friend of ours. We called him Batman. He always wore a Batman shirt to football practice. That's where he got his nickname in high school. Batman. That's something planned we can get into over the next weekend or two. I mean, yeah, we all get together. I'm sure we could pick up some of our OSE blend or something. We'll figure something out. We'll do something. We'll do something. And he says no dice. That means maybe he can't make it today. Whatever. All right. Hey, good luck, Shadow, at the swap meet. Be careful. Stay safe out there, brother. We love you, man. Good luck. Hopefully you get a good find. And don't worry. That Megatron, it'll happen. Yeah, no, what's orange say? Black. Use black flocking. Nah, I like the little leaves and little green and maybe some stones or whatever. Earthy. There's one maybe you can see. The camera blocks the light.
Is it leaves?
Yep.
Nice.
I got little different leaves, different. They just pop a little. They just look neat. This stuff works good too. I seen on your show. I got a thing of it. I put some effects on these guys on the bottom of the chain. I don't know if it'll show up or not. The skirting.
Nice.
Looks muddy, a little dirty. As it would. It's a horse. Come on. So yeah, just as you see, sitting here painting, blabbing, enjoying the smells of the ham and bean brewing away, stewing away, whatever you want to call it.
Never go hungry in the Hermitage. Nope.
No, never. Always got to have some good food. One of the things you work hard for is to be able to eat well. At least as far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm concerned. There's my soft towel. I'll start washing these guys here in a bit. I'm finding that burned shields and floor. Oh, gee. I painted them. I don't know where I put them to. There they are.
Fresh ham salad from the leftovers. Mm.
Oh, yeah, she likes making her ham salad. Now there's the worms. Yeah, she likes making it. I like it too. Ham salad's good. It's tasty. See, oh, phone lit up. Might be a message. Okay. Yeah, ham salad, yummy. Yummy. See, where do I have? Oh, that's right. Get back to the table, yeah. Okay, there's the other set of shields for the other guys. Here, what's this? Let's get rid of this extra. Two of these. Oh, no. Looking through my travel bag. It's because it takes some stuff to the upstairs from down here. My travel bag's upstairs already, and I just kind of chucked it in there when I brought them all down. Give these guys a little washing, a little soft toning. There's my brush. Where is it? That bugger will work. Wait a minute, what do I got over here? No, this gotta work. No, he won't actually. That's for glues and stuff. Do. Really in here, which I've been guilty of. Yep, there it is. So, are you making your Italian noodle combo thing today in the oven, or what are we doing? What are we eating?
Oh,
come on.
That thing we talked about last night, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll probably do that tonight. I gotta cook up the pasta. I got the sauce already. I only got Parmesan cheese though, but that'll be okay. I'll do that. I just want to get that bake attitude going on in the pot. That's a little different way to make it. So I think I'll do that. Yeah.
Well,
that'll be today.
if you do the noodles before putting it in the oven, then leave it uncovered. But what we were saying last night, you can put the noodles in uncooked in that pan into the oven. Just like we said, throw a little extra splash of water in with your sauce and cover it, and that'll help boil the noodles. Give it a stir every now and again.
I'll try it. We'll see what happens.
But however you know how you cook, how you can cook and whatever. So do whatever, man. Sounds delicious. Sounds like it'd be a good, yummy treat.
Last night was the ramens, and that was really good.
Yeah, ramens are a tasty treat.
I can't think of the brand, but there's a particular brand. They put a particular combination of spices in it, and it's not like the Maro-chan and the top ramen. I got the chicken flavor pack. It's nothing like that. It's way over the top good. This combination of spices it has. It's very Asian focused.
Yeah.
And, it's good. There's some sweet soy sauce in it, some chili sauce in it.
Ooh.
A couple dried herb packets. I don't know what's in those. And something else. It's some kind of boku sauce or something. It's like adds a little bit of a buttery taste to it.
Okay.
Yeah. Something like that, nice. But it's really good, tasty. And thanks to RPG Grandma, I've been making fried ramen.
Oh yeah.
Which is interesting.
Oh yeah. Fried ramen.
Like a lot.
It's tasty. This brush is not junk, but it's not to be used for what I'm trying to use it for. I'll use this one. I've been going through different brushes. Some of them are getting so old and beat up and worn and clipped, they're practically useless. I'll make use of the other ones I have on hand. So how'd the book recover from the heat?
What a disaster that was.
Ay.
I can't believe that.
Could have been way worse.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to pull it off the shelf now and have a look at it, actually.
Yeah, how'd that turn out for you? I don't know. Good thing you were in the room to catch it before it caught fire. That would have been a real tragedy.
Yeah, it's definitely damaged on the back cover, that's for sure. These pages are a little concerning. Yeah, it's still kind of crinkly, but it's not sticking now. It's not melted the pages together, which literally did some damage to the text.
Oh, sure.
It's all right, though. It's okay.
Yeah, it's legible and usable. It'll be all right. There's a little character and a story with it now.
Yeah, there is. Man, that could have been so worse. It stinks. These damn little heaters, man.
Yeah. Well, there goes to say, if you had a little electric blanket you were sitting on, you wouldn't need to turn the heater on, now would you?
This is true. This is true.
That's how we keep the heat turned down a little bit at the house. We got one on the couch. If we're sitting on the couch, we turn it on low and it just warms you up just right. When in the bedroom, we don't sleep under it. We lay on top of it. Let that heat soak through. And you still have cool air, you know, especially when you're sleeping. I like cool air. I don't like the air to be overly warm and stifling.
Stifling. Yeah, that wouldn't be too good.
I hope I'll get these guys, get them done today.
So what's your project for the winter warmer? Got any details?
Mine, you know, I haven't really thought much other than keep hammering away at what I'm doing now with these for the Harn Barons War that I want to do, put to the table. But anything else different, I haven't really. I mean, part of it maybe I'll, like I was saying, do this unicorn up and see how that turns out. Oop. There's that a rock. She's got a real good one.
Yeah, don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Oh no, she got a real good one. She's going all in on this one, bud.
That's good. And she bought some miniatures too for it, right?
Yep, she's going to be ordering the miniatures, and we're going to have fun with it.
Good.
It's actually going to have because it's going to be a diorama type, you know. It's going to have lights. It's going to be lit up in certain spots.
Wow.
For effects. I'll say that much about it.
Is it? Well, don't give me no hints. She'll give me hints. A little at a time. I want to be surprised.
Oh, definitely. It'll be a good one. We're going to have fun with it. That's for certain. All right, Mages, later, brother. He's probably already gone, but hey, I'll say it anyways. Later, brother.
Have you played that card game you had for at all lately?
No, not lately.
Whatever it's called, I don't remember. That was good
fun.
Yeah,
Iron Helm.
Yeah, that's it.
It is a fun one. It's well worth it, even if you just get the starter box without all the extras. They have like, I don't know, booster packs, I guess you could call them, or whatever, that just adds to the game. Adds a little, you know, I don't really say depth, just variety.
Nice travel game.
Yes, it's fun. Definitely nice for travel, solo. You know, you don't have to. And it's just a fun time killer for your, you know, at the house and waiting for models to dry, or you just don't feel like painting models and you don't want to really do anything much else but have a little fun and kill some time, because it really doesn't take that long for one run through of it.
Have you ever tried solo role playing?
No.
How come?
I have what's the solo RPG? Iron Sworn.
Mm-hmm.
That's a solo RPG rule set. I have that and a couple other books for it, Iron Delve and something or other. And I got it. I was interested in what it's got to have something that can offer ideas, inspiration for, you know, group play, you know, as far as the charts, what do they call them, oracles, yeah, as far as the charts. But I've never sat down and done it. Never really, didn't appeal to me that much to try it out like that. Maybe one day. I have some stuff I could if I want, you know.
The Oracle that's part of that game, well, part of solo RPGs as a whole, they all use some type of Oracle. That's a useful tool that I use in my face-to-face play, actually. And all it is just a random way of determining answering certain questions that you might want to make random. Like, for example, I remember one time, one of the players, they got in a combat, they were fighting this creature, and one of the players got it in his head, oh, I know what I'll do. I'm going to put some tar on the end of my arrow tip, set it on fire, and shoot it at the creature. So, yeah, okay, make your attack roll, and it does damage, and so on and so forth. And I just used my Oracle to determine whether or not it actually caught fire. Now, my Oracle that I use typically in my games is the old, the simple 1 in 6 thing.
Yeah.
All right, there's a 2 in 6 chance that it's going to catch on fire. If I roll a 1 or 2, yeah, it catches on fire. That's a simple little Oracle that I use all the time. And yeah, that's an Oracle. So the idea of Oracles and stuff are a pretty cool add to your face-to-face games, just to, you know, make it a little more interesting for the GM, if anything, you know, a little bit of unpredictability, like using random tables and wandering monsters. Same idea, you know. I like that.
Yeah. No, it's like I said, that's the main reason I got it was, you know, it's got to have something useful for even the face-to-face or non-solo play. And it does. You're right. It does.
Max is in the chat.
Max, what's up, buddy? How's the football game? He said he'd be watching football. I messaged him last night. He says I'll probably lurk while I'm watching the game. So I don't know what game, but he's watching someone toss some sports ball around.
Tossing some balls, a little ball tossing.
Typical Max. Mm-hmm. Well, thanks for stopping in, brother. Appreciate it. You see what's going on? Yeah, I'm just painting and blabbing. Fritzy, he jumped in. You're more than welcome to if you're not all that busy. Oh, and you have the day off, so wifey's keeping you busy as well, I'm sure. Taking advantage of the extra manpower. Which, that's fair. That's cool. Getting ready for old St. Nick, the old Christmas time. Maybe some decorating and whatnot. Zadarac's doing a project down here that's Christmas. For Christmas, a little decoration tree present thing. It's coming along neat. And she's having fun. So that's the thing. Oh, Vikings, they're doing their best to lose. Who are they playing? Who's the Vikings playing? I have no idea. I don't really follow that stuff.
So last night's stream got blocked. No, you know what happened? I played 3 copyrighted songs, right? And the first song made my stream demonetized. I couldn't monetize it. The second one was shared monetization. And the third song, resulted in it being globally blocked. So I had to take it down.
Uh,
I just deleted it. I knew it would happen. I just wanted to test it out with these different songs and see how long I could keep it on before they catch me.
yeah. Test the waters.
Yeah, so yeah. That's what happened there. Oh well. Atlanta
Eh,
Falcons commercial on now, so I'm listening to you guys till the game comes back on. Then it's
yeah,
muted.
off in and off and on, whatever, brother. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I didn't make the panel for this past Friday. I told you I would respond Wednesday, and I couldn't, so I knew I couldn't make it. But I do appreciate the invite to the panel, Max. He did a well. I think you saw. He did a thing about solo role play.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Where is this schedule that he sent me?
And I
Schedule.
always forget about Discord because I don't have any notifications that really pop up on it on my phone.
Game Master Insight. Is that the channel?
Yep.
Server?
Yep.
2025 schedule. Okay, I see it.
I appreciate it, brother. I'll get on there one of these dag nabbed times. What's going on here? Maybe I will have people. All right. Okay. Good. Our buddy Batman. He's okay. He's okay. So that's good. That's good. Yeah, you said I think yesterday about my channel about he's got all the bells and whistles when he does these things, and then when he gets on his laptop, he's an idiot. Yes, I am because I don't use my laptop. I use my phone for all that fun little silly stuff, all my shorts,
You do.
and it's real easy. I got a couple apps that just I know how it works, so I can do a lot more neat stuff on my phone as far as shorts and other videos, but laptop, not so much. Because this is all I use it for. Because when I go live.
That's all you need it for.
Yep.
You find it easier to do the streams as opposed to the videos? Obviously, streaming is easier, but what do you enjoy more? Honestly.
I do like doing this live stuff. It's fun. I like seeing people, talking to people, interacting. But I mean, I get a little more of a kick out of doing the shorts because I can add stuff and do, put all the glitter to them.
Mm-hmm.
But this, I would say, this is more, in a way, more satisfying.
It's more interactive, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the more satisfying. It's more.
Cal's in the chat.
Cal, what's up, buddy? Hopefully all is well your way, brother. Thanks for popping in. Not a whole lot of excitement here, but hey, we're hanging out. We're chilling for whatever time it is, however long of a time. Trying to hammer away at all these miniatures. I'm finally giving them a bit of a wash to add a little more flavor, and then I'm going to let them dry and get to basing, flocking. Then I'll seal them. I can put them off to the side and do the next 60 or 80 or 100 or whatever I got over there. I ordered a lot, like a dummy. Well, not a dummy. Crazy person. I do have fun. I do have fun. What's the old cow got to say? Yeah, what's he got to say? Discord
Fluffy.
latest. What is it? A Christmas tree? Yeah, right. Yeah, but these speed paints are pretty nice.
Yeah, you like them?
Yeah. I'm getting more and more used to them.
They're definitely useful.
Yeah, I wouldn't say, they're going to be the only thing in my bag of tricks or whatever, but some of the colors are really nice. Some of the colors are really, really nice.
Discord pics.
Even still, I still use a light wash with these. Just helps give even a little more definition.
Go over and have a look and see what Cal did.
Yeah.
He's got some pics here. Based in scatter pieces.
Oh, I dropped them.
They look good, Cal. I'd share them on my screen here, but I'd have to add another source. I'm not going to do that. I'm looking at them now.
Yeah.
Very good.
I'd share them, but I don't know how to do that.
They're bases. They're just bases, but they look really good. Scatter terrain and bases.
Nice. I don't know if Cal saw that black paint I got.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know if he did or not. Here, as soon as I'm done getting this guy touched up, I'll show him. Show it off again.
Little black holes.
Yep. Black hole sun. It is just, whoa. It was worth it for what it does. It was an experiment. I'm like, and if you want darkness, it's liquid in the bottle. And it's not that expensive. I don't think so. Especially for the amount I will use. This will last a long time. It'd be neat to use on some dioramas, some terrain or whatnot for like, cave entrances and things like that. Let's see, where's it at? All right, Cal. Let's move some of these guys aside here. Let's get some in the light. This is just a matte black paint on a base. And this is the black that I got.
That's crazy. Black hole. Crazy. Man.
Get my fingers out of the way. Come on.
Look at that. Wow.
So if you're ever thinking about getting, I don't know the different brands, but I'm sure there's a lot of different brands of any type of super dark absorbing paint. And this is the brand I got. It's Muso black paint. It absorbs up to 99.4% of light, of ambient light or whatever light. Yeah, buddy. You want the darkness.
You could use it on whites and stuff.
Yep. You can use it on all kinds of neat stuff. And it's an acrylic. It's an acrylic, so it's a water-based type deal. So your brush comes clean easy, and it's nothing super special. I don't even think it's not even. Yeah, it's not even for airbrush or anything. It's nothing real special. And I got 2 100 milliliter bottles for $50, a little under, a little over. I can't remember, for in the wheelhouse. But I mean, it's just darkness in there. Got a little glare because it's not dry, but
darkness in a bottle.
It's fun. I'm having fun with it, and I just did a couple bases just to see. It's fun. Carefully dry brush white. Whites. Yes, exactly. I was going to do, saying earlier, Zaddy likes unicorns, and I got this 28 mil unicorn that I haven't done anything with. I'm just thinking of putting the black to this, and then, like a grayish, whitish mane, silver tip. Same with the horn, the hoop. Keep it a dark theme. Do something with that. I think that'll be real fun. That's one of her favorite color schemes. She likes blacks and purples and grays and deep reds. She likes those, that palette of color. And I'm sure you can do all kinds of neat stuff with it. All kinds. Okay, I didn't want to pick up the wrong guy. So you got any type of meats you're going to put in your Italian casserole or whatever you want to call it, the pasta dish?
It's a good thing you mentioned that. I could put some sausage in there, hot Italian sausage.
Yeah, a little spicy, so nice.
It's in the freezer. I'd have to get it out.
Well, you best do that, buddy.
Otherwise, kielbasa.
Yeah, that would work.
I gave Zedorok, I don't know what I gave her. Something. A recipe for, what was it called? Sausage pasta. That's all it is. There's no cream or anything in it except mozzarella cheese. Otherwise, it's just sausage, pasta, and various spices and stuff. Yeah. And the cheese. And you bake that.
Ooh, nice.
And it looks really good.
Oh, I'm sure we'll try it.
I got to get me some mozzarella cheese so I could try it.
I'm sure one of these days she'll say, I'm going to whip this up. And she knows me. I'm going to say, sounds good.
Yeah, you reap all the benefits and rewards. Ah, life is good.
Life is wonderful. I am blessed.
Yeah.
I'm truly blessed. Don't tell her that. I'll go to her head. Oh, wait, she's watching.
Yeah. Five devils almost ready, says Cal.
There you go.
Thanks for reminding me about that, Fritz. Got a meal idea for this week. Yeah, make it up.
Oh, definitely share pics and let you know. Give you a full review.
So Sunday's my break from painting. So I'm not painting today.
No, well, it's good to come up for air, so to speak.
Yeah. Tomorrow I'll pick it all back up again. Got my commission to work on. I've got my winter warmer challenge I want to get set up, primed, and got some models to put together. So I'll be all set to paint on the 20th.
Yeah, I think she already ordered the miniatures. I thought so. If not, we will this week for what she wants to do. There's one in particular, though, we're going to have to either make ourselves or still do some research to get something that'll work. That's because we looked at one aspect of what she wants to do, and it's rather pricey.
She said she ordered them.
Okay, that's right. I couldn't remember. I thought we went online and ordered them last night, yesterday. Like I said, they'll even have lighting effects, couple little lights. It's going to be in a 20-gallon fish tank. So it won't be moving anywhere or getting changed or messed with after it's completed. Which that'll be cool. I got a friend, he's got a 3D printer. I don't know if it still works. He still has it. Look at getting some STLs for the one aspect of this. Maybe he can print it out for us. We'll see.
You ought to get a printer, man.
Yeah, I tossed around the idea here and there. I mean, I would use it mainly just for dioramas or something. Scenery. I don't think I'd really use it for miniatures. Maybe here and there, something rare, different, unique.
What a FDM printer. They're not expensive. And that's what a lot of people use them for, terrain and game pieces and tokens and things like that. It's not toxic or anything. It's like it comes the stuff you print with, they look like spools of weed whacker string. Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
FDM. And that's all it uses. And that's an easy one to make, to utilize. FDM.
Yeah, sounds like something I'd probably get. I said for terrain and stuff mostly. I don't know. I'm not a snob or anything, but I just like the little metal. I'm hooked. I'm hooked. think the battle axe is lurking down here. She's probably working on her project.
Probably.
Turn on the light over there, silly. Working on her Christmas stuff. There she goes. Yeah, the light's on over there.
What kind of primer were you using before, Cal? This one is better than. Crappy primer. Cheapy crap primer he was using. What would that be?
Yeah, what would you consider cheapy crap? Not that you're wrong. Curious as well.
Light problem fixed. Batteries for that.
Oh, they're brighter now?
Yeah, they were dying.
Stuff from Home Depot. Rust-Oleum, stuff like that.
Mm. Well, I use for my miniatures, my models. I just really like it, even though it's more for airbrush. I just really like how this gray primer, this Vallejo gray, I like how it comes out.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, excuse me, overly gray,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not bold white. So the paint's just, the colors work out real well.
I use the black Vallejo primer.
The Army Painter primers work good. Yeah, I've used black, and there's something about it doesn't quite to my eyes. Yeah, you use black. A lot of people use black. It depends on the different type of effect, I suppose you could say, that you're going for. As we're aware. Where the heck? Oh, geez, I had him. I'll find them. Ah, there they are. Different weapons for these guys. That's not yet. I want to get this. Get these fellas washed. Inked.
So if you were going to run an RPG, say it was going to run maybe 6 months, go through a bunch of sessions, and you wanted it to be sword and sorcery, you wanted it to be kind of have a Conan feel, but not necessarily Conan the setting, but you wanted to have that sword and sorcery feel. And what set of rules would you use for that type of game? Is there anything offhand or anything in particular, or does it matter to you, Squirrel?
Well, that's a good Good question. Good topic. You know, look over here on my shelf so I don't forget anything. I mean, Hyperborea, Astonishing Swordsman and Sorcerer's Hyperborea, that's a really neat one. It's Conan-esque. And the setting's really neat. There's I don't know if you've heard or read Barbarians of Lemuria.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fun, light rule set that's Conan-esque, pulpy.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think if there's anything else I got that I've read or heard of off the top of my hand. Outside of the Modifius and the other Conan actual IP RPG rule sets.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be about it. Let me wander around here and look. Shelves scattered about yon and hither.
Sword and sorcery.
One could use this rule set. It's called Iron Heroes. It's for your third 3.5 rules,
Mm-hmm.
and it's sword and sorcery. It's got some neat rules, and there's some different aspects, tokens and whatnot for different character powers, abilities. One could use that. That's really all I can think of off the top of my head. I'd probably, if the players are, old hands that rule different rule sets, I'd probably just go with I'd probably go with that Iron Heroes.
What about games like more generic, like BRP and Savage Worlds with the fantasy supplement? Would you ever toy around with something like that? It'd be more work, I imagine, but
Yeah, I've played Savage Worlds several different times over the years. When my son and I go to Gary Con, and that's a fun game. I bought the rules, but that's no, not those. BRP you could use to fiddle around. You could tweak it. It wouldn't take too much work, I wouldn't think. But if you're really like for newish players, I'd go with that Barbarians of Lemura. It's I think a D6 based system.
Interesting.
Rules light, really easy, simple, and what I did, what anyone could do with practically no work, you could turn it into a D12 system.
Yeah.
As an homage to the D12, because usually that's a barbarian's hit dice and the battle axe, all the weapons and stuff.
Yeah.
Seeing if I even have it. I know I have it somewhere. Yeah, that's a real neat one. Barbarians of Lemuria. Look into it. It's a neat system. Yeah, I don't see it over here handy. No, I can't find it offhand real quick. Yeah, that would be the way to go for beginners.
See squirrels stumping around this little alcove.
Yeah, there's no
Oh,
real
I'm
headroom
sure.
down here. You got to kind of crouch amongst the ductwork. But once you sit down, it doesn't really matter how low the ceiling is.
So you like the idea of a game system that's already done for you. There's not as much work. It's easy to get into, and it's already got a setting and all this stuff. And the rules are
And
probably kind of geared for that kind of a genre anyway. So yeah, that's the way you would go.
anymore, yes, because time with my work now. You know, years back when I was working, doing seasonal work,
Mm-hmm.
and I had 3-4 months off over the winter.
Yeah.
I had all kinds of time. I could, focus on tweaking rules and making a setting and all of that fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But anymore, as of late, if it's set up for me, I'll tweak as needed rather than putting in a little extra work, so to say.
Yeah, doing it from scratch. Yeah, I
Yeah.
get that. I get that. Iron Man says, "Hi, you could probably use OSE or probably any of the D20 games. D&D, AD&D ish. Build it off of that.
Yes, you could.
Could do that level based. Then there's Horde Wars.
Yep. Yep. Do you hear what Cal said, Zaddy? What did he say? What was it? What is it here? Drunken squirrel trying to find the nut stash. Yeah, I'm trying to find that.
Which one?
Barbarians of Lemuria, so you can see the cover. He can look it up though. He'll see it. It's over here in a box.
Mm.
It's over in a box somewhere. But yeah. And the funny thing, now this gets a little kind of campy with the Lemuria game. The way that your characters level up, the players must describe how they all the loot, the jewels and the gold and the treasure and all that they acquired over the past adventure or up until the point they level up. They have to describe how they pissed it away, gambled it away, drank it away, whatever, before they can actually level it up.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of fun. I mean,
Yeah.
you're doing a lighthearted, that's why you're adventuring, right? You need that loot. You gambled it away. Dang it. Well, I'm broke. Time to go back to work. Horde Wars. Oh, it's on Foundry too. Huh. That's neat. I've heard of that one, but I've never looked at it.
Horde Wars.
Yeah, I've never looked at it. I've heard of it.
Hyperborea's on Foundry now too. Iron
Is
Man.
it?
Yeah, they got a Foundry set up there. They still have to add stuff to it. Otherwise, you have to manually do the weapons and the spells and the monster. You got to do it all yourself. But they're working on a compendium where it's already done for you, all the core book information. So you just port it over, boom, you have access to it all. That's what I'm waiting for.
Nice.
Too much work.
Yeah.
Horde Wars is on Foundry. Is it really? Oh. Maybe I'll look at it then.
Not on.
Oh, it's not on Foundry.
No, he set it up himself. Okay. Well, still, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's one of the pluses of being retired. You got time on your hands to hopefully to do what you enjoy. Which one day soon I'll be there, Lord willing. I'm still breathing. I'll make it to that finish line. Well, that's gonna bother me. I want to find that book. Oh well. It's gonna drive me bonkers.
Yeah. Well, go look for it. Go get it. And I'll hold down the fort. Get the
I'll
damn book.
I'll get it. Look these over, make sure. Yep, they're all. Yeah, they're all washed, all inked.
DM Blackwell did Hoarder Wars. I've seen enough people I trust to recommend it. Hoarder Wars.
Oh, there's those two. Talked about earlier with Shadow. I can so much of this stuff.
Hoarder Wars. I'd probably just use Hyperborea. I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, Hyperborea is a good one.
It's got that AD&D feel. First edition.
Yep.
That's nice.
Yes. Yes, it's definitely got a bit of a nostalgic pull to it.
I've had a few friends recommend Lemuria. I think I looked at it one time, but I didn't really dig into it, so I don't know a whole lot. That's been around a while, that game. J Nove 36, working on Sword and Sorcery. I love Sword and Sorcery. I like it better than Token. Howard. He's one of my favorite authors nowadays. So I'm definitely a fan.
Yeah, Jano, he likes his Sward and Sward 3. I met him through Hackmaster forums.
Did you?
Yeah, he's a hack enthusiast.
Good old Hackmaster.
Yeah.
Did you find it? There it is. Ah. Is it a big book?
Well, this is all my added stuff I put to it. It's
not bad.
Let's see. I got a POD years ago. 211 pages with the index.
Nice.
There's one of the artwork pictures.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
It's got its sword and sorcery aspects. You know, it's Conan. It's without saying Conan. A lot of different archetypes or classes. Hunter, magician, farmer, gladiator, merchant, mercenary, minstrel, noble, priest, physician, sailor, scribe. I mean, it's got a good alchemist, assassin. It's got a good bevy.
Is it level based?
Probably. Yes. think so. Here, let me look at it. It's been years since I looked at it. Where's my spectacles here? Let's see. Barons of the Meria. Yes, heroic careers is what they're called, not classes. Combat abilities, boons and flaws, languages. Trying to see if it says levels, leveling up. Okay, well, you get, from what I'm seeing just from the contents, there's a chapter on rewards. Gaining advancement points and spending advancement points. Improve attributes, train combat abilities, develop careers, buy boons and buy off flaws, and gain followers.
Doesn't sound level based.
No. But I do remember that I think before you can spend, those points, it states something along the lines, you got to explain how you squandered all your treasures away.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go 155. Let's see if it says that. All right, it says, this got a little funny aspect to it under rewards. Vast hordes of treasure. Do not be stingy. Describe the mountains of gold and baskets full of gems, the silver chalices and the tiaras, the jewel-encrusted scepters and gold-chased bracelets, the chests overflowing with silver and the crowns that once belonged to lords, princes, and kings. Tell them it is wealth beyond their imaginings. If they suggest counting up the value, just laugh at them. Have they turned into accountants all of a sudden? They can't take it all with them. Only the choice items. They can always come back for more. That's kind of fun pulp,
Mm-hmm.
So it has a little lightheartedness to it, which, I mean, and then it goes on. Characters get better at doing things as they complete their adventures and their fame spreads. However, they have to earn their improvements. They do this at the end of the saga they just completed, or before the beginning of the next one. Saga, obviously adventure, or campaign, whatever. Remember all that loot they picked up? Well, they have the chance to describe exactly what they did with it. They might live the high life for a few months, drinking or gambling it away. They might buy new weapons and armor, or get their old stuff repaired, buy new mounts, throw expensive parties, spend it all on wenches. They might send expensive gifts to their friends. They might use it to buy a new gallery or a new land or pay off old debts. This is the stuff of legends. It ensures that they are noticed and helps their fame to spread. No one was with them when they killed that great Zolth in the dark pits beneath Irsib. How else are people going to know about it? Once the characters have described how they lost or spent all of their fortunes, they can gain advancement points. So yeah, you got to kind of buy things, spend it, squander it, and invest. Then here's a stat block. Let's see, just had pictures of monsters. Where'd they go? All right, I can be able to see it. This terror bird. But the stat block you can see is very The attributes: strength, agility, mind, and lifeblood. Attack, damage, defense, and protection. And that's it.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's a neat one. It would be fun. And still
Yeah.
remain sword and sorcery, and of course you got some lighthearted, pulpy aspects to it. But
Is it human-esque, I imagine?
oh yes, it's humanocentric. It's you're a human, a different variation, different lineage of human at most to kind of add a little flavor. But yeah, it's all human, which that's fine. Goes with the setting. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what did I do? I know I had this when I was working in Hawaii. Took it with me. Oh, there's a map I made. I hand drew.
Nice.
Kongathul.
I like it. Did you ever get a chance to play it?
Nope.
Yeah. Maybe I'll revisit it one day.
Maybe. Here's a map. Mongol Cave.
Nice.
That was somewhere in Kongathul.
Mm-hmm.
A little thing I made for it. And all the other stuff. The bestiary for Kongathul. I had it written down. And yeah.
Huh.
Filigree Forge. Beyond Belief Games. Yeah, it caught my eye back in the day, so I grabbed it and read through it. And
What's it called
cozy.
again?
Barbarians of Lemuria.
Barbarians of Lemuria. There it is.
That might be on a second, third edition. I don't know. This was, I think, I don't know when it first came out. But it's an older. This book I have in my hands is the Mythic Edition version 2.7. Looking for a date. Well, I know I had this by the date I put on this map or these notes. It was 2017. So I had it then. Yeah, the New Year's. 131. 127. But yeah, I had it. Probably got it late 2016. Yeah, it was neat. Like I said, it caught my eye, so I picked it up and read through it. Had a little inspiration. Boy. All right, let's see here. Those are done on both sides. These done on both sides. I think they are. Yes, these little shields. Pretty sure I sealed them. But just in case, I'm going to seal them again. Set those over there. Monsters and mutual funds. Oh yeah, Conan was way before, well before Lord of the Rings. And they're both fun. I agree. They're both fun. They both have their, for me anyway, they both have their place. Depends on where you're going with it, what you want out of it. Give me this brush. Yeah. That sealer might be crap. That's all I need. I'll do these shields. Let these dry. Right. Okay, let's get these pole arms out. Come on. So small. Get my other spectacles on, do a little clippings. These will work out pretty much. A little trimming. Little clippy clip. Work. There. What you see?
Trying to track down who publishes the game and so on and so forth. I got it though.
Yeah, it's. I forget. I just said it's something. Games. That'd be fun to look into.
Mm-hmm.
Even for a bit of inspiration. And ideas, it might be a neat little thing you can, as we all like to do sometimes, house rule something into a game. It wouldn't really change or break the game, just add a little flavor. I've been known to do that. That's what we do in that OSC, BX, whatever mashup. We kind of, when we do get together, we play from time to time. I use the initiative from a game called Troika.
You told me about that.
Yeah, they call it the stack.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun. It works. It does, what we're looking for. You are waiting your turn, but you're not. You're waiting to see when your turn is as the 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 stack is being drawn. Keeps you a little more on the edge of your seat. Combat's a little more dynamic, hectic. If everybody agrees with it and we're having fun with it, so be it. So what are you thinking of doing for a Conan type sword and sorcery type game? I think Janov was actually developing his own rules and whatnot for that type.
Yeah, I saw that. I don't know. Lemuria looks pretty interesting. I need to look deeper at it, but I'm a big fan of Hyperborea. I love that game. Again, because of the old school first edition feel of AD&D in there. You know,
Yes.
I like the nostalgia in my life, my hobby life. It needs that.
Yep.
And that would fit the bill perfect.
Oh, that would definitely scratch that itch.
Yeah. But I'm a big fan of sword and sorcery in general. I like it in all my games, at least some parts, but you know, I don't know. Right now I'm playing a little bit with Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, as you know.
Yeah.
And with my Sunday group. And it's off and on. We're on chapter 3 of the starter scenario, and we're just messing around, very lighthearted, you know, trying to learn the game as we go. Nothing serious. But taking a break from RPGs in general, so I'm not really focused on anything. I've got the feel in me to try a bunch of different games and do one shots like Traveler. I'd like to try because I'd never done sci-fi. Maybe some more Dragonbane because it was so fun. Some other free league games which are fun, like Walking Dead. Something besides fantasy.
Yeah.
That's kind of where my head's at right now. For the next few months, I'm sure it'll be that way.
A little breath of fresh air.
Mm-hmm. Pathfinder wore me out.
Yeah. Yeah, crunch can definitely do that to you. Of course, I do like the crunch, but the only crunch I really would ever get into would be, but I would just go back to the Hackmaster.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Hornmaster is a bit crunchy, but
You think?
yeah, just in certain aspects. It's not entirely. The combat can seem have a little crunch to it. Because you got you roll your attack, you roll to hit location, they roll their defense.
Mm-hmm.
And you got different levels of wounds after damage is calculated, figured out, resolved. So it can have a little bit of its crunch. But the rest really isn't. Well, spell casting, because it's skill based, so that's a little crunch, not overly. But yeah, you want crunch that makes sense, in my opinion, would be the old Hacky Master. Of course, I don't think that game presents itself as well as it online as it does in person. You got to have people around the table for that game.
Yeah.
In my opinion, the way combat goes and the count and all that. Mr. Minister. How you doing, bud? Thanks for joining in. How was the sermon? How was lunch? Let's see. Not sure. Sorry, I'm responding to. Let me see if I can do this again. Invite. Copy. Copy. Why didn't it do it? Should be in the comments there, Betty. He's trying to jump in. Say hi. I don't know. Look, try it again there, brother. It's in the comments. It's got to scroll back. See if you can't click on it, won't let you in. I don't know why it wouldn't. Didn't make it home to. Well, what'd you guys have? Where'd you go? What did we have to eat? What do we have to eat, Dungeon Minister? Padre? What was good? You know the squirrel likes his food stuff.
Swiss chalet. Chicken place.
Chicken. Nice. Can't go wrong with some chicken, some good quality cooked bird. Good. We're having ham and bean soup tonight. Yeah, buddy.
Yes, what's on the painting table today? What are you painting?
Oh, I'm doing some retinues, some troops for a hopeful run at using the rules called the Barons War. I'm going to have it set in the world of Harn. And I got at least twice the amount of miniatures yet to paint that you see on the table. There's different troop types in that game, so I grabbed a whole bunch to represent options for everyone, for us that are going to try the rules out, try the game out.
Baron's War. Yeah, it's historical set of rules, but it's got a fantasy supplement. I
didn't get that.
Yeah, you're not using that, but it's a good solid set of miniatures rules for skirmish.
Yep.
Battles in the Middle Ages, that kind of thing.
Yep, and the era of the Barons War is really close to the era, the time setting line, field, technology, whatever, of Harn World, so it fits.
That'll be fun.
It fits rather well. Oh, Padre, here, look at this. I'm going to show it off again.
The black hole. Prepare yourself.
Yes. Say a prayer, Padre.
This is crazy.
Look how dark that is.
Look at that.
I mean, that is dark. Yeah, here, wait, I'll do this. That is some dark paint. I did a bunch of bases just to try it out. See, you know, to see. Yeah, it's not called perfect black. It's I'll show you here in a second. It absorbs up to 99.4% of light, what it says, and it looks like it. It's Musal black.
Huh.
Just so the dungeon minister knows, it would make really good for different dungeon portals, wraiths, you know, that kind of thing. Let's see what's.
It's like a black hole, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's something else. It wasn't that expensive, I don't think. I grabbed 200 milliliter bottles for around $50 US. I forget. It was a little under a dollar or two over. In the wheelhouse, 50 US bucks. And 100 milliliter is a lot for these miniatures, especially when you're doing 15 millimeter scale. But mostly I'm going to put it on the edges of my bases and use it for effects for different terrains and different dioramas I'm doing. Later, Janoff. Thanks for stopping in, brother. It's good hearing from you. Be safe out there. We'll keep in touch, bud. We'll keep in touch. But yeah, something worth looking into if you're doing your terrain stuff like you're doing, Dungeon Minister. Could add a good little effect, you know.
He asked you if you're coming to ClericCon 2025, would you run a game of Harn? What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, when the time gets closer, I'll let you know. We'll keep in touch. We'll get the details. Yeah, I'll do a Harn. You know, they have a free basic on their website, and anyone can get. I'll whip up a handful of pre-gens that way, because character creation for Harn Master is a little lengthy. Takes a little time, but to have a handful of different pre-gens, that's no big deal. They have a few starter adventures. I could run through one of those without a doubt. It would be fun. Yeah, myself, Zadorok, and my son are all planning on attending. We're going to bring the whole client, the Clouder. She's never been to a con. Zadorok.
Huh. That'll be an experience.
Yeah, it'd be fun for her. I think it'd be a good little con. Family friendly and all that jazz. All cons are, but at least all the ones I know of.
What is a group of squirrels called?
You'd have to look that up. I don't know. That's why I just defaulted to Clouder, because we have so many cats here. I don't know if there's such a thing. They don't really gather in groups per se. Oh, maybe a family unit. Maybe a name for that, a word for that term. I don't know, Batman. If you can't get in, Batty, if you're still here, I don't know. You should have I mean, you've been on before. I don't know why it's not. And I think, have the primo mode where I can have more than myself and one other person on. I think
Who's trying to get in?
my friend, a friend of mine, Batman. That's what we call him. Like I said, he always wore a Batman T-shirt to football practice, every practice.
Doesn't he have the link?
I
Just click it.
shot it. It should be in the chat, unless it expires in the chat somehow. I don't think that happens. I tried to copy and paste it again, but for some reason it wouldn't want to. So I don't know. Be good to see him.
A scurry. That's a good name for a squirrel congregation. A
There
scurry.
you go. A scurry of squirrels.
I like it. Squirrel's going to be bringing his scurry with him.
Yes.
Gird your loins, folks. Gird your loins.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. We'll have a good time. It'll be good to see some people, meet some people in person. That's what I really look forward to anymore. I mean, I love this online stuff, don't get me wrong, but really sit down and break bread, shake hands.
Isn't that Dungeon Minister's convention he started? Clerica?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
That's cool. Very cool. Up in Canada.
Yep.
Wow.
It's only about 4 or so hours away from where we're at. I believe. Zadrock and I looked into it just out of curiosity, you know how far of a travel.
Make a run
It
for the
would-
border.
Yeah, it wouldn't be overly time consuming to get there. Which would be good for her because her back's horrible. So long car rides would
Yeah.
not be fun for Zadrock. As we all know, I do it quite often for work. It don't really bother me all that much. Still
Wow.
gets to me. Still stiffens me up, but not as much as it would hurt.
What was the turnout like, Dungeon Minister? The last one. You getting a good turnout for that? Says he's got folks from New York City, Kentucky, Ohio, Minnesota coming in. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, he had a UK visitor. Ye Old Geek went last year.
Wow.
Yeah.
50 folks, he said. 50 people. Wow. And how,
Yeah.
how many days is it? Weekend or? Nobody lives in Minnesota. Quiet. Quiet.
Nobody's saying.
Hibernating. Friday evening through Sunday afternoon. That's pretty good.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. And you should see go on his YouTube channel and see some of the live stuff he was doing and whatnot. Updates or whatever, what was going on this past year. I mean, they had food, they had the home cooked food. I mean, it
Wow.
was, yeah. Yeah, it looks like a good down home event, which I'm all for. Nice small gathering. All right. Better let those guys dry a little longer. These dry up. Yeah, I don't know why it won't.
That's the best kind of convention. The small ones.
Yes.
Not so commercialized and too many people. And
Yeah. Grassroots.
Mhm.
Grassroots. All right. I'll try this as well. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. That's weird.
I can't share the link, can I? Not that
I
I'm
don't.
gonna, but I don't think I can. Not in YouTube, I can't. But I'm just thinking your friend.
Yeah, well, let me text him. I sent him a copy through email. I have his email. I'll tell him to check his email. I don't know.
I don't know what link that is.
Check your email for link. I thought I had to.
You don't think they limit you to one guest, do they? With the free version? I don't think.
No,
Used to
I
be like
have more.
4.
I believe I have more than the free version.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see the watermark.
That's what I mean. I'm pretty sure I have the upgraded.
You must have a button to click that copies the link. Down in the bottom center of StreamYard. Is there a button for,
It says invite.
yeah.
It says copy. It says it's copied. But when I go to like paste it or whatever, it won't go into the comment anymore. I don't know. I sent him an email. I sent him a text. Maybe it'll work. If not, bummer. Zadarock wanted to know if we were having guests, and no, unfortunately, we're not. I don't know. Oh, looks like I got a new subscriber on the Squirrel Hermit here. Oh, wow. Oh, wait, no, wrong. Misread it.
Oh, well.
Yeah, so be it. If you want to subscribe, you do it. If not, you don't. I'm here to have fun.
Yeah, he's
Connect
doing 15 mil. You only really do 15 mil, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I got the 15 millimeter miniature bug. Something about them I really like. 28s are cool. They're fun. I got a couple shelves of them. But I mean, one of the aspects I like about them is they don't take up so much space on the table.
No.
So you got more room for your books and your snacks and whatever else. Oh, game time. All right, back to lurking there, Legion of Myth. Lurk on. got that text or not. I don't know. Oh well, maybe he didn't. Maybe next time. Yeah, I only live about a half hour, 40 minutes from here, so it's not too far for him to stop by when he can. Oh, and here's another thing, Dungeon Minister. I don't know if you saw these or not. Fritz turned me on to these things. It's effects for your miniatures. It's like a little mascara, a little makeup eyeliner thing, and it adds like a dust to them. A dust dry brush effect.
Weathering.
Weathering. You get a whole box of them. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them you can get. They're neat. I've been using them, playing around with them. Put them on, and I usually use a spray sealer, rattle can. Hit it with that, and that stuff stays. It still shows. It's still there. They might kind of smudge off with a brush on, so I use the rattle can on a couple of the ones I played with. I think you could see it with this guy. The very bottom there, it looks like there's dirt, mud around the chain mail of the horse. Come on, focus in. You can lightly see it. It sticks out more in person to the eye. It's something neat. Just adds a little more depth. You might want to look into that too, since you're getting into painting and crafting. Here's the picture of it. You can write it down or screenshot it or something. That's the brand. I'm sure there's many other brands. I'm sure that's not the only one out there, but that's the one Fritz was using the other day. So I made a note of it and looked it up and grabbed a pack.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Dungeon Minister. I'm just having fun painting away at these little buggers. And another thing, they're cheaper than your 28 millimeter. And you get pretty much the same level of detail, but the detail's kind of hard to see because they're so small, but it's still neat.
So would you say, and this is a personal thing, I guess, style and stuff, but do you think they paint easier?
Yes and no.
Compared to 28s, that is.
Yeah, yes and no. If you're not worried so much about detail, yes, they paint way easier. But if you get a little hyper focused, a little OCD on detail, well, they can take a little more time. But easier, I mean, yeah, you can just splash a couple colors, make sure the armor's shiny, put a dot for the flesh wherever you need it, and seal them and be done with it. But if you wanted to get into it and, they have mustaches or belt buckles, well, then you might, a little more effort than the 28s. But yeah, they're easier. You can definitely get a lot more of them done with as much or even less paint than you would even just a single 28 millimeter. And crazy accident with some weathering material myself. Heavy on the wrinkle and graying package. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, they ups and downs, but overall, yeah, I think they're easier. Get a lot more done. Lots of more. All right, where's my glue? Here's my glue. All right, time to do some. So we can do a little flockage for these guys. Do. Take this off. Excuse me. Put him over here so I know that's a start. Get over here. Out of the way over there. Start for that one. Wrinkle and grain. What do you think happened there, Dungeon Master? What do you think went wrong? I do like that keep or whatever you made. That's pretty very well done. Betty well. Ah, your face. 52 years went wrong, yeah. Well, your mileage shows very well. Very mild compared to mine. Oof. Still a handsome young lad, sir. Yeah, these guys are going to come out just nice. Hoping I'll have these guys all done and put to bed this evening, hopefully. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. You look young by comparison. I guess that's a silver lining. one way to look at it, positively. Yes, getting the beep, but I don't see why. Oh yeah, tell Fritz, tell tell Dungeon Minister the challenge that you're doing. He might want to join in for fun.
The Winter Warmer Challenge. Yeah. You're welcome to join in, DM. It's called the Winter Warmer Challenge. We used to do it years ago. It's part of our community, the Tabletop Commanders, and it's basically a painting challenge we do during the cold, wintry months where we're huddled around our heaters and our fires. And the only theme is that we try to get things done and completed, projects that we started maybe years ago or months ago that we just want to put the finishing touches on. That's the whole idea of it, just to finish off those last few bits and bobs for your projects. And that's all it is. It's just, post your project somewhere where I can access it. And we're going to make a little montage of everybody's work at the end. No prizes or anything. It's just something we do to help us get motivated to paint and get things done. I'm in it. Squirrel's in it. We got a whole bunch of people on Facebook and Discord on it. Yeah, that's all it is. Winter Warmer Challenge 24-25. Welcome to join in.
Yeah, Zadrock even jumped in.
Yeah, she did.
She's gonna do. I'm not revealing anything because Fritz wants it to be a surprise, but she's doing a diorama, a scene, and it will take up it won't take the entire depth, but it'll be put into a 20-gallon fish tank.
Wow. So it starts on the 20th of December, which is a Friday, and it runs all the way through February 28th. So it's like 2.5 months. So typically you want to do a project that's going to challenge you, but it could be anything. It could be any scale, any miniatures, any era, any genre, fantasy, role playing. It could be terrain, whatever you want, as long as it's a challenge to you, worthy of your efforts. Then yeah, that's the Winter Warmer Challenge.
Yeah,
I'll be cracking the whip, making sure you guys stay motivated and get things done.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, motivation, inspiration, fellowship amongst like-minded enthusiasts.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Fun stuff.
Yeah, you could probably post something on your YouTube like, here's my Winter Warmer Challenge and here's my progress so far. That way I could keep up on what you're doing, because I don't think you're on my Discord server, if you even use Discord. Really doesn't matter. But yeah, you can join in whenever you want. Just think of a fun project. I'm doing the Flames of War starter set. Hit the beach. The entire starter box. While I do my commissions. That's going to make it a challenge for me.
Yeah, double duty.
Yeah. But I'll get it done. I'm going to use that to introduce my nephews to Flames of War, World War II historical miniatures gaming.
And yes, Dungeon Minister, your pile of shame counts. Just hammer away at some of that stuff and get some of it done.
Yeah. Whatever you think you can do in 2.5 months. That would make a nice little project.
Yep. That's part of what I'm doing for the challenge, is in between scurrying back and forth for work, I want to get all these Barons War retinues done. And I'm going to paint. I'm going to use that black that I showed you.
I love that black.
I know, it's so cool, isn't it? I'm going to use the void, the liquid void. I'm going to use that on Zadarok unicorns. And I've had this 28 millimeter unicorn, and that's going to be incorporated.
So if you painted that like on a miniature, like we said, a white or something, right? If you painted the whole figure with that black, would you even be able to see the details at all?
Probably not.
Probably not. That's weird.
Probably not. That's why it's going to be incorporated, but it's not going to be the whole. You know, the mane, the face, the eyes. It'll be a different.
You just see an outline of a white. Dungeon Administrator had a good idea. Use it to paint the eyes of the various undead creatures.
Absolutely. Yeah, you could use it for wraiths. You could use it for all kinds of different things. You know, a cloak of a blackguard, and then have the blackguard be other grays and normal flat blacks or something. Or some dry brushing and some highlights. That's what I'm going to do with that unicorn. I'm going to figure out some dry brush, some highlights, something to
use for shadows.
Give some definition.
Like shadow creatures. The shadow monster. Yeah, that would be a good one. Huh. You got to try it on a miniature just to see what it looks like. I mean, just this black void creature. See what it looks like.
Hold on, I got a miniature. Let me prime it up.
It's just going to be black outline. Where did it go? I can't see it.
It's invisible. Yeah. Let me see what I got over here. I know I have something primed, but it hasn't been painted. Let me see over here. What do I got? You know what? Dust this sucker off here. Just for kicks. 28 mil scale black spider. I'll paint the just to see. Well, I might even go over the whole thing. Just for kicks. Yeah, you know what? I will do that, but now the squirrel's getting squirrely. All right, I have a rat. That's primered up.
There he is.
28 mil scale.
Yeah.
Not focusing too well, but let's do that. Let's put this over here. Put this here. And you probably do like a black dragon. And again, you'd want to dry brush, you know, lighter onto it to bring it out, bring out some effects or whatnot. Let me work this stuff up a little bit. Stick this guy on here. Stuck on there. Let's grab this brush right here. Bye. Whoops, hit the tail. Well, there's a little sheen to it before it dries. Let me put on my proper spectacles. And see, it cleans off the brush pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
It's fairly fast drying. It's just about dry. I left the ears and eyes and parts, I accidentally hit the tail.
Boy, that's black. Wow.
Yeah, I'll let it dry. I'll fill in this rat. Won't take me long. I have to touch the tail and one ear where I accidentally hit with the black. Maybe I'll paint those a dark brown or something. Do some highlights. Do some dry brushing.
So that'll be a proper giant rat for you in that scale.
Gargantuan rat, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, 15 mil scale. There's a 15 mil guy right next to him.
Mm. Wow.
I mean, that's...
Yeah. Why is that black? Damn.
I know, it's so neat. Yep, shadow rat. There you go. Yeah, and I think with some highlights and some dry brushing, it could come out pretty cool. It definitely has its uses. I'm sure of that. Yeah, I'll let that dry and I'll mess around with that. I'm waiting for these other things to dry and doing other things. Just throwing flock to these guys is no big deal. A little glue, swish it around in the jar, and away you go. Maybe add a second layer where spots missed or something. I just use super glue. Put it around the base. And another neat thing I found out about using pennies, it captures that glue from running over the edges. So when you just swish it around in the flock, you still have that edge, that clean edge.
Mm.
And that was, I didn't even think of that. I just found that out just from using them,
Mm-hmm.
I'll just take my flock. It's a blend of stuff I got at Hobby Lobby for model trains. I'll just put a bunch. I took half of one type out of, and half of another, and a dash of this and a pinch of that, and just put it in there and shook it all up. It looks neat.
I'll be right back. I gotta get my sausage out of the freezer.
Yes, get thawed.
I'll be right back.
Get thawed out. Yeah, what he's cooking up sounds good. It's a little pasta. I don't know. I wouldn't say casserole, but it's going to be in a casserole type dish. Noodles, sausage, sauce, cheese. Put it in the oven for a while, let it crisp up and brown up. It'll be yummy. you folks know, he likes to eat around here. Well, I've been going, wow, 3 hours, mega stream. So I ain't got much going on today, folks. I'll probably be here for some time. I want to get all these miniatures hammered out. I want to get them done. Get on to the next series of 60. Yeah, that's really dry now. Look at that. Come on, catch it. No double teaming. Cheater. These guys over here out of the way. Just put them in line like they should be. Yeah, I'll probably share a little terrain or help her make some terrain. It'll be neat. The plans she's got for it, she's been thinking of it's going to come out really neat. And it'll be a surprise. It's a scene. We've all, well, confident most of us, if not all of us in the challenge has actually witnessed this scene. It's even going to have lights to it for effects. And yes, I have the basement is mine. Nah, she's starting to do stuff down here for her crafty stuff too. Dead, burned women. Nothing sacred, I tell you. 8 to 64 on your RAM. Holy moly. Well, that's cool. How'd you do that? Install something or uninstall something, or that's cool. Whatever it is, whatever you did. Good for you. More space, more stuff, more PDFs. Nah, I'm sure you use it for work. Mostly. Which is still good. Yeah, these fellas are moving along. Little Fritzy has returned.
Sun's going down. It's getting a little chill in the air once again.
Yeah.
It returns. Ay, ay, ay.
Just watch where you lean your books. Hey, Dungeon Master did. See what he says here. Oh, editing computer. Okay. All right, cool. Well, good for you. Good for you.
Excuse me. So, Dungeon Minister, do you set your campaign with your family there in Mystara, or do you do your own thing? I think you do your own thing. Mystara being the default setting for BX. Where is it set? Stories that you used to play with your kids there. My own homebrew world. Never actually played in Mystara, he says. Well, that's interesting. Never.
Yeah, me either.
Why is that? Just want to do your own thing and be creative and imaginative? A little bit more than what they were giving you? It's for you too, Squirrel. Why is that?
Oh, I've never, as far as VX goes, we just used the rules and never really had any lengthy campaign or anything worth mentioning a world setting. It was just a medieval-esque time period fantasy backdrop, you know? And you're more than welcome to come on, Dungeon Minister, if you're able to. The link is in the
Did you
chat.
post
If
it?
you, yeah, well, it's if you back scroll on the chats, it's up there somewhere. See if it'll work. See if it'll work. My friend of mine, he couldn't get it to work, so I'd be curious to see if it's something on his end, my end, or if you want. If not, no harm, no foul. I'm sure you have things going on, brother. Or anybody else that's listening, chatting, whatever, hanging out.
It won't scroll that far, he says.
Oh. And the Luddite I am. I'll try it again. I don't know why it won't.
Hitting the right button, Control V. Control V, we'll paste it.
Wait. Got it.
There it is. Jeez.
Try that.
Louise. I like to use pre-made worlds for the most part because time constraints. You can still be quite creative with that anyway. But that said, I do have my own homebrew world that I use for all the games that I play in with fantasy rules. But it's my own thing. There he is. Now he
Hey,
can
Hello,
listen.
hello.
I don't
Right.
Dungeon Minister.
Doing well. How are you doing?
Doing that fantastic.
Cool.
it's good to have you, brother.
Good to be here. I think this is the first time I've been on one of your streams, isn't it? I think so.
Probably.
I've certainly been in the comments plenty, but
Probably. Well, welcome to the Hermitage, as Fritz would say. The
Thank you
Squirrel
very much.
Hermitage.
welcome to the Dungeon Ministry.
There we go.
I'm now streaming to you in blazingly fast processing speed.
Good. That's cool.
RAM speed. Yeah. I don't know if it'll actually fix the problems I'm having with the editing software, but
I don't think it would hurt.
no, it can't hurt. It can't hurt. It's certainly making everything else fast. So that's all good. I had a bit of a run around with it. I went online and I looked up what would be compatible with my system, and I found what would be compatible with my system, and then it wasn't compatible with my system. The little specs online lied, so I had to send it back. And the Dungeon Delver, Bill Sylvie, he helped me out. He's very up on computers. He's very knowledgeable, and so he went and looked what would actually help me.
Yes, he is. He's very, very computer savvy. How's Bill doing? I haven't talked to him in some time.
Last I've seen, pretty good. He's taking it a little easy around the holidays. He is doing a daily Advent calendar. I think it's a dice calendar. One of those things you get a dice every day. He's doing one of those little short videos of those, but taking it a bit easy around the holidays.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually got to hang out and blab and played a game or two with him at GaryCon.
I know, terribly jealous of both of you, because that sounds fabulous going both ways.
Yes.
And you loaned him some, or gave him, I think, a pair of reading glasses.
Yeah, he didn't have any, and I always have a couple extra pairs. I'm like, here, take them.
Yeah. He was very impressed by that. That was a very cool move.
I usually have a couple pairs with me in case one breaks or I lose one. So, and I had the second pair in my other pocket, and I said, well, have at them.
I don't know what that says about what age bracket we're all in, that you just happen to have extra reading glasses with you, but there it is.
Yeah, so I can find the pair I lost using the other pair.
Well, that's my problem. I get excited. I have, prescription glasses. I'm nearsighted, so I take off my glasses and I do something, then I can't find where I put my glasses. I don't have my glasses on. I'm doing the Velma thing, right? You know,
Mm-hmm.
when I watched the cartoon as a kid, I thought that was so silly. Like, how could she not see her glasses? Come on. But no, really, I couldn't see my glasses.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, Gary Con is actually a good, very good time. I mean, yeah, there's
Yeah.
several thousand people that go, but it is not crowded by any means.
No, they hold it in a proper like convention center, right?
Yeah, well, it's at the Lake Geneva Grand Resort and Spa.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Spa.
it's a very large resort hotel.
Right.
Lots of rooms, lots of room to move, and it's my son and I have always had a very good time going, so we just stuck with going to that every year.
Cool.
Father-son kind of thing. It's
Mm-hmm.
the month it happens, March. It's his birthday right at the end of the month, so it's a week before his birthday. So it's kind of a birthday celebration.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't mind, how old is your son?
My son is 18. He'll be
18.
19, I think. 19 this year.
Oof.
Maybe he'll be 20 this year.
When you start losing track, you know they're old.
Zadrock would know.
Yes, he'll be 19.
Oh, she hollered. Yeah, he'll be 19 this year.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah, we've been going since he was 11.
Yeah.
11 turning 12. So 12, we'll say, because.
Right. Close enough.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we've had a great time. Met a lot of good people. Some people we've met online and they've ended up showing up. Other people we've just met there that go there, and a lot of good people, a lot of good gaming.
Mm-hmm.
Lot of different games. It's not all just Dungeons and Dragons. I've gamed. I was at Bandits Keep. Daniel, he ran a game. I was in one of his sessions.
Cool. Was that this past year?
Yeah, this year I was. Yeah.
Right.
Meet and hang out with all the guys. Oh, excuse me, from Kenzer Co. that does the Hackmaster stuff. Tim Kask, hang out, blab with him. Geez, just so many. Can't think of off the top of my head.
Yeah.
So many, somewhat notables. Bill as well, and just like I said, other schmoes such as myself and my son that go. They're just good people, good times. A lot of different games too.
Yeah.
Cthulhu.
Good variety.
Yep, one of the funnest games I ever been involved in a con was a Cthulhu game.
I just did that. Ye Old Geek ran that at ClareCon this year.
Yeah, the theme
I
of it
squeezed into it.
Was really neat. It was they even admitted it was their first. We were the guinea pigs of this adventure or type or whatever that they were doing. There was 12 players, I believe.
Ooh.
Well, 6 of us were at one table, and the other 6 were set at another table in another room.
Right.
6 of us were on Earth being ground control, while the other 6 of us were headed to the moon.
Cool. That's unique.
Yeah, it was really neat. And then the intermediary, one of the DMs, would pop into the room every now and again because she was one of the astronauts that was like in orbit around the moon.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be our way to communicate with Earth. So she would come in and sit the laptop in front of us, and we would FaceTime. And then after a certain amount of time, all right, the elliptical of the orbit, it's going out, and she'd shut the laptop. So sometimes we'd be shut off in mid-conversation, trying to explain the mad old god on the moon, and they had things going on. It was such a blast.
Neat. And were there powers of the great elders there on Earth trying to interrupt your work as well?
Oh yes.
Yeah, cool.
Oh yeah, everybody died.
Then you did it right. Then you did it right.
Yes. It was a fun time. And that was actually the first time I ever played Cthulhu.
Cool.
Was at that convention.
First time I played was at Bill's first Guac. Great online underground gaming convention. And or great underground online. Anyway, I don't know how it's spelled, but I know it's pronounced. But that was the first one I did. I played Cthulhu, and I lost sanity points from a coat rack.
You'll have that in Cthulhu.
Yeah, the coat rack drove me slightly. I didn't go insane entirely. We didn't get around to doing a hack. I mean, Cthulhu can be, and it was in our case, a very slow plotted game. We were very carefully sifting through things and not watching the clock at all, and realizing that we weren't going to get to any actual baddies if we kept that pace. So the only thing that drove me nuts was the coat rack. Ooh, look at him. Oh, he's a little out of focus. Let's see. I don't know how it's going to focus on that. It can't see it.
I know.
That's crazy.
It's very, very, very black.
See the contrast.
Yeah.
I like it.
Nice.
Just a black abyss.
Yeah. That really would work well for shadows.
Oh, boy, would it.
I've got some shadow minis. Oh, my pile of shame is,
buddy. Mine's about a knee deep over here on this other shelf.
Are they in here? No, they're not in there. I don't know where they are.
Mm-hmm.
It's not there. Not over there. I got like 18 places that they could be. Let's see. Here? Oh yeah. Oh, they're in here. Here's might be. No. Well, shoot. I wonder if I gave them to. I may have given them to Paint Minis Live. Maybe that's what I did to them.
Yeah, that's
that may be where they went. He came up here from Minnesota. He was the one who came from Minnesota, and bless him, he got to the border and told them, "Oh, I'm going to a convention. What are you going just as a fan?" No, I'm going as a vendor. I've got some minis I'm going to paint up for people and sell. And I'm like, "Oh no, you can't bring those 24 minis into Canada. You'll crash the entire economy."
Yeah,
you're competing. You're competing with local Canadian, and I think I don't know a single person in this area who will paint minis on spec for you. You can get pre-painted, WizKids pre-painted minis. You can get, printed, 3D printed minis from any number of people. But I can't think of a single person who you can go and pick out a mini and I say, I want that one and I'd like it painted this way, and they'll do it. So he wouldn't be competing with anybody. But it was it was a couple of dozen minis. Like, this is really going to affect the Canadian economy. But there it was.
Even if he was competing against someone, he's only there for a visit. He's not setting up shop.
He's not setting up shop. No. So he actually had to go. He couldn't go through the border. He had to go back to the U.S. and find a post office and mail all of these minis back to himself. And then he came here and I said, "Look, I've got a whole bunch of minis you can paint." He said, "Well, I'll give them away. I won't sell them, and that way I'm not competing with anybody." I said, "That's fine, But I just gave him minis to paint. So I hope he did make it through the border with them on the way home, because he called them gifts, which is what you need to know going through the border.
Yes. It's all gifts.
All gifts.
Nothing for sale.
Shadows. They're very, very cool minis.
Yeah, I even suggested to Zadrock, we were spitting ideas, and I said, that black paint would actually look really cool on like the ring rates.
Yeah.
That would look cool.
Very good.
Just do the horses in a normal black with a little brown. You know, so they really stand out.
Yeah, to show like there's black, but then there's black.
Yeah, then there's the concentrated evil.
Yeah, that would be very cool.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have fun using it. Now, just so you guys know, it dries fairly fast, but it's like a chalky, powdery kind of texture to it. It doesn't really rub off, but you can really see it's like and feel it. It's like not velvety, but it's coarse. So whatever they use in that paint, but it still looks great, works great.
Right. Is it a little like a chalkboard?
Kinda.
Yeah.
But it doesn't brush off. It doesn't powder off or flake off or anything. It just has that slight feel to it. You can, when you really look at it up close under the lens, you can see it. It's like, okay, this looks like almost like a super fine charcoal dust or something. The way it looks.
Right. As long as it doesn't flake off, though.
Yeah,
That's not a problem.
sure. You know, after you're done with whatever you're doing with whatever it's on, you seal it. I'm sure it'll stay.
Yeah.
That'll be the next test. Do a spray
Well, then the
seal.
sealer though will show up, right? If you put something on top of it, you might not still have that depth of black. You might lose some of that.
You may. I usually use a matte seal or a flat.
Yeah.
So the color, so they're not all shiny.
Well, shoot, I don't know where my shadows are. And it looks like the in-home barbershop just broke up. All three boys were looking kind of shaggy, so I think Mama gave at least a couple of haircuts today.
Well, good.
So that's broken up, which probably means that one of them's going to come to ask me if I can play D&D with them. So I should probably head out and go do that. I know Bob Johnny's been wanting to play for a couple days now, so
we'll
see if he's up for it.
Definitely got the itch. No, enjoy your Sunday. Thanks for stopping by, brother.
Hey, it's good coming. And now the link works, so it wasn't on your end.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Thank you, sir.
All right. Have a good one, everyone.
Take care.
See you, Fritz.
Take care, Dungeon Minister.
Well, that was nice of him to join there for a moment. Give the old the link a test.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Yeah. You're moving up in the streaming world, Squirrel. You're moving up. Got guests now.
It would appear so.
I don't think you've had guests before, have you?
I've had some people on, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've had some people on. It's just for some reason there for a little while the link didn't want to control V. It didn't want to paste. I copy it, just would not paste. So there for a little while I didn't have guests on, but yeah, Bear's been on, GM James, Hungar. I mean, you now, several other people, a couple other people.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if trying to think of what to dry brush over this darkness.
More darkness.
Yeah, some type of brown or something.
Normal black.
Yeah. Touch them up though with some primer again, where some spots I didn't want to put black to, I did. That'll be neat. Fun with it. See how this little bugger turns out just for kicks.
Giant worm.
Oh, giant worm. What giant? How giant?
Massive worms tunneling beneath the earth to gobble up unsuspecting adventurers are sometimes found in lonesome flatlands, Squirrel. The
Okay.
things sense vibrations through the earth, hearing a walking person at about 200 yards. The stats below are for a monster some 50 feet long.
Ah, that's how giant.
50-foot worm. Gripes.
Just, you hear the word giant sometimes referenced, especially to animals and insects. It's like, okay, but is it like bigger than a human giant or just giant for its average normal size? You know what I mean? Like a giant wasp the size of a beer can. That's huge. That's definitely a giant wasp,
Mm,
right?
it's all perspective.
Yeah. So that's what I was like, okay, how giant do they mean by the word giant?
Werwolfen.
Gesundheit?
You're welcome. Spider giant. Giant spider. Size of large dogs.
There you go.
I
But
love
still,
spiders. Spiders are
Yeah.
awesome.
they make great enemies. Great adversaries or obstacles, opponents, whatever. Great encounters.
So one of the games I'm going to be running is Savage Worlds. We're going to play Deadlands. And Rachel's quite excited about playing Deadlands.
Cool.
But we'll see how it goes, because I've been saying, this would be a great fun game, a good medium between, say, Pathfinder and the other game that's multi-genre that we could stick with and play all kinds of different things. Maybe this will be a good regular playing system for our little Sunday group.
Yeah, systems like that definitely can work out well for something where you know the system, but you have a multiverse of settings, of genres.
Yeah, you don't have to really learn a whole new game system.
No.
Like for Jesse, for instance, Jesse, he's not really, he doesn't like the idea of learning a whole new game. He just learned Pathfinder 2 and, and it's all this and that. And he doesn't look forward to playing something new. So this kind of idea would be good from his standpoint. Like, yeah, well, this game's pretty fun too. If you like Pathfinder, you'll like this.
Yeah.
I think. And it's,
Yeah, definitely.
you could do all kinds of stuff with it. So
Yeah, and you don't, and like we said, you don't have to learn anything really new. You just,
yeah.
which that is an appeal for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy learning new stuff just to learn new stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So learning something new doesn't necessarily bother me if I'm inspired by the setting system, whatever. Okay, cool. Yeah, let me figure it out. But that's just me.
Do you like to bounce around between games, or do you like to really focus? Like, I want to get good at one particular system, and that's my go-to, and I do more than any other. Do you have a focus point in your hobby, or no? You're just bouncing around. What do you prefer?
I used to bounce around a lot just because, again, I like learning new things, new stuff. But there for a good while, my focal point was Hackmaster. That was it. And we had a 4-year campaign almost every Saturday for about 8 hours each Saturday. There was anywhere from 4 to 8, 9 people.
Hmm.
And I really liked that. And then that went to the wayside. And I haven't really picked that back up. And I just, wanted to scratch the nostalgia itch. Sort of stumbled onto OSE and stuff like that. And that was, simple, easy, basic. And a couple of the players that I picked up, they're old friends. They wanted to get back into it. So they come in and I'm like, well, this is simple enough, easy enough. We'll have fun with this. But I mean, we did a little bit of the Hackmaster with them there for a little while, and we did some what was that? Zweihander there for a little while. And then basically went into the OSC BX stuff and just kind of stuck with that. We did. What did we do? There was something. One of the systems. I still carried the world, the world, the plot, the story, setting, all that. That carried over, but the rules changed. The characters' names stayed the same. The abilities were within the wheelhouse. They didn't mind. It wasn't too overly technical type of thing. So we just kind of converted the characters and kept moving forward. And, they didn't mind that. I mean, we're kind of a light table. There's only 3 or 4 of us at the most. So they didn't feel like they were being cheated or lost anything. They were like, no, let's keep doing it. No, my character, the story, this is coming along fun. I don't care if this ability is named this or there isn't one. We'll just figure it out as we play. We'll house rule something if we really have to. But yeah, personally, I'd like to try and do some Harn Master, but they're not overly interested. So, well, the one player is, and I'm sure he'd be fine with doing something, that's who's going to be probably trying out the Baron's War in the Harn setting.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't mind learning new stuff, but the others are kind of like, oh man. So I kind of backed off on my wanderings.
So what do they play? Do they play OSE?
Yeah, that's what if I run, that's what we use. That's what one buddy, he ran a couple little short adventures using 5e. And we had a little fun with that. He dabbles in DMing. Which, hey, that's cool. Let's see how these guys are coming. Oh yeah, they're coming along nicely.
That's a lot of guys.
Oh, I got as many, if not twice as many more to go.
Those are pennies you're putting them on?
Yep.
Yeah, that's about right. Good
Works
base.
perfect.
Mm-hmm. How about the cavalry? It looks like you got 2 pennies there.
Yep.
One more. Yeah, okay.
Adds a little weight. Stabilizes them. I don't do really the war gaming, so I don't really have to worry about, what I mean, how some of the war games, from what I've heard and understood, some of the bases, the size of the bases matter and facing and all that, It's more for skirmish games I want to try out or just the role playing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really, unless it's something like Pathfinder or Hackmaster, something where movement and squares really genuinely make a difference. I just use the miniatures. Mostly it's theater of the mind, and if there's a scene or a battle or something, I'll throw a handful of minis out just for, ooh, look cool. Yeah, there they are. There we are. Okay, I go over here. Nothing overly technical, precise.
Mm-hmm.
Unless the rules calls for it, then yeah, you're going to want to use that. It's part of the rules, part of the fun, but there's what I want. So you got your sausages or sausage thawing out,
Yeah, I brought it in the room with me.
huh?
It's warmer in here.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be okay. I'll see what I can come up with.
Oh, I'm sure it'll work out great. Be very tasty.
I got sauce already pre-made in there that I made a couple nights ago.
Oh, good.
Actually, I just realized there's sausage in it. I put sausage in the sauce that I have. I didn't have to get it out. I forgot about that. That's all right.
Oh, must be a little extra meaty.
Yeah, maybe.
That's all. It'll work out. A little more hearty. So what do you got in your sauce? Besides the sausage that you said.
It's got sausage in it, quite a bit. It's got some kielbasa. I always put that at everything, basically. It's a spaghetti sauce with diced tomatoes and tomato paste. I got some oregano in there, salt, pepper.
Sounds good.
No garlic, because if Cooper eats it, he gets sick. He don't like garlic.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I think I put a little parsley in it too.
Ooh.
And yeah, that's it. And I
Awesome.
cook all the meats separate, so I get them
Yeah.
browned up a little bit. And obviously the sausage because it's ground, but the
Yep.
kielbasa, I'll cook that separate. The onions, the peppers, green peppers I put in there, red peppers, love
Nice.
peppers. I'll cook that up separate, get it all sauteed up before I add it to the sauce that's been sitting there slow cooking. And then I cook the whole thing for at least an hour, if not more, usually longer than that.
Yeah.
And that's so good. Oh, and a little dash of cinnamon. That was something new I tried in this. And oh my gosh, Squirrel. Initially, when you put it in and you taste it, it might be a little overpowering. But once it cooks for at least an hour, or if you reheat it later, oh my God, it's to die for.
That's what you were saying the other day.
And it's because of that cinnamon.
Yeah.
You could just taste it.
I can draw a blank. The fellow the other day, he was talking about that, about his chili.
Mm-hmm. Matt.
Yeah, Matt. Yeah, he was talking about his chili, how he makes his chili and he puts a little cinnamon in with it. He said it's one of its little secret ingredients.
Mm-hmm. I could definitely see how cinnamon really enhances chili. I tried it with spaghetti sauce, and it's almost just as good. It's a very familiar flavor. I've tasted it before. Maybe my mom did this years ago with the cinnamon, but very familiar, and it's so good in chili.
Yeah, it sounds like it would be good. We'll have to try it. Zadarok was definitely intrigued. We're definitely going to put that on the try list.
A little cinnamon Zadarok. I tried it with spaghetti, and it's outstanding. If you like garlic, add the garlic last and set aside some sauce for Cooper. Yeah, I could do that.
Oh yeah, that's an idea. Yeah, have a little couple, serving or two worth of, or even yours with garlic and the rest without, or whatever. Yeah, yeah. No, that's an idea. It's a definite idea.
There's lead in cinnamon. You know that, right? You got to be careful with that stuff.
Yeah, you don't
There's
use too much.
Yeah, there's certain brands that are basically toxic.
Yep.
I looked up McCormick because that's the one you see in the grocery stores. It's what I have, and it recommends you take no more than a teaspoon a day of that cinnamon because it's all got lead in it. So you got to be
Yep.
careful of that. So
A lot,
McCormick, huh?
Yeah. No, actually, McCormick supposedly has a lot of, is known for having toxic, stuff
Yeah.
in their
Mm-hmm.
spices. But
Adding
man, their
that,
spices are tasty.
yeah, they are. Adding nutmeg to mac and cheese makes it awesome, says Zetarock. Nutmeg. Mm. Yeah, nutmeg's good.
And believe it or not, that nutmeg trick, that's like that cinnamon trick you're talking about.
Yeah.
Try it. You should try it. It's something that's like, huh?
Nutmeg. Would you try it in spaghetti sauce, Zetarock? A bit of nutmeg? Maybe I'll try that. Little nutmeg. Tastes like a Welch cookie.
Yeah.
Oh, and a little sugar. I put a little brown sugar in my spaghetti sauce too. Sweetened it up. And that's
Yeah,
it.
make you sweet sauce. Sweeter.
Mhm.
Clean up these pole arms. I can glue them on and seal these buddies.
I bet it feels good to have some free time to work on your hobby stuff.
Yeah. It does. It really does. Usually a day or two after I get in from work and I don't do squat.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of loaf around, rest, catch my breath.
What you need to get if you're using it medicinally? Ceylon? Ceylon?
Saline.
Saline cinnamon. Where can you get that? Is it a special thing or saline cinnamon?
That's Zadarok telling you, she'll know.
Medicinally. Devil's done posting, says Cal. He's posting some miniatures in Discord.
Oh, yeah, look them up.
I can't get over how black those bases are in these pictures you sent. It's just ridiculously black.
I know. I still can't either. I'm looking, even when I look at them in person.
There's Kyle.
Oh,
Let me tell him you're chatting. Join the YouTube chat. I don't think he
yeah, he
knows.
can hop on. He can either chat or hop on or whatever.
Let me see. How do I do that?
Pardon me.
Where's your YouTube channel here? There you are. Let me grab that and post it over in the Discord. Copy. Doop-a-doop-doop.
Oof.
You can order online. Anthony's is the brand I get. Saline cinnamon.
Yeah,
I
not
don't-
only is she cooking, she's keeping me healthy.
Yeah. I didn't put too much in the sauce. And even that was perhaps a little bit more than I should have put in. So I don't eat a lot of cinnamon to begin with.
Yeah, and it's just something to try out, you know. Good food experiment.
There's Nordic Maelstrom. Kyle. Hi, Kyle. If you want to come in, Kyle, and say hello to Squirrel, he's got a link there above. It's on StreamYard. It's easy. Just click it and choose your camera. If you want to give him a quick hello. We've been here for almost 4 hours.
Yeah, it's been a while. Well, about 3.5, 4, something like that.
And how you doing, Nordstrom?
What's up, Nordstrom? Thanks for popping in, guys. Just a painting and a blabbing. Anybody that stops by, kill some time, have some conversation, get
Talk
some
about
stuff
food.
done. Yes, food, of course. Food is always a topic, amongst other things. Paint these dang little pole arms.
So Squirrel's got this cool paint. You probably know about it, Nordstrom. But it's an especially black paint. It's referred to as the black hole of paints. And he'll show it on the screen, I'm sure, but it's amazingly black. He shared some pictures. It's literally a black hole. You see nothing when you put this paint on it. I've never
Yeah.
used it before.
Yeah, it's darkness, liquid darkness. It's really neat, and I'm sure I'll have fun with it. I'm sure. I'm already starting to have fun. I started a rat, 28 mil scale, just a little bit ago. Already had it primed, sitting on my shelf of shame. And I'm like, you know what? Let's try it out on a mini. And let's try and let's work with it a little bit, you know, because I just put it on some bases when I first got it, just for fun, just to see how it paints, what it really looks like.
Ooh, 43 degrees.
this. I'll show you guys. Show you fair folks. Excuse me. All right, here's what it looks like on a couple of bases of just primed miniatures. And I'm going to set them next to miniatures.
Black holes.
Here, I'll put a miniature that I have with black paint on the base, but no basing.
What a difference. Wow.
Here's that rat.
You can't see any details. Can't see the fur at all.
In person, you can if you look at it close enough, but yeah, it's pretty much all blacked out. It is so neat.
Yeah, nothing there.
It is so neat. This is what it is, fellas. And I got 200 ml bottles. Oh, hold on. Someone's in the stage here. Kylester. Hold on, buddy.
How's it
There he
going,
is. What's
guys?
up, brother? It's good seeing you.
Yeah, good seeing y'all. How's it going? What's up?
It's going, bud. Glad you could come over and finally figuring out how to share links and whatnot to get people on here.
Yeah, absolutely. How's everybody doing today?
We're doing well. Enjoying the weather. I'm sure the weather's all right down your way. You're not far from us. An hour, maybe
Yeah.
two.
Yeah, it was 47 degrees down here today, so
Yeah.
not too shabby.
No.
I went to work during that big snowstorm, and that was pretty touch and go. That kind of sucked, but yeah, but everybody went through good. Zadrock's posting over on the Discord ham and bean soup, making me hungry already.
Oh yeah, we got homemade ham and bean in the crock. It's been going for quite some time now. That smell's getting through the house, and
Oh, I
Oh, yeah.
guarantee it.
oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that black paint's really neat.
Yeah, it's different. Like you can't really see through it. Like you can't even really see where you or at maybe it's just the camera, but you really kind of struggle to see a little bit of the detail.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really neat. Like I was saying before you hopped on, I splurged and got 200 milliliter bottles because they had a deal for two of them for. It was in the wheelhouse of $50 with the shipping tax. All that. It was like 48 something or 52 something. I don't know, something like that.
Oh, that ain't too bad.
No, and especially 100 milliliters. You're painting minis. You're not going to be using this a lot.
Nah.
You're going to be using it like the Dungeon Minister was on earlier, like for shadows, for creature, the monster, a shadow or a wraith, or
Yep.
maybe animals. Just dot the I's on your horses or something, just to have something really pop.
I actually used a lot of it whenever I was painting my Gondorian infantry. A lot of like for the gloves and for the boots and for the backdrops of the shields, I had to use a lot of black in that. Could have painted it like a flesh tone, but kind of went because you see it in the movies and you see all the artwork for it. They're wearing gloves, so I kind of mimicked that a little bit. I had to use a crap ton of black to get that to cover.
Yeah. And mainly I bought it A for effects and B, I paint the bases of my miniatures black so they kind of stick out and pop a little. So I'm going to put it around the edges of all the bases, just to help them really pop when you're looking at them in person.
Yeah, to add some detail.
Yeah.
Thankfully,
Dry.
these guys have came black base, so I don't really have to do a whole lot with them. But um, kind of trying to give them like a stone kind of look. Like I kind of want them to look like they're on like a polished stone type thing. So I'm actually painting the top sandstone, and I'm adding like little rocks and stuff to them.
Hey, there you go.
So trying to go with that kind of effect. Like I got the black rim of the base, and then I've got the sandstone. It's chalk paint is what it is, and so I got sandstone on it, and then I've been finding like little pebbles out in the driveway and just putting them on there.
Cool. Cool.
It suits the purpose that I need, and I don't have to go out and pay for a bunch of flocking that I don't need.
Yeah. If you're not going to use the flocking, then yeah, why get it? I
Yeah,
like the
exactly.
flocking, but you know, some things when you're doing stone, you don't really use a lot of flock, like you said. Even some of the flocking I do, I grabbed a little bit of just regular old sand.
Well, I mean, whenever I was doing those Greeks and the stuff that you and James both sent me, that made sense for grass. Uh, because it's the plains and this and that, so that made sense for grass. These guys, they're fighting on stone, like they're fighting at Osgiliath, at Ministerith, and this
Yeah.
and that, and stone buildings. So kind of don't need a whole lot of grass,
No,
unfortunately.
definitely not. Yeah, well, I'm glad those that little package miniatures and odds and ends of brushes arrived. I'm glad you got them. I'm glad. Hopefully, they help.
I've actually got them put together. I've been putting together those cavalry figures, so I've got them sitting over there in the queue, so to speak, curing up. So
Yeah, they're 15 millimeter. It's a neat scale.
yeah. And I went through this morning and glued them all up, and then I went through this afternoon and put the spears on because, yeah, that was kind of finicky trying to hold that guy on the horse. That was kind of finicky a little bit.
Yeah, they're definitely. I'm doing some spears now.
Yep.
Because these guys here. Let me see where they're at. I have shields and spears. These little fellas, they're holding the pole arm and they have a shield.
I got you.
So I got to glue those
Damn,
on.
boys, you're all making me want to do some painting.
Well, bust it out. I'm going to be here for a while. I'm just going to keep going. You guys, whenever you hop off. You know, no worries. But I'm probably going to sit here for probably another couple hours and do this.
Well, I'm redoing my Gondorians because, and I love speed paint to death. I really do. But I don't like it for these models where you want to do a lot of detail stuff.
Yes.
Speed paint ain't that great.
No,
because you
it has
can't
its place.
highlight it. You can't, like you can't highlight it. You can't edge it. You can't strong tone it. Like I strong tone a mini twice with speed paint, and it just wouldn't take. So
no, it doesn't. There's certain things it does not.
So we're gonna do these boys traditionally, and kind of go from there.
Yeah, cool.
Nordic Squirrel sent me some 15 mil. They're Byzantine cavalry and Greek bowmen that I'll be working on. So that's next in my immediate queue. And then I got some Napoleonics. And actually Nordic, before I got speed paints, that was how I painted. I painted very much like Fritz as a traditional style of paint, layered paint, strong tone, highlights, washes.
Yep,
So
same here.
And then I kind of got onto the speed paint for a lot of things, but then I painted these Gondorian infantry with them, and I don't like the result. Like, it's too flat, and you can't really go back and add a bunch of stuff to it.
No.
If that makes sense. Like, you can't go back once it dries and add strong tone. You can't go back and add extra highlighting. You can't go back and add extra detail without ruining the base coat. So
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
kind of redoing those in the more traditional style of just layered acrylic. And I've actually posted a few in Minis Board Gaming. think I think I showed it off. Well, pop over there and let me
Yeah,
post
speed
these
paints are
boys.
fun. They have their place, but they're not a be all end all. That's for
No,
sure.
I mean, like if I was going to do like a lot of trolls and ogres, something with a lot of flesh to it, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, here, Nordic, I'm gonna tag you in this real quick,
Yeah, it
and
has.
then I'll post the other one. And
There's a
like,
place for it.
yeah, exactly. And a lot of things I do enjoy the speed paint more than I do the traditional paint, but that's not one of them.
Yeah.
Like I'm content with like doing like speed paint like on Greeks and stuff like that. Like I'm fine with that result. I'm good with that result. But I'm not good with
Not what you're doing now.
the armor. Like I want the armor to pop a little bit more. And in order for me to do that, I've got to redo them. So,
Yep.
and like I said, like who won that duel? The dwarf or the Gondorian? Gondorian won that duel, Nordic. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I've been doing a lot more of traditional, but I also kind of cheat on that too. Like I use their airbrush paints is what they are.
Yes. Airbrush paints can work.
They're thin. I like the flow of them. And then I've been using for my bases and stuff. It's this stuff. It's sand. It's chalk, chalk based paint. I've got what's called sandstone and truffle, which is the darker one. So, been using a lot of that and kind of going back to like traditional metallics and such like that. So just kind of doing what I'm doing here. Because like those models looked fine and they would have passed for anybody else's table, but I'm a huge Lord of the Rings nut, so
Yeah.
they're kind of more scrutinized by me, if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense.
Because that's been my baby for the last 22 years.
You want to get them right to your
Yeah, well, I mean, and
your
I
level
want
of
to do
quality
them
control.
justice. Exactly, and I want to do them justice. Because, like I said, this was the original thing that I geeked out on personally. And yeah, I've been painting these guys all traditional, so we're going back to the black primer and all of it. So
There you go.
we are literally doing everything black. I'm going completely back old school with these guys. And yeah, just kind of layering them up, and then I found that I can strong tone over this really well, and it kind of gives a weathered kind of look, like the armor's been used.
Nice.
Which is very, very kind of what I want. So yeah, kind of. I like the speed paints, but there's not enough options there for me to darken. Like I strong toned that one many 3 times and it didn't do anything. Like it just wouldn't darken up. So
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a speed paint issue or if it was old wash. So I went out and bought fresh wash, fresh strong tone. I don't think strong tone can go bad.
Probably not. It's just probably how it interacts with the whatever's in the speed paint. They are obviously different than just your traditional acrylic. There's something in them. They're made somehow.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Sure. Sure. All right. It'll be nice to get these guys done. And I can begin the torture all over again. Oh. There we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's Savage Worlds, Fritz. That might be a way for you to go with what you're doing.
Maybe.
With what you want to do with the Sunday crew.
Depends on them, really.
Yeah, true. True that.
I mean, I think it's fun. I mean, Kyle and Jesse love Pathfinder, but I said to them, well, Savage Worlds is a good alternative because, it's got some feel for that Pathfinder style of gameplay it can. I mean, instead of feats, you got edges, which are very similar.
Yeah, same difference almost.
No class and level, though, which is good.
Yes, I prefer that. Even though the nostalgia pulls me into class and level
Exactly.
D&D-esque games, it pulls me into it. But when you really just want to put down that nostalgia crack pipe and actually go, you know what, classless, levelless, yeah, that's better.
It is.
Skill based.
Jesse I had a conversation with him the other day about this and how he loves Pathfinder and class and level and stuff. Well, he didn't say class and level, but I was talking to him about it, and he loves the idea of character progression. That's his thing. He loves to see a character grow at quite a good pace, and he likes the idea of becoming very powerful. And he compared something like Pathfinder 2 with other games like Dragonbane that we played, and to him, Dragonbane was just too freaking slow. The way you progress, I might get a skill increase if I roll a 20 on my dragon dice. Whereas levels, as soon as you make the XP, boom, you get all this good stuff, and you keep getting more and more and more and more as you go, and ultimately you get this powerful character. He likes that kind of fast progression. And I thought about it. I realized, that's the difference between me and him. I love the slow progression. I like the very slow progression where it's gradual and you might get good in a skill, because I'm more interested in the narrative and the story. I'm not into this character development. I just like to see it a little bit here and there. To me, that's what I like. There's nothing wrong with that. To him, he likes the character progression and at a robust, to use a term you use a lot, rate. And so I get it. I get what there's different play styles here and what people like.
Absolutely.
I think maybe Kyle is a little bit in the same camp as Jesse when it comes to that too. I mean, it's just a preference, a style.
Yeah. I mean, that's how they have fun. That's how they have fun.
But it's
But
interesting.
yeah, I'm more on the camp of, well, and partly I'm thinking this might go to the term that it always bothered me to hear someone say, I'm going to build a character. My character build.
Mhm.
I never liked that term. And I noticed that term popped up when Magic the Gathering was getting really popular. You know, you build a deck, you create a character. And that's just always kind of stuck in my craw in the wrong angle. You know, it's like, you're not building you're creating a character. So some of that slower progression, like you're talking about, just kind of sat right. You know, you're growing, but through play, through story, through, you know, it just seems to be a bit more organic. It's not like that. I've done, you know, my character's gone through 6 months of adventuring out in the wilds and saving people with this, that, etc. And then, aha, I'm better all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So I've always liked the skill-based, class-less, level-less type systems.
Yeah. I know some people come on YouTube and they say, "Oh, this is the way to play. This is the only way. This is how RPGs are done." I hate that, and that's okay. You want to do that, it's your channel. But in my opinion, I've learned over the years that it's like food. You know, it's one of those very subjective things. Role-playing games. People have what tickles them the most is what they're going to play, and that's what they like. That's what they're going to do. I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, you're terrible. Your game sucks. You can't do it that way." That's not really role playing, blah, blah, blah. It's just, that's the way we are. It's the nature of this hobby, I guess.
Yeah, I like pepperoni pizza. You like cheese pizza. It's still pizza.
Yeah. Like if you look at the game of chess, it's a very structured, it's a very fine-tuned, this is the way it's played. There's no subjectivity to it. This is the way it's played. There's only really one way to look at it. There's different forms of the game, like you could play blitz, you could play traditional classic chess, but it's all essentially the same freaking thing. Role playing is unique, and that yes, it has rules, but
Very unique.
there's so much of the human element and the social side that makes this game unique that you can't really pin it down into
Correct.
one style or one way to play the game.
Nope, you're correct. And Nordic, no, I don't play Magic the Gathering. I flirted with it when it was starting to get popular. It was fun, but just wasn't my thing. Not my jam.
Oh, Magic the Gathering's out of control these days.
Oh, I've heard it is, but I mean, even back in the day, it was just not quite my jam. I just had its merits. It was fun, but meh. If I'm gonna play a card game and try and outwit, outsmart, beat someone, put $100 on the table. We'll play some poker. And I don't really even play poker, but to me, that's more of a. But that's me. You know, that's my fun.
Yeah, there's plenty of room in this world for all of us.
Yep. Yeah, build equates to power gaming. So the optimized build over the story of the character. Yeah, you're right, Norik. That is true. That is true. Yet it just seemed like when that game was getting popular and D&D, you know, third edition 3.5 was coming in, you know, coming into, it was character built, you know, and it was just like, I get you have an idea of where your character would like to be able to progress to as they level up. You have a general idea, but it just never sat right with me, that term. I don't know. It's like you're building to win. I build a deck to win. You know, you create a character to cooperate, to take part, to have your place, so to speak, in the group. You know, even if you're using third, 3, 5, fifth, you know, no matter the rules, you know, you create a character. You don't build a character. All right, let these pole arms dry. Shields are pretty good.
J-Nove 36 is back.
Hey, Jaina. Yeah, they're 15 millimeter. Glad you come back, Jaina. Like I said, I'll probably be here for another couple of hours, 4 more hours. I don't know. I don't care. Blabathon. Yeah, they're 15 millimeter. I'm painting them for. I'm going to put to the table a war game skirmish rule set called the Baron's War. And I guess the theme, the genre, whatever, it's going to be set in Harnworld. That's the setting. Will be Harnworld. I have an idea that I'm going to use. What's going to happen is a player of mine, he doesn't mind learning different rules. So he's game for the idea of learning the Baron's War rules for the skirmish and have fun with it. And he's also privy to doing some actual Harn Master rules. And the story, the idea behind all this, he has 2 brothers. Their characters are both fighters. They started off in my OSE game, and they're still fairly low level, which is neither here or there. We've gotten him to the rule set of Harn Master, which he doesn't mind. You know, it's not like, of course, we're using OSE, so it's not like he's losing any feats or, you know, there's not a real major change. And it's going to be kind of I don't know what the right word is, a vignette, a story, a part of the story of his brothers, the 2 brothers' lives where they were conscripted into a local lord of the Kaldor, kingdom of Kaldor. And because there was a little bit of a uprising, you know, how can I say this? Kind of a political intrigue, but you know, another lord is there's conflict. They're trying to take over or trying to usurp the particular lord that they are conscripted into their army. So we're going to play that out and have fun with that. And then that will give a little context to why these 2 fighters were kind of chosen in a way to go on the adventure that they're on right now, where they kind of got their fighter class. They're training their, you know, how they can handle weapons and stuff a little bit more efficiently than the average peasant. Yeah, no, yeah, the price point of 15 millimeters is very nice. And I'll say it again. I said it before. You got more space on the table. I mean, even though you're not using them for big armies or whatever, but still, you still have more space on the table. So you got more room for your books and your snacks and your dice, your rolling trays, whatever. You got, if you're not doing theater of the mind at the moment and doing a combat, you got more space. And they are cheap. And overall, they're cheaper to paint because they use less paint. But I started painting them. I just like them. I'm hooked on them. They're neat. I just enjoy painting them. I mean, I use them. I will put them to use, but... And I set up little dioramas and stuff for them, too. Like I got one here I'm not done with yet, but... If you've seen my channel, I'm sure you've seen shorts with them. The different... This, I still got a fully hex and... a finish, but... Gonna glare because of the light. But there, let me see if I can do this. Let me do this. And then, hold on, I'll switch it.
Model's eye view. Yeah. Giant slug.
Big old flail snail.
What'd you use for the water?
2-part epoxy.
Wow.
Again, this isn't finished. Plus, it'll be usable terrain. I'm not going to really glue these in place. It'll be a usable terrain for something else. I'm going to have a lot of these. I add additional room to them. They're hexed. They end up being a hex. Larger that will rotate, which is a neat idea for at the table. Because when you're wanting to move a miniature or whatever, if you're at the table, just give it a little spin and go. All right, Mike, I go over here. Okay, I go over here. Okay, you can just kind of move it around.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I got a couple other different little scenes, little dioramas, whatever you want to call it. One with the tower, and it's fully done. One's a plains type of area with some cairns and burial mounds. Just stuff I like doing, neat stuff, different setups, terrains, ideas. And they could be used for whatever adventures. Whatever adventures. Yeah, hex. Yeah, hexy. Let's get sexy. Yeah, use the hexes. I use hexes. If there's needs for any type of measurement or whatnot. If not, I just throw down a mat or throw down something that looks like the terrain and we just move them around a little bit. But all depends on the rule set, what you're using, what you're going for, the results. That's for sure. These things I can hit.
All right. So what's everybody getting into now?
Hey. Well, you just missed me showing the swamp type scene.
Oh my.
nice to have partially done.
Oh, there you go. Well, I had to put up the Christmas tree for Mom.
Well, there you go. God bless. How's Mom's
Yeah.
doing?
Well, she handed me 2 different trees, so I put the first one up, and that wasn't good enough for her, so I had to tear all that back down and put up the other tree that she likes.
Bless her heart. Good lad, Kyle. Good lad.
Yeah, I does what I can. That and I'm playing with another new toy I got.
What'd you get? What'd you get? Ah.
I got it at a estate sale for $50. I'm gonna take it to work.
Drill, baby, drill.
Impact.
Or impact, yeah.
I've never had a Milwaukee, so that's a first for me. So
Oh, really?
we're gonna put it through its paces because we use DeWalt at work. So
Okay.
I'm gonna put it through its paces.
Yeah, the one company I work for fairly regularly, all they use is Milwaukee. They seem to work.
Yeah, I mean they're really. Whenever I did moonlighting working on cars and shit, that's all we used was Milwaukee. So
Yeah,
first
they
Milwaukee of my own.
Yeah, I have a Milwaukee impact like that upstairs for stuff around the house.
Well, since I've been doing maintenance, I've been making a go bag for stuff that I can do like around the house here, and that's got all my various crap that I need to
Yep.
for like if I need to change a door lock or fix a hinge or something like that, and I can just grab the bag and go. Quick and easy.
Traveling man.
Well, I mean, like if I get called in to do something, or if I need to go help a friend change a door lock, I can just grab the bag, throw it in the truck, and go.
Mhm. You're always on call.
Yeah. Always something to do.
Yeah, I hear you there, brother.
I mean, especially for maintenance. Like if I get like if somebody snaps a toilet, then I got to go rush in and do that. So
Yeah, that's something that can't really wait.
nah, like it's an emergency and I got to go in. So I kind of just grab what I need and go. I just throw my work uniform on and sling the truck keys and get.
Yeah, buddy.
Well, I mean, it's different because whenever I was a custodian, we always had to turn in our keys at the end of our shift. Well, with maintenance, we have to take our keys home with us every day because if something happens and we need to come back in for an emergency or something, we gotta grab it and go.
Yeah, for sure.
I didn't mind being a custodian, but I'm glad I'm not one.
Yeah, you like to change?
Well, I mean, it's maintenance is kind of more in my wheelhouse. Is what I've always done. It's
Yeah.
just what I'm used to.
There you go. That makes sense.
Like, don't get me wrong, like being a custodian was an easy job, but it's not something that I wanted to do long term. But it allowed me to get my foot in the door, so to speak. And then they kind of saw how I work, and then it was just kind of over from there.
Yeah, natural progression,
Well, the
so to speak.
maintenance guy who did it by himself for 6 months, how it works at the university, there's no cross play. Like I can't, as a custodian, help the maintenance guy. Well, I kind of threw that to the wind several times because he was working it by himself, and so like if I was going in to do something, I would go in and fix some stuff or do some light duty stuff, and he'd sneak me tools to help out or this or that. So, and then he became the supervisor, which is the boss. So then, yeah, he kind of helped that process along a little bit. But that's what we got started on now. We got the breastplate and the bulk of the silver bits painted. I got to do the helmet yet, and then we'll move on to the to the browns. And then I'll strong tone this boy, and we'll let him sit for a few minutes.
I'm dry brushing this black rat with a little brown just to see.
I'll make you a little brown on the edges.
Can you mix it with other paints? I imagine you could.
The black?
Right. Yeah, that black hole stuff.
Yeah, it's an acrylic. I mean, I don't see why you couldn't.
You'd probably defeat the purpose of it, though, I think.
Yeah. I haven't tried yet. Well, just probably one thing I mess around with and do.
Try it and see. It's like you and Fritz both told me whenever I was getting into it. Try it and see. At the very least, you can paint it all black and start over.
Nordic
Yes,
says,
sir.
I'd imagine that black would probably overpower the other colors.
Yeah, probably.
just-
Probably.
It just sucks you right in, Kyle. It's evil. Evil black paint.
Yeah, I can see that.
It absorbs, and I like that term. It absorbs 99% of the light.
99.4% now.
Yeah, it just sucks in everything. You just consumed. Freaking black hole.
I don't know if that'll show up on this
That-
camera or not.
Although you're about to step into Shelob's lair.
It's too close. It's probably too close to the lens. It just doesn't. There it is. Wait a minute. There it was.
Wait, hold on, let me see something. Maybe I can do this. Let's try this. Let's not give this
Yes,
camera
canvas.
something to look at.
There it is. Perfect. Yeah, boy, is that black. You can't see anything.
Yes, you're getting there. I imagine that'd be good for terrain, like if you wanted to do like a night type of thing.
I
Like
can see
you-
the brown.
Like if you wanted something like really black and foreboding, yeah, I could see myself using that for terrain.
I can definitely see the brown highlights.
Hmm.
But you can kind of see it while this dang camera is creating its own shadow.
Just look at that.
Let me see if we can't get it to focus without a shadow. You can kind of see the brown with the camera. See it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There. There's the brown.
Huh.
Yeah, it absorbs your soul.
Literally.
Yeah, it's neat. It'll be fun to mess around with. It'll definitely be fun to mess around with.
I could see me using that for like some type of like terrain piece, like I'm on Soul or something like that.
Yeah.
Dark, where it's very foreboding.
Wraiths.
Well,
Yep.
even with Lord of the Rings, use it for the cloaks of the ring wraiths.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be really kind of give that dark and foreboding kind of tone.
Yeah. Or even if you didn't use it for the cloaks, use it for where the void is, where their faces are underneath the hood,
Exactly.
the cowl, the hood, whatever.
Yep, exactly.
It'll definitely have its place. Definitely be finding uses for it.
So I wonder if you were playing a space battle game with starships on the battlefield. And usually you use this mat. It's sometimes got star fields in it, for looks. Otherwise, it's a black, with maybe some stars in it. But I wonder if you use that for the bases. Usually you use a little base and it's got a peg on it that elevates the model, so it's floating there. So I wonder if you use that paint on that base and, take a toothbrush with some white paint on it and shoot it on the base so it gives a little star appearance to it.
Yeah.
But the black itself would be practically invisible, I think.
Oh yeah, it would just disappear into the mat.
That would be nice.
Well, actually, the thing is though, the mat itself, I mean, let me see. Let me find something that's okay. This is fairly black, right?
Mm-hmm. Look at that. Yeah.
So if the mat were as black,
Yeah.
then it would, just poof, gone.
Yeah, like you wouldn't even see it.
The cap is fairly black to this. Now there's going to be some shine because it's plastic,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
but still, you'd have to really, like, there it kind of disappears because I'm hiding in the shadow, but
Yeah.
so even the mat itself, you'd have to, I'm sure they would sell mats that have 99, or whatever effect at this paint. I think they would something like that. Might be a little pricey, but it would be a neat showcase to that game. Whether it's a outer space skirmish game, or like you said, you're just doing a traveler or doing a Cowboy Bebop or whatever, something like that, and you're in space doing a ship battle or chase or race or.
Yeah, good point. Nordic says you'd have to use an airbrush on your mat and use that paint.
Yeah,
you could do that.
Yes, you probably could. Just get that mat just as black as the basis, and they would. I bet you they would practically disappear.
That'd be worth doing. Actually, I'd get into that. Little floating ships.
Yeah, it definitely would be neat. People play naval games with ships and stuff. I've seen somebody do something ingenious. Those old shower doors? They kind of got a texture to them that, you can't see through it, but it just distorts things. It's like rippled.
Bubbles or something. Rippled.
Yep.
I've seen someone take that and put it on the top of their table, and it's held up by maybe 4 inches of dowels or something, or cups or something. It's held up above. And what they have under that is like a blue cloth, and they've got all kinds of aquarium terrain sitting under there. And then the ships go on the top where the shower door is. So you're looking down through the water, and it's got this transparency to it. It's actually really good.
Hey, that's a slick idea.
Yeah, pretty cool.
That is a really, really slick idea. Because you could do that even if you wanted to have a little scene, if you were like in the elemental plane of air, water, fire, put something orange underneath, like flames. You could do. Yeah, that's a slick idea. I like that.
Yeah, something to try out. Naval games. You could do it, Squirrel, because you play little skirmish actions and stuff, so you could do a decent sized little table there where it's elevated with the door and all this aquatic terrain underneath and maybe monsters underneath. And the ship's on the top surface.
Yep. I gotta paint the bottoms of these. Almost there, guys.
Well, I got this guy's shield all done. So this is before strong tone, so bear with me. I don't know if y'all can see that very good, but that's what these shields, they're a pain in the butt. to get that tree design going.
What are you doing, squirrel? Can't hear you. I can see it, Kyle.
And how I do that, and y'all are gonna laugh at me, but instead of dry brushing, like how you would dry brush up or down or whatnot, I actually dab. So I'll take my brush and dab it on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you, Miss Sadrock. It's just because I want to keep that brown undertone or that black undertone, and so instead of like dry brushing over the whole shield, I'm basically dabbing it on the high points, or at least the high points I can see.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, that looked cool. Now I got it figured out. Now I know how to swap everything around.
they're a pain in the butt to paint, Squirrel, especially the ones on the breastplate. They're a pain in the butt.
I can imagine. But that's part of the joy, is the pain in the butt.
Well, I've been finding out that if I strong tone them, the strong tone will actually go into the recess and won't touch the high bit. So basically, the strong tone's helping me out a crap ton.
Oh,
So-
okay.
Thank you, Miss Sadrock. Looking very good. Yeah, we're getting there. Gonna do the flesh and some other bits, and you'll be good to go. And then something else what people are gonna call me crazy for, but like I have Vallejo Express color, like 2 different color browns. Well, I'll put that chalk paint down first, that dark stuff, and then I'll go over it with my Express paint once it dries, because it dries super freaking quick, and it adds a darker kind of mid-tone to it.
Well, that makes sense.
So this is after I put the battle dress brown on it. See how it darkens everything? And it'll darken up the shield areas, the hair. It'll darken up like the kilt that we got going on. Which once again, I'm not going for a really dark tone, but I want it darker than that. And plus, this will leave a little bit of shine on it.
There you go.
So I'm kind of cheating. I'm kind of using both.
I don't think that's cheating. It's just called a technique.
Yeah. Well. And then, so yeah, I got to do some flesh and then strong tone. So I'm not relying on my speed paints as heavily. I'm doing everything traditional, but I'm just using the speed paint kind of like Jess does. I'm using the speed paints as washes.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, they do work good for that.
But I'm doing all my base coats with acrylic, and then I'm literally just use them like a wash.
Yep, you can speed paints can operate as a colored wash.
Yep. Because the only really washes I have are strong tone and flesh tone. Well, flesh tone's red, so obviously I'm not putting that over silver armor.
No,
That just looks stupid. But
yeah, I've got a strong tone, flesh tone, and soft tone.
mm-hmm.
I use the soft tone on the speed paints, believe it or not, and it really does help them pop.
Really, maybe that's what I need to do, because strong tone on speed paint don't do it for me. Like, it just, like I said, like I can do it 3 or 4 or 5 times and it won't darken up enough. So maybe soft tone. Maybe I'm trying to go too dark with it.
Yeah, the soft tone, well, I wouldn't say helps them pop, but it does still add to what a wash usually does. It does it.
Yeah.
And it softens the colors of the paint, but I base mine and I prime mine in it's almost a white.
I prime mine in gray if I'm using
Yeah,
speed
it's a
paint.
gray. It's a Vallejo gray, but
Mhm.
the way it dries is it's
Yep. Yep.
a dull white.
Yep. I've got some of the same stuff, and if I'm using speed paints, that's what I use.
Yeah, and the colors come out nice with it. They work real good with it, I think.
Well, some that I noticed about speed paint is if you prime it all white, the colors are really, really bright.
Yes.
And especially with these guys where it's kind of dark, kind of grim, kind of not so bright. I prime it in gray and it dulls it down enough to where it's kind of more believable in my eyes.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yep. Nope. It's a little softer. It's not. It doesn't pop. It doesn't. Yeah. Some of the colors you do on white primer, it almost looks cartoony.
Exactly, and I don't like that.
No,
So
not especially for what you're doing there. I mean, some you might want a little more of a cartoony look, but
not these
not.
guys.
Nope. Not those models.
No, like if I wanted to do like a cartoony, like I would do like a two-tone wash or something to kind of give them that kind of real cartoony look. But like Tolkien's world is, especially during the War of the Ring, it's dark, it's gritty, it's grim, it's foreboding. Doesn't really scream cartoon to me.
No.
So
No, it does not.
I don't do white for that reason. I did my Greeks white, and they turned out really, really nice.
Cool.
But I had, once again, I strong toned the crap out of them to tone them down. Believe it or not, especially the shields. I had to strong tone the snot out of the shields to get them to tone down.
Really?
Yep. Just too bright.
Huh.
Like if I
Huh.
put that glittering, well, it's hoplite gold is what it is. The Armory Painter Gold speed paint, hoplite gold.
Yeah.
If you put that over white, it's bright. Like
Oh yeah.
it's bright. So I strong tone the crap out of it.
Yeah. Unless you want something really bright and shiny, like a pile of treasure or something. Yeah, you don't want to.
No, like I don't need it that, like I kind of even did it too, where I took another speed paint, like I took it's brazen copper, I think's the name of it, and kind of just blotted it, kind of like how I do these shields, just to kind of add like a weathered effect.
Yes.
I don't know. I've been playing an experiment. I've been playing around.
Yeah, that's the fun of this. It's the fun of painting this kind, doing this kind of stuff. You get to mess around and you get to f around and find out.
Yep, literally. And I've had a lot of good things where like, oh, that looks really freaking good. But on the flip side, I've had been like, oh no, that's garbage. Let's reprime and do that one again.
Yeah, do over.
Yeah, repeat. I need a take back on that.
Yeah. I'll be
Like,
right back. I gotta head upstairs. I gotta use the bathroom real quick.
okay. All right. Now this is what it looks like after the strong tone hits it. See what I was talking about, Fritz? How that it darkens up the breastplate sigil
Mm-hmm.
and kind of makes it pop.
Mm-hmm.
So that
Very
one's
good.
done.
Another one bites the dust.
I got 16 more to go. Uh-oh, Nordic can't find his old Lord of the Rings minis.
I got some set aside for Kyle. I found my old ones.
Oh my. Let me get a picture of these guys and I'll post it.
The original edition of the game had some nice models.
That one. And then we'll flip these guys around. I like the old metal. Yeah, yeah. I love the design of these minis. I love the look of them. I'm actually planning on getting some Rohan based ones at some point. I can do some of the Rohirrim as well. There you go, guys. That's the progress.
Like the one with brown on the shield, the lighter brown.
Yeah, I strong toned the shield, thinking, okay, well that's going to help the cause, and it almost went completely black. Which is that's an easy fix, just a simple touch up and go. I've painted 6 today. I ain't painting no more tonight.
Your mic is really sensitive. Can hear every breath you're taking.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd never normally have it completely on.
Is that a new mic?
No, it's the same one that I've always had.
Yeah.
I'm just not on press to talk anymore.
Hmm.
Almost completely forgot the squirrel was doing this.
Okay, it's been on for 5 hours and 9 minutes.
Oh my!
I joined him. I've been here about 4.5.
Well, y'all been getting after it.
Not painting or anything. I'm just sitting here like a blob.
Yeah, just kind of relaxing.
I'll be painting tomorrow. Squirrel creeping around his basement. There he is. All hunched up.
Crouching squirrel, hidden acorn.
Yep.
A little quick taste test of the almond bean. Delicious.
There you go.
She's making fresh cornbread to go with it.
Oh boy, that's the kicker right there.
Oh yeah,
Cornbread.
cornbread. Mm-hmm. Yes,
Wow.
sir.
Magnifique. All right, Nordic's looking for some photos here.
Oh my.
Let's find some. He's going back to Middle Earth next year for miniatures. He likes the old metal characters. I like metal minis. I'm hooked on them. I do some plastics from time to time, but I'm a metal guy. That's just me. He's done.
Makes me want some stroganoff.
Yep.
Stroganoff. Stroganoff's good too. We haven't had that in a while. Maybe we'll do that this week sometime.
Are you off, squirrel?
Yeah, for now. Unless something pops up. Something pops up, I'll jump up and grab it.
Yeah.
Yeah, co-worker / buddy of mine, long time. We worked together 20 some years. We jump around from different companies together. He tried to get a hold of me earlier. I'll give him a call back. There might be work. He might know some work from a different company this week. I might go do that if it's close.
Yeah.
There's always money to be made doing what I do.
Yeah. No, it's kind of the same with me. I don't turn down work unless I absolutely have to.
Yeah, same here. Or I want to. If I got a few extra shekels under the mattress, I might say, you know what? I'm taking a breather.
Oh my. And I just enjoy my job. So if they have work for me, then absolutely.
I was talking earlier. I got something on the books that's for certain in January, mid-January, for 17 days straight.
Eek.
That'll be a
Yeah,
nice.
yeah,
That'll be a
you
nice
get
hit.
there.
It's over in Indiana somewhere.
Oh,
Not sure. It's a hot job. It's a glass tank, which they're brutal.
gotcha.
They're brutal, but it's double time every day, all day.
Double time for 17 days straight? Absolutely. I'll take that all day, every day. If they're like, hey, you got to work 17, you best believe I'll pack my bag and leave there. Like
Yep.
I'll live there.
10-hour shifts.
Yep. We'll be hitting those here pretty soon with turnover. So
Yeah, I thought I'd do it's minimum 10-hour shifts. There's rarely, barely an 8-hour shift, and that's only if it's unavoidable.
yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing. Like whenever we're doing turn, like we're turning over the apartments, could be 10s, could be 12, could be 16s.
Yeah.
I won't know until I get in there.
Oh, that might be what he's calling for. Is Hussy Copper. We'll see. I'll call him later. I might take a couple more days off.
Yeah, well, I mean, as much as I like to work, it's you gotta have rest. So
Yeah, and I'm blessed. I've been doing what I've been doing for 30 years, so I'm fairly well established. So it's if I say no, thank you, it's not really held against me.
yeah. Whereas I'm the young buck, so yeah. If I
Yeah,
say no, it is held against me.
Yeah, yeah, same here when I was younger. What are you doing calling off? What are you doing turning down work? What are you doing?
Yep, exactly. What are you doing turning off work? And what do you mean you don't want this or you don't want that? And it's like, so I kind of developed the habit of, hey, if there's work, I'm gonna do it.
Yep,
So,
that's what we definitely attempt to instill in the young ones coming up. Like, dude, you don't turn work down, buddy. You just
no.
don't.
I've gone to work hurt, beat up, and sick, and I've gone in when I quite frankly should have stayed at home.
Oh yeah.
But never miss work. I've gone out in bad roads and everything else, and they were kind enough to give me the job and help me get the job. Then yeah, anything they need, just give me anywhere from half hour to an hour and a half to get there, and I'll be there. So
Yep.
that's yeah. So that's kind of yeah. Like I don't turn down work. I'm just like I got a very old school work ethic. Like I'll work 7 days a week if they let me, but they won't let me.
Yeah, sevens are nice on a good run.
Yeah. Well, especially during like summertime, whenever we're turning over dorms and apartments, we'll work 14, 15, 20 days straight. So
Yeah, nice last real big hit I ever was. I've been on, well, lately. It's probably been 4 years ago. That was down in Louisiana.
Mhm.
It was 65 days straight, and I was in charge of a
what
crew.
do you do, Squirrel?
And the crew, I had about 20 some guys on, and I was there at least because I was running a crew. We were working 12s and we were shaking hands, so I had to be there an hour early and stay an hour late. So it was at least 14 hours a day for 65 days straight.
Yeah. What do you do, Squirrel? I just think you told me this once.
It's people don't remember because it's such an oddball thing. I work in an industry called refractory.
Okay.
If there's steel mill, copper, aluminum, titanium, glass, coke ovens, and power plants, coal fired,
Mm.
like the fracking plant,
Oh yeah.
yeah, refinery, stuff like that. If it uses high heat and melts it, we go in and repair and reline whatever that molten steel, copper, titanium, and we go into the furnaces, into the ladles, the heat treat furnaces, the annealing furnaces, the boilers for the power plants, and we tear out and replace the refractory. It's a insulation. It's a lining, but it comes in different forms. It could be brick. It could be like it looks like concrete, but it's not. It's called shotcrete
Yes.
or gunite.
Hmm.
Uh,
We use it at the
ceramic,
hall all the time.
Yep, ceramic fiber, mineral wool.
That shit'll cut you. Ask me how
Yeah.
I know.
Oh yeah, all kinds of that nasty stuff. So yeah, that's what I do, and I go all over. I've been to Hawaii, California, Puerto Rico, uh, Ohio, PA, West Virginia, anywhere and everywhere you can think of. I've pretty much been in some part of some state at some point or another.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of different
Yeah,
steel
but you get
mills.
to travel and see the world, though. So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you get to travel, see the world, meet some new people and different people, and try different local foods and stuff. It's not bad, but usually when the job's done, pack up and leave.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
it's done, time to clock the hell out and get the hell home.
Yep, don't really stick around. Now, I can, if I don't have a company vehicle, if I have my own vehicle, or they flew me in and I have a rental, I'll just say, hey, we're shipping out on the 15th. Well, you set my ticket for the 18th, which will be paid for anyways, but I'll cover the room in the rental for those 3 days because I want to look around. I want to, and most companies are like, yeah, sure, we got nothing important for you for, you know what I mean? So sometimes it works out. I could, but I never really have.
Yeah.
I know a lot of folks that have done that, and hey, good for them.
Well, I mean, it kind of makes you, especially like after pulling that type of shift, kind of makes you miss home.
Yep. We'll get home, get back to relaxing, see the old battle axe, hang out with the cats, and do some miniatures or whatever.
Yeah, hang out with Zaddy a little bit.
Yep.
I see she's still lurking around. How you doing, Miss Zaddy? How's the food going?
Yeah, she's upstairs, man in the helm. Oh, wow, that's 7 people in here now. Cool.
Yeah. Closing
Cool,
in
cool,
on
cool.
possibly finding footage from. Yeah, Nordic find them. I want to see them. So what you getting into, James? I see you over there lurking around. What's up?
Hey, James L., what's up, buddy? Good to have you. Glad to see you around.
Waking up and making breakfast. I'm good. Zaddy making cornbread. Oh my Lord, have mercy.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, I'd go for some cornbread right now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
He does
homemade
good work.
cornbread. Oh. You keep making that cornbread like that, Zaddy, and I might stop by for dinner.
Yeah, you're only about an hour and a half away. More than welcome.
Yes, sir. I get things. I've been pulling extra hours this month and everything, trying to cover Christmas and.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
She's
Yes,
up there.
ma'am.
You hear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we love having guests.
Mhm. Yes, ma'am.
What do you think of those, James L?
How many you got on that table right now, Squirrel?
Right here?
Yeah.
63.
63. You're doing 63 at a time. I really need to step it up here.
63. I was showing James L that black paint on those two bases. I think he got to see him on the Discord the other day, but yeah, 63 of them.
Wow. 15 mil?
Yep. And I got at least probably just as many yet to do. Maybe more.
Oh my. What's the army you're building?
Well, it's for the Barons War skirmish rules.
Uh,
And the blue ones are for the Kingdom of Kaldor and Harn World. And the
Gotcha.
green ones, I haven't quite decided. I think it's just going to be, they'll both be for in the Kingdom of Kaldor, but two different barons fighting
Gotcha.
over, land or a petty slight or whatever. I haven't quite put any fine detail to that thought, but
Mm. Yeah.
this is going to really not be fun. Actually, they set pretty nice. Oh boy. Begins a real headache. Well, I got glue these pole arms and shields to some of these guys.
Gotcha.
Where's my other headpiece? Here it is.
You know that's one thing that I've still have yet to buy is one of those
Oh yeah, the one,
Optivisor. That's the word.
yeah, the one that Fritz has, and I have one as well. Actually, I gave that one away to a buddy of mine because he's getting into painting miniatures. But I have the same model, same one that Fritz has. I had. You get those Amazon, $20, not even.
Yeah.
And this one I got at Harbor Freight, like $13. And,
Yeah.
it's got the light. It's got the two different lenses. It's got, they're a boon. They are a boon to have. Doesn't matter what scale. They're really a real help.
Wow. So what you're saying is I have no excuse for not getting one.
Sure, why not?
Oh my.
Boy, I gotta put this somewhere. I won't lean into it.
So what are you getting into, Fritz?
I'm still prepping my Flames of War.
Mhm.
I got all the tanks put together, put stowage on them the other day, and they're ready for priming.
Yeah.
So I'm probably going to do that this week. I'm going to I've got another sprue of infantry I have to get desprued and cleaned up and primed. I'm going to do that this week. And as much priming as I can with them. And then there's my commission. Russian.
Gotcha.
I'm still working on them. For the most part, that's what I'm doing. Maybe a little bit with my werewolf if I'm feeling for something different. That's it. Not that much. Today's my day off.
Yeah. Get to relax a little bit.
I don't know if it's relaxing, but it's definitely not painting.
Hmm.
You do it every freaking day, so it's nice to take time off from just doing that.
Hmm. Yeah.
Do something
but-
else.
Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been working so much I haven't had much time to paint this week at all. Kind of made up for it. I got 3 done. That's kind of good enough for the week.
Yeah, it's progress.
I don't have to rush on these guys because that's what I was trying to avoid. Because I thought, speed paint would help the process. Nope, just kind of. Which I mean, don't get me wrong. Like they look fine as they were, but you can clearly tell they needed more. So yeah, so that's kind of what's on my docket, and then I got those 15s you sent me, and then I'll go from there.
There you go. Oh,
Yeah, there you go, Nordic. Very, very good. I like those. Very well done. Yeah, Nordic. I want to do some Rohan stuff too at some point. Um, but I kind of want to repaint these guys and make these guys looking as good as I physically can. At least for now. Because yeah, Gondor's a lot of silver and blue and gold and stuff like that. Rohan's more greens and browns and kind of that kind of more earthy kind of tones. A lot of greens and golds and stuff like that.
Oh. You're going to play a game.
Huh?
When are you going to play a game?
And whenever I got time. Whenever that is. Very well done, Nordic. Very well done. I like it.
Sir Yums. I saw Rachel was at PAX Unplugged.
Yeah.
oh yeah, that's right.
She had bad dice rolls from what she's saying. Poor Rachel, she got bad dice everywhere.
She played Shadow Dark, and
Hmm.
what she's never played it before. I don't know if she knows too much about old school games, but she played a spellcaster.
Hmm.
And what did she say? She said, well, let me go back and read what she said real quick here. Where'd she put it? In the Rogues, I think. Rogues. Den?
Yeah, Rogue's Den, I think. Yeah, she put it in Rogue's Den.
Oh, there it is. She said, blah, 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 blah. Today I have Shadow Dark, blah, blah, blah. My rolls in Shadowdeck were pathetic, lost all my spells, and was just a nuisance to the team, just like last year's playthrough. So I don't know what level she was playing, but she's not going to have many spells. She's lucky she has one spell. She's level 1,
Yeah.
maybe 3. So, but that's old school games, right?
Yep.
You know, you're not going to have a hell of a lot of spells. Anyway, the whole idea is if you're a spellcaster in OSR games, you're going to be weak in the beginning, but you're going to be very powerful later on. That's the whole idea behind it.
Mm.
And it's just a matter of surviving. So
Yeah.
Well, have a good team makes survival kind of easy.
she says she likes Shadow Dark, but spellcasters have it rough. A good intro to fantasy RPGs type of game. So I kind of felt that maybe it's because she was playing an OSR game and not used to having so little power as a spellcaster. I mean, even in first level, if you're a first level character, the GM usually makes you take certain spells which aren't very combat oriented. Like read magic is one that comes up, and like you gotta have that. So you don't have room. You might have room for one spell that's an offensive spell, like magic arrow or something, and that's it. Once you cast it, you're done for the game.
Yeah. Well,
That's
in
kind of why
convention
I play
games,
soldiers.
usually convention games, the DMs they have the pre-gen, so they keep that in mind.
I
At
don't
least
know what level she was playing.
in my experience.
She blew out her spells like she always does. But
That's why if I'm playing an OSR game, I'm playing a fighter normally.
see, the thing is with spellcasters in OSR games, it assumes that you're going to be playing a really smart freaking spellcaster. You're supposed to be useful in other ways. It isn't just casting spells. You know?
Yep.
That's what you're supposed to be doing as a player. That's the fun of it. So I don't know.
And usually OSR, unless it's a module, it's usually not. The thought, in my opinion, isn't on just a couple of sessions and that's it. It's over the long haul, longer campaign. So your spellcaster does get more powerful.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Have you tried any of this stuff, Kyle?
Tamira, Weathering Master? No.
Yeah, Weathering
What is
Master?
Yeah, no.
It's really neat. Fritz turned me on to this the other day on one of his shows. This particular brand, I'm sure they make all kinds, all different manufacturers, but this comes with 3 different colors, tones, or whatever.
Right.
And I opened one of these. It's got a little makeup brush. It's like a dusting.
So how do you use it?
You put it on like an eyeliner or makeup, or not that we've ever put makeup on, but yeah, you just get or maybe you have. I don't know. You do you, brother. But
I never have done that one.
You know what I mean? You kind of get this on the sponge and you just kind of dust it onto the miniature before you would seal it.
Okay, so it kind of adds that weather effect to it.
It can add little dirt, little mud, little, on the bottom of this miniature. You might be able to see it. It might come in. Quit moving your hand. You can kind of see how it's muddy on the bottom of the chainmail?
Yeah.
It adds that kind of effect.
Okay, so you just literally dab it on.
Yeah, you just kind of brush it on, and it's like a light, fine dust, like a makeup. And then I spray sealed it because I'm assuming if you were to brush seal it, that you probably smudge it or smear it around. So I just used a spray rattle can sealer on it, and it looks neat. Something to think of. think about
Absolutely.
incorporating. I tried them.
Weathering?
Yeah, Weathermaster. This
Tamiya.
particular brand is the one I got that Fritz was using. Tamiya.
Okay.
Yeah, Tamiya.
But like I said, I'm sure there's all kinds of different manufacturers.
Absolutely.
And it wasn't that expensive.
No,
Is it
like I'm
called-
looking right now, like they're not very expensive at all.
They call it weathering powder.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Is it weathering powder?
Yep.
Yeah, I
Yep.
used it on my bases, Kyle. Just instead of highlighting with paint, I
Mm.
used it on the bases themselves, because I got texture on it from the spackle, and it just looked fantastic.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
Well, yeah, I'll have to get me some.
You just have to remember to seal it afterwards. That's the
Mhm.
important part.
Yeah.
It'll smudge
Yeah.
and come off.
Because it'll smudge off, flake off, fall off. Yeah, it's a powder.
Yeah. But if it does what I want it to does, then I can, yeah. Nordic's got pages after pages after pages of stuff he's looking through now. The search continues.
Sally Forth.
Oh my.
Wasn't that a comic strip?
Who knows? It might have been.
Sally Forth.
Yeah, it might have been. Do the shields on these guys, and these guys will be pretty much done.
Well, squirrels walking, rocking, and rolling.
Yeah, it's taken me a while, but I've been taking breaks and working and et cetera, et cetera. So
Yeah, but you got to take breaks.
for sure,
How else do you keep fresh?
that's right. Let me see here. Oh, I believe I'm gonna have to stay a while. Well, you guys go over here. Oh.
So a first level OSE spellcaster gets one spell at first level. That's it.
Yep.
They get two spells at they get two spells at second level, a grand total of 2, and they're both first level spells. So it's not much. So I could see her getting drained of magic spells really quick. She doesn't approach it with a little bit of smarts. 1d4 hit points at level 1.
Yeah, that takes a little forethought. At times.
Especially if you're coming from playing Pathfinder 2.
Oh, geez, yes.
I think
Really, any modern, newer
yeah.
version of D&D.
Does a first level spirit cleric get a spell? No.
No.
They have turning, and that's about it.
Hmm.
I like turning. That's great. I fell in love with the cleric because of basic D&D and AD&D. I love those clerics.
Yeah, clerics can be pretty cool, pretty fun.
Turning was always cool. Go hunt me some undead and turn them.
Right.
Yeah, if it works, it works.
Pathfinder has turning, but it's something that you take as a feat or something. So, yeah.
I don't know. I never played a cleric in Pathfinder to find out. I was always the fighter. Hit like a truck, but I couldn't turn undead.
Well, it's a combat game. Of course, you're going to play a fighter.
Played fighter with everything. That's what I started with. That's normally the first character in any system that I play. It's going to be a fighter.
Rangers are cool in Pathfinder.
Yeah. Well, depends on what you're doing. If you're locked in a mega dungeon, not so much. But yeah, but every class did okay. Really, the only class that I wouldn't play in the vault would be kineticist. You just don't like the to hit stuff doesn't scale very well with that. If I was playing something open with a little less intensity, then I would go with kineticist. But I'll tell you, the class that surprised me the most in Pathfinder was the Magus. I wasn't expecting it to go as deep as it did, or to hang as tough as it did. Well, see, the principle of a Magus squirrel is you're a spellcaster, but you have something called spell strike, and you use your melee attack bonus to cast a spell, and you're casting a spell through a weapon. So, like, if say your arcane spell attack is plus 14 and your melee is plus 18, then you're going to deliver that spell with a plus 18.
Oh, okay.
And then if you hit, not only do you do the damage of the weapon, but then you also do the damage of the spell.
Oh, neat.
And if the melee strike is a critical hit, then the spell is also a critical hit.
Ah.
So you do the critical for the melee strike, and then you figure out the critical for the spell, and then you add them, and that's what the creature takes.
Okay, then.
And the Magus was really surprised me because, like I said, because normally I'm a fighter main. Like, I just like that sword and shield kind of play style. I always have. It's just kind of always been my jam. Like I said, I'm Lord of the Rings nut. Huge fan of Gondorian soldiers. So yeah, sword and shield's my jam. Always has been. But it did really well. I was really surprised.
Neat.
Nordic found some.
What are talents, Arn? Is that an OSE? Does it have talents? What the hell's talents?
I don't think there's talents in OSC. Maybe 5e or something.
No, those are feats.
Specialization. Weapon specialization for fighters. Is that what you're talking about? Carrion Crawler magazine. The OSC author added options for talents. Ah, okay.
Ah. Oh, I did order issue 4 of Knock magazine. That's a fun one.
Yeah.
That's a real fun one.
There you go.
Is that all generic stuff?
Knock?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll grab a copy just to show you guys. It's mainly for like the OSE BX. It's generic.
James says, need to find my turquoise paint and my trolls because that's what I have resolved to do. Well done, James. I can't wait to see them.
Yeah, do it. Get it. Yeah, I've got the first 3 issues.
Let's see.
Here's that's knock 1. That's what it looks like.
Mm.
Oh, wow.
They're pretty thick too.
Imagine fighting that guy.
Nice.
And oh, here's something on the back.
Yep.
And they're just like and they have a cover actually of different things. Just different random stuff, different ideas, different some essays on different things about traps, and here's a neat one, 300 useless magic loot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like
Oh, look at those corn muffins. Is
Yeah,
that
I
it,
know,
Dustin?
right?
Wow. Damn.
Like the first one, it had a guy wrote up a neat thing about keep on the borderlands and archaeology and why there probably isn't any names in that adventure. Effects of monster derangement syndrome. Like these are really, really neat.
Mm-hmm.
Like here's a optional player race, I guess, but you know the OSC is races class. You know the first iteration. It's like BX or basic or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got like the living harness. Basically, you're like a living piece of armor.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Living suit of armor. And it has the level progression, the THACO, everything listed. The ne'er-do-well. Yes, you can have a ne'er-do-well. What else? The Naked Wanderer.
Ah,
You know, there's some light.
That's a class?
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
some lighthearted stuff and some. They're neat. They're neat. They're worth it. They're worth getting. Like D66 former occupations. Before leaving for adventure, you were a grave robber, burglar, itinerant dog shaver, wizard's factotum, and then but see, like grave robber,
your background.
yeah, you have A or B. So then you can roll a D6. 1 through 3 is A, 4, 5, 6 is B. So like grave robber, you have a 1 in 6 chance of resisting energy drain. Or you could end up with a 1 in 6 chance per night of being haunted. No benefits of rest.
That'll do it.
Yeah, fisherman, ghost hunter, pilgrim. They're really every single one of them. Here's issue 2. Here's the cover.
Mm-hmm.
And they all have the same page count, similar on the inside cover. You know, you can take it off. It's got the sleeve or whatever you want to call it. It wraps around. I mean, every bit, even the inside. Like this one has a, what is it? What's this one have? Map of Gloomywood. Okay, it's a little hex map. Oh, pardon me. We got a little hex map of just some area if you could use for an adventure or campaign or whatever.
Wow.
Of Gloomywood, and it's got all the points of interest on that map in this inside cover, inside sleeve.
Wow. That's
or outside
awesome.
sleeve. And I mean, even except for the actual cover, like even the back, like it's packed. Every page is not wasted.
Wow.
There's something something of use, something. There's a map, like on the inside cover here.
Yeah, there's
Well,
options.
Yep. Yeah, every
Wow.
page is not wasted. I mean, it's really, really neat. Knight Errant Generator.
There you go.
And again, it's got other essays and ideas about gaming and adventures. And yeah, I'm happy I was able to get issue 4.
That's awesome.
Who publishes that? Knock Magazine.
This, I believe it's called Mary Mushman.
Mm.
Yeah, Knock, an adventure gaming bric-a-brac, being a compendium of miscellanea for use with old school role-playing games.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah,
So-
the Mary Mushman is who puts it out.
So Kyle, you could buy that book and use it with any set of OSR rules out there, because they're all based on D&D.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yep.
they're pretty plug and play.
That's cool. I like that.
And there's the cover of the 3rd one.
Oh wow. But speaking of which, guys, I gotta go help decorate the tree, so I'll be heading off here. But y'all be careful, be safe, have fun. I love you, Squirrel. Good to see you again, Miss Adderall. Keep the good food coming, and I'll see y'all first thing in the morning.
See
All
you,
right,
Kyle.
love you, man.
Take
Have a
care of
good day.
yourself.
Good
Yeah,
evening.
love you. Y'all take it easy.
Take care, Kyle.
Yeah, these are my fun go-to. If OSC hits the table, these are
Yeah.
probably sitting near it.
Nice.
Where I'll look through them and pick something out and earmark it for, next session. I'm going to use this chart.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're well worth the coin. They're a little pricey. I forget how much they are, but they're still well worth it.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of stuff for that.
You definitely get bang for your buck.
I'm trying to get Kyle more into OSR type games because it's so him. I mean, he would get so into it. Like he could buy one of those books and he'd have so many cool ideas for his games. He's always thinking of running campaigns and stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely.
OSR would be so much easier for him.
Definitely. That's the biggest appeal is it's just rules light, easy to learn, and it's all the OSR, OSC, whatever, BX. It was, as you know, more about rulings than rules.
Mm-hmm.
Player thinks it's something neat his character wants to do or should do, or I really want to learn to do this when I attack. Well, okay, and you go back and forth a little bit, and then you figure it out, and you've made your own feat, so to speak, or talent or something.
Mm-hmm.
And as you know, as long as everyone's cool with it, that everyone else at the table's cool with it, then do it, use it. Which that's what we really get a kick out of.
The only rule that mattered was the rule of the GM.
Yeah, of course, he's the final arbiter, but and a lot of times the answer wasn't on your character sheet.
Yeah.
What skill? What do a lot of times, the skills, what skill? Well, I want to look at this closely. Well, roll under your wisdom. Or roll, whatever. You just could use your attributes as a baseline for any skill type thing you want to do if you needed to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, those guys are going to dry for a while. Who's on there? Pole arms. Yeah, let's see here. Let's look at one of these. Let's look at the living harness. Let's read a little bit about the living harness. These suits of plate armor once belonged to superhero fighters who died on a dark and moonless night. Sometimes no one knows how or why. A hero's harness awakens. It walks out of the crypt or museum where it was left, getting rid of the mannequin or rotting corpse inside. It wanders the countryside, pondering the meaning of life. Combat. The living harness cannot wear any extra protection. It has a natural AC of 3. It can use any weapon.
Huh.
Upgrades. A living harness upgrades itself once every 3 levels, and then there's a table. And you can choose from the list below or discuss other improvements with your referee. Each upgrade can only be chosen once and requires a week of work at prohibitive cost. So you can up your AC by 1, get masterwork plating. And it is 1d3 times 1,000 gold paid to a master armorer. You can get engravings. You can add a 1+1 to your charisma. It's 1d6 times 1,000 gold paid to a master goldsmith or silversmith. Deluxe hinges, +1 to dex. Pay a dwarf engineer 2d6 times 1,000. Gnomish actuators, +1 to strength. Pay 2d6 times 1,000 gold to a gnome artificer. Spikes, unarmed damage is 1d8. It's 1d3 times 1,000 gold to a master blacksmith. Now, you don't need to eat or drink. Electricity does double damage. You can't receive mundane or magical healing. The harness must repair itself for each full day of work using appropriate tools. And the living harness does begin owning a full kit.
What is this? A class?
Yeah. It
A living
recovers
harness.
1d6 hit points.
Jeez.
Noisy. Living harnesses have trouble moving silently unless they stay totally motionless. Opponents are only surprised on a 1 in 6. They're immune to poison. They don't sleep. The worst enemy of a living harness. For every hour in a wet environment or wet weather, it has a 1 in 6 chance of losing 1 hit point.
Does it have a picture?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like a machine.
It's just a living suit of full plate. And there's other things like the requirement. You need to have a minimum wisdom score of 9. The prime requisite is wisdom for XP bonuses. The hit dice are a D8. The max level is 14. Can use all weapons. It can speak common language and alignment language. And then, like I said, it has all its, level progression, all the saving throws, its THAC0, its hit dice, the XP you need for the levels. There's the ne'er-do-well. Yeah, the naked wanderer.
That's great. See, they'd be fun to play.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's fun.
Yeah, these add a little shtick, a little fun, a little pulp to your old school game, your OSR type game. Swarm Lord. They only have a D4 for hit die.
Mm-hmm.
May wear leather and chain armor, but if so armored, cannot use some of their special abilities.
Sonny.
They surround themselves with a mob of eager and utterly loyal vermin, or indeed any kind of small creature such as birds, insects, snakes, rats, spiders, and similar. Yeah, there's and each one of these has, I think, yep, different races and classes. Like in the second one, I think this is the second one. Yeah, Knock 2, you have the Errant Friar.
Nice.
What else? Some of these are neat. The Bad Brownie. Oh, we have the Gray.
Yeah, there he is.
Little alien, little gray alien. So you can get gone. The Platyperson.
Is that a person? Yeah.
So yeah, whatever, however you want to go with it. The Beggar. The Otnagrag. The Otnagrag. Contemplative, peaceful giants with a strong connection to the wilds they love so much. Evolved away from the brutish ways of their parents, the ogres, possibly by interbreeding with humans, which explains why they're sometimes called half-ogres. The Beggar, the Prophet of Ruin. Yeah, there's, like I said, these things are just chock full. Let's see here. What are these other ones? And the third one. The Lost Droid. A metallic humanoid from another world who escaped or was rescued from the crash of a void ship that fell from the sky. It roams the world unaware of its rules, perplexed by the strange emotions that seem to rule its inhabitants. It may have become attached to a band of adventurers, perhaps along the way, discovering its own humanity hidden deep among the electrum circuits and power crystals.
Huh.
The Rat Catcher. The Blemmy, Blemye. Headless humanoids, facial features on their chests.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have fun getting gonzo with it. The Laser Mage. You'll get a kick out of this picture.
Yeah. That's wacky.
Space Vampire. The Chenote. The Chenote are a species of small plant-like beings renowned for their agility and cleverness. They weigh about 50 pounds and stand just below 3 foot tall.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got stuff about running games for larger groups. D20 Kids for your dungeons.
What is it? D20 Kids.
Yeah. Our dungeons and their surroundings are too often inhabited exclusively by adults. To remedy this, sprinkle your campaign with a measure of careless youth with the NPCs below. Unless stated otherwise, assume all kids are level 0 commoners with 1 hit point. Then you have like Blazing Sam, Click Click, a child skeleton who is aspiring to a quiet unlife until his family got turned to dust by a zealous cleric. He tries to be friendly and attempts communication by chattering his teeth. He may offer to play Knucklebones, which he did take from a relative. with an affable character. As a skeleton, yeah, treat as a skeleton with half the hit points.
Mhm.
Yeah, all kinds of really, really fun stuff. So I'm looking forward to getting issue 4. 'Cause I do use stuff out of that in the game sometimes, just to, you know, have a few chuckles.
Mhm. That'd be fun. You guys play OSE.
Yeah, that's the basic of our rules base. Yeah, it's OSC.
So D&D basic.
Yep. There's a little sprinkling of AD&D type rulings, and then some, you know, some else. Like I said before, the stack, the Troika initiative. We keep it a little more lighthearted when it comes to combat. It's not the old school, you know, what is it? Magic missile combat and whatever else for your 4 declarations of who goes when on your initiative turn. Everyone has a color. I use meeples, them little wooden figures. You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you mean.
Yep, I have a big can of those, and everyone picks a color to represent their character's initiative color, and then I throw the rest of the meeples in that. It's a plastic pretzel thing, you know, with a lid. Shake them up, and it's painted black, so I just pull them out, and as I'm pulling them out, putting them on the table, you get to see who goes when. Like go, 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 monster, monster, you, monster, 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 end around. And sometimes the way Troika, the way that stack works, there's one black meeple that's in that stack of colors, you know, in that canister. Anytime that black is drawn, that signifies the end of the combat round. You throw them all back in the tin, shake them up, and start over again. So, and every player character gets 2 colors, 2 of the same color, and the majority of your enemies will only get 1. So sometimes you can get 2 strikes in a round, but sometimes none, because the end of the round meeple was drawn, and well, nope, not this time.
Yep.
Now, for more intelligent, capable creatures, they might get 2 meeples, or even perhaps a dragon might get 4 or 5 meeples. And it doesn't necessarily represent, I like the way they explain it, doesn't necessarily represent agility. It represents more of cunning, experience, and knowledge of when to, you know, strike, where to strike. Like I said, we have fun with it.
It's good.
Like I said, my buddy, when he said he couldn't, the other fella said he couldn't make it, but maybe the next 2 weekends, if I'm off this coming weekend, I'll whip something up for OSE real quick, because it's easy to do. I'll probably pull something out of one of these knocks, because there's adventures in here.
Iron Man says, I always thought initiative should be based on intelligence more than dexterity.
Well, Arn, you would like Hackmaster, because it does give you a bonus. Well, it definitely gives you a bonus to hit. Intelligence does. I mean, look, I have the book. There's no real dump stat in Hackmaster. Maybe looks. Strength, wisdom. Yes. Yeah. High intelligence. Yeah. If you have an intelligence of 12, you get a +1 to attack. Intelligence of 15, a +2. Up to then intelligence 18, you get a +3. Wisdom could possibly give you an initiative modifier, possibly. But yeah, Dex does give you initiative. It gives you initiative, attack, and defense. And then your dodge saving throw and your feat of agility. But you got to have a pretty high dex to even get. You'll get a bonus to initiative at 14/51 dex.
My GM would like to add a stat to the character called situational awareness that would be used for initiative bonus and even perception, perhaps. See, the way Pathfinder 2 does it is really good. It's really good. I like this aspect of Pathfinder 2. It has a stat that isn't an ability score. It's called perception. It's not a skill. You can't improve it like you do other skills. It's called perception. And it's based on your wisdom bonus. And you can get good at it with training as well. It's called perception. So whenever initiative breaks out, you roll your D20 with perception modifier. Now, here's the part I really like. The way it works in Pathfinder is that sometimes you don't use your perception for initiative. What you use is your modifier for the particular activity that you're currently doing. Like, say a thief is currently hiding in the shadows using stealth. Stealth is a skill. It has a modifier associated with it. Well, the GM can rule that the thief will use his stealth for his initiative. So he'd roll D20 and add his stealth modifier. And it could be any skill, whatever you're doing the time the encounter breaks out. Maybe you're using acrobatics. Maybe you're in the middle of crossing a chasm on a tight rope. You'd use your acrobatics as your modifier to initiative. Maybe you're using perception. Maybe you're using stealth. Maybe you're using something else. Whatever you're doing can be your initiative. That's pretty cool. So basing it on whatever you're really doing is what's going to modify your initiative. Besides being perception all the time. By default, it's perception.
Yeah. And perception, isn't that used it's like a passive thing? So
yeah,
even before a character says, well, I'm going to specifically look around for whatever.
Yeah.
The DM can be like, hey, everyone roll me a perception.
Mm-hmm.
And if no one succeeds per se, then the DM says, all right, well, fair enough. And they start describing. And then it's up to the character to actually specifically say, well, I'm going to look for this. If it's not, hidden, you need to find secret, whatever, or hidden. And then, okay, now we do a roll, and now we see if you see it. But if you succeeded on that perception roll, for whatever reason, it kind of pops out at you, and you're like, oh, wait, look, hey, guys, look over here. This don't look right, or this is... That's the way I understood it.
So it's like Iron Man said. He's saying his GM wants to make a new stat called situational awareness, which could be used for initiative and basically like perception rolls. So that's what perception is in Pathfinder. It's exactly that. But when I was playing as a player, I usually play rogues, thieves, that kind of thing. I'd always be hiding in the shadows, just always. And if combat breaks out, I could always use for my initiative, I could always use my skill at hiding in the shadows as my modifier, which is usually pretty high, maybe higher than my perception would be. So it helps me to get that jump on the opponents, which is pretty cool. I like that rule.
Yeah, that is neat. That is neat. Yeah, I like that. Or even as Arn said, something like intelligence or wisdom or something. Give something a little bit more to a stat, especially if you're doing like a old school where there's not much tied to them other than description and maybe an occasional bonus.
Mhm.
Because there's, like I said, unless you use added rules or whatever you want to call it, there's no real skill set for anyone. I mean, the thief, but there's no, you just do a attribute test.
Squirrel never played Traveler, I don't think. I asked him that the other day.
Yeah, no, I've never played. It sounds neat. I've glanced through a PDF, which I'm sure I have somewhere buried in my PDF files. I've glanced through. I mean, it's neat. It can be a modular. You don't have to do space stuff with it. You can do any genre and setting really with not that much tweaking. That I'm definitely aware of. And I do like the class less, level less type stuff, skill based.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. If you're not going, in my opinion, if you're doing D&D, just do the OSR stuff. If you're going to do something that isn't D&D, then do Hackmaster or Harn or Pathfinder or something. But even then, I'd say do Hackmaster. I mean, Hackmaster, you've read through it, Fritz. It's I've said it before, in my opinion, where AD&D might very well have gone if WotC didn't buy TSR.
Yep, for sure.
It really, rules wise and what they were doing with it.
To me, it feels like AD&D, like where it would be if it was a second edition. And we're talking Gygaxian first edition here. This is what it feels like this would be a second edition that you'd see Gary Gygax
refining it into.
Yeah. And you see that. You see it with this, what do they call it? The count for initiative.
Combat. Yeah, count.
That screams first edition AD&D, the way it handled combat with segments and stuff. First edition.
Absolutely. Yeah, because you don't really wait your turn in Hackmaster. Everyone's doing something, or has the ability to pretty much do something at any given second.
Yeah. It's all action and reaction. There's no end to the turn until the combat ends. So it's just this progress through these essentially seconds of time where people act and react. And it's all based on what you're doing and what weapons you're utilizing. That dictates when you actually get to do something. And it just keeps going on like this, which is actually brilliant.
Yes, it seems clunky, but you think about it and
it takes getting used to.
Yeah, and even if you do like a solo mock combat using those rules, it gets even more intuitive. It gets more, it's more intuitive. It makes sense. It's not, well, your turn. Okay, and then everyone just sits there and waits. Even while someone is attacking on count 3, at the same time, another person can be moving.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a miniatures. You really got to have minis for that game if you want to use those rules, and you got to be in person because the table becomes a beautiful dance when there's combat because everyone's leaning into the table, moving the miniatures. The DM's responding with the monsters or the bandits by moving, because you're seeing it, you're visualizing it, and it's alive on that table in front of you.
There you go.
And I like the defense roll. Armor is damage reduction, not a static. Well, you missed. Or you hit my armor and didn't hurt me, but we'll call it a miss. You know what I mean? This armor's DR. So if someone does get a good 2-hit roll, well, if your defense roll is better, you defended. They missed. Shields take damage. Armor takes damage. Like, you can have a shield shattered or broken. Armor does wear down and degrade as it is damaged. Ah, yes, Forge and Brush. Musu back. Yeah, Traveler's similar to that. Yeah, like if your defense roll doesn't succeed, you're going to take the hit. Your armor has a DR of 4. Someone rolls 5 damage. Your armor soaked 4 points of damage. You physically take 1 point of damage.
Mhm.
Yeah, same principle. And then in Hackmaster, I don't know if it's in the handbook or if it's in the GM's guide, but it is said in the rules for every, okay, let's say your armor has a damage reduction of 5. For every 10 points that your armor absorbs, it is now reduced to a damage reduction of 4. So it's 10 for every 1. So it is getting whittled away at. And you can repair the armor, have it repaired, but they say if it goes, if for an even number, you have a DR of 6 for your armor. If you go down to, through wear and tear, you go down to DR 2, your armor can't be repaired up to DR 6. It's effectively wear it until it's kaputsk. It's just damage, so far beyond repair. You might as well just go get a new suit of whatever.
That's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're taking care of the armor maintenance at the same time. It's getting damaged. Over time. I like that.
Yeah. The knockback rule is neat with combat. The threshold of pain. Oh, we used to affectionately call it the Pete Griffin, the Peter Griffin.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you ever seen that episode where he hits his shin and he's sitting there for like 2 minutes going, That's basically your threshold of pain. You're kind of winded, stunned, more vulnerable to attack. So your defense die. Your bonus stays. Say you have a +4. Well, you no longer get to roll a D20. You roll a D8. Or a D10 or so. It drops.
He's talking Hackmaster Arn. Does the silly character class of empty armor need to see a smith in order to heal?
Let me look at it. Silly, he says. How dare he?
Mm-hmm.
Let me look it up. It does say about healing.
Doesn't want to get rusty.
Okay. Okay, healing. Cannot receive mundane or magical healing. The harness must repair itself. For each full day of work using appropriate tools, and it just says in parentheses, the living harness owns a full kit. So you start off with a repair kit. It recovers 1d6 hit points. 2d6 if assisted by a good blacksmith at a cost of 10 gold per day. If the work is interrupted, the character does not heal that day. So you don't have to see. Now again, a referee could make a judgment call like, yeah, you have full hit points, or not full hit points. You have half your hit points and you were lobbed in half. You're still alive, but well, you might need to go see someone to put you back together.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could do it that way, but most likely if you're lobbed in half, you're dead, no matter what you are. then again, it is kind of a magical being. Yeah, that's the rule set that's imprinted in my brain the most over the years was Hackmaster. I just soaked it up, and the monsters are brutal. Combat's brutal. Because you don't get, like we were saying earlier about the count. For example, you have a club. The weapon speed of a club, I'm just making even numbers here. I know it's fairly slow, is 10 seconds. And you're up against someone with a short sword. Their weapon speed of a short sword is 8 seconds. That means, let's say you both can strike on the same count. We'll say count 10. The person with the club is not able to make another strike until count 20. The person with the short sword can make another strike on count 18. So effectively, in the longer range, the person with the short sword will get more attacks in than the person with the club because they're wielding a slower weapon. Daggers are really, really brutal in that game because they get a weapon speed of, like, I think 6.
Yeah.
And you can choose what type of damage you want. You want to slash at them, or you want to pierce them, poke them. And certain weapons are designed to do more effective damage, whether they're, you're stabbing or slashing. So there's different damage types for what type of attack you want to use. But jab, I think it's jab. Yeah, you have a jab speed and a slashing speed, or your normal speed if it's an edged weapon. If you want to jab at someone, it'll do a lesser type of damage, but you are able to jab faster than do a full swing. Now, the full swing is going to do a lot more damage. So it can be situational in the combat. It's got some tactics to it. And I do love the clerics in that game. The clerics in that game are so diverse, it's mind-boggling. So diverse. Well, a fun one to play is if you're a cleric of the Church of Chance. You have a spell list, but each day you wake up and you roll random on what spells you can have, because that's the chance you take. What spells are granted to you by the deity of chance. That makes it fun. Yeah, it makes it fun too. Makes it interesting. I mean, I have all the available Zealot guides printed out. There's 10 of them. That's how thick it is.
Wow.
Yes.
Thick.
And they all have their own spell lists from 1 through 20th level. Like, it's upside down, but there's all the spells for, what is this, the House of Hunger. And they have your classical D&D, AD&D alignments, lawful, neutral, chaos, good, evil. But even spells and prayers, they run on seconds. How many seconds does it take to cast? And duration. Honor guard, like, I don't know what deity this is, but honor guard. The components are only verbal. The casting time takes 7 seconds. The range is special, volume effect special. The duration is 30 minutes, and there is no applicable saving throw.
Wow.
Basically summon some avatars that only fight in the context of defending the priest. They will not voluntarily stray or move more than 5 feet from his presence, nor will they acquiesce if ordered to do so. Anyone or anything approaching the priest will be automatically attacked unless the avatar is specifically ordered not to do so. The avatars will continuously be on the lookout for threats and will preemptively place themselves in the line of fire from any observed archers. Should the priest move, they will closely surround him and shoulder anyone or anything in their way. If somehow separated, they will sprint back to their charge, avoiding any engagements until adjacent to the cleric. Only clerics in great honor may invoke this prayer. Its duration is doubled for those in legendary honor. Now, there's an honor score in this game. So you do want to acquire honor through your deeds and your tales and doings of goodly doings. Yeah, but each zealot's guide, I think, has 3 different clerics, and there's 3 different, clerics, orders, whatever, deities that cover the cleric. So there's 10 of these, so that covers 30 different clerical orders.
Wow.
And the supplemental.
Yep.
Plus the probably 20 or 30 that's already covered in the player's handbook. Or at least 10. Yeah, no cleric is exactly the same, even if you are from the same faith. Because the spell list is large enough, you can choose a bevy of different spells. Like first level spell for Cult of the Watchers. There's 12 first level spells you can pick from. And you have your permitted weapons, and they even give you a description of the Confederate faith. So faith that would be 180 degrees of your faith in their beliefs.
So Pathfinder had alignment from the standard D&D alignment. It used to have that, and recently they got rid of alignment entirely. But
Yeah, I heard that.
They replaced it with something which is actually pretty cool. And basically what you do, you're not required to do this, but what they do is they allow your character to take, I forget the terminology because I didn't get into it, but there's like anathemas and there's like, I don't know the terms they use, but there was like, oh, I'm going to be this, like it's an oath to doing something. That would be an example of something good that your character follows. And something negative like anathemas were in there too that you could take. But basically what they were doing is they were replacing alignment with something more like, okay, you choose the quirks that morally guide your character. You know, what are those things? Are you like a priest or are you a knight who's noble and you have this nobility about you? That would be part of your alignment then. It would play a role in it. And there's a whole list of these things that you can pick from and just it could be part of your character and how he acts in the world, which I thought was pretty cool. And it was, codified and organized so you could pick things and, I think it works with Pathfinder. But all in all, I like alignment. And one of the reasons I love alignments isn't so much for the players, but it's for the GM to help him run monsters. Like I know what the baddies are. I know what the good ones are. I got an idea how they run. I don't have to make stuff up like, oh, here's an angelic being, but he has no alignment. I have to guess that, okay, he's going to act this certain way, but there's nothing to guide him. There's no hard and fast rule, we'll call it, that says if he's good or evil.
Yeah, it gives you definite guideline. Yeah, the Artemas or whatever Pathfinder is doing, started to do. It sounds real similar to, there was a game Green Ronin put out years back. It was called True 20, and you only used a 20-sided die. You didn't have alignment. You had a vice and a virtue.
Mm.
Something very similar you could pick.
Mm-hmm.
I
think with fantasy games in particular, there has to be a strong sense of good and evil. With modern games, like you're playing Traveler, you don't need alignments. It is pretty much guided by whatever the hell is you want. There's nothing to define good and evil, unless you're doing something like Star Wars. But fantasy typically has good and evil. There's no grays, there's no in betweens. It's just the nature of the genre. So having rules for alignment works with fantasy and should be present in fantasy. That's what
it's part of the,
that's what I feel.
it's part and parcel of the trope. It's part of the roots. It's part of what it is.
It is. There's good and there's evil, and it's pretty clear.
Yeah, one thing about Harnmaster.
Harnmaster.
Yes, very good, chaps. Yes, very good. Yes, with Harnmaster, you roll. You actually, it's kind of an attribute per se. You roll, I believe it's just 3d6, and whatever score you get, you're on a spectrum. Like there's corruptible.
Yeah.
It basically goes from downright you're freaking evil to your principled lawful good. But in the rules, it does say, all right, let's say you get a score you're not too happy with. You can improve that and change your ways and raise that score. So you're not really set in stone unless you want to keep it there and, play out the character that's corruptible. You can be bought off. Which that's another neat aspect. Neat way of looking at it.
And by the way, they got rid of alignment because they were trying to get away from the D&D open gaming license thing. Remember that a couple of years ago, the big debacle about it?
Yeah, they were trying to
get away from it.
Whatever. If it works, it's fun. I mean, after all, we all know, and we keep saying it till we're blue in the face. It's only a freaking game. Play it your way and have fun.
Yeah.
You don't like it, keep alignment. If you don't like alignment and don't like that, don't use any of it.
How about you, Squirrel? Do you like alignments in your games? I imagine you do. At least with fantasy.
If I'm going to do a fantasy, yes. At least give me even the basic lawful chaotic, Give me good or evil. Give me, and how deep into the good you are, or how deep into the evil you are, well, that will be determined and dealt with per se at the table and through role playing and situations, encounters. But yeah, as far as like a D&D style game, sure, absolutely, give me some type of alignment.
Yeah,
I lean towards even our OSE game. One house rule I use our alignment. We use the Palladium alignment system. Their descriptions of alignment, and they pretty much it covers lawful good, chaotic good, lawful. It covers that. But it's just worded differently. Principled would be lawful good.
The dungeon minister's back in the chat. Says, you're still
Hey,
on?
buddy. Yeah, I'm still going. I said to be here for a while. I'm just got nothing else better to do today but hang out and do some painting and blabbing. Welcome back, brother.
We had Kyle in here.
Yeah, Kyle was in here.
I think that's it. Just me and Kyle. Yeah, Kyle's good. Kyle's looking good. Haven't seen him in a while. Kylage.
Look, I'm figuring it out.
Yeah, you are.
It's back up. Yeah, now we're just blabbing. We're just talking about alignment and just different games. Fun stuff.
Good and evil.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, and I like that Harnmaster though. They're where you can roll. You roll that, and you see where you end up on the spectrum, and then you go from there. So like, oh, he's going to be more of a good guy. Well, okay, and again, that's an optional one. You can pick. But if you want to have fun with it, you're like, yeah, this guy's corruptible, but I'm really trying to be like a really goody two shoes. Well, this is how so be it.
The way I've always handled alignment, and it's never been an issue for me. I don't know why people argue over it. I let players play whatever they want. I mean, if you want to play a lawful good character, okay, it's going to be challenging to be lawful good, but if that's what you want, go for it.
Yep.
And then while we're playing the game, I let the player control the character any way he wants. You're not limited to lawful good in that way. But here's the thing. Once you start swaying from the lawful good type of character, like you're lying a lot, maybe you stabbed them in the back, maybe you stole some things you shouldn't have. As you do things, it's my responsibility as the GM to keep a note of that. And I'll give the player a warning. I'll say, hey, if you keep doing this, you're going to have to change your alignment to whatever would be appropriate in this case. So in other words, I'm just letting them do whatever they want, but I'm keeping an eye on them. I'm watching what they're doing, and I will force a change. And one of the rules I have in my campaigns when I play is that I don't usually typically allow evil characters. As soon as you turn evil, guess what happens? Your character becomes an NPC at that stage, and he's now mine to play with. And that's how it is. It's not like alignment is like this restrictive thing that players have to fall within. It's basically a guideline. Follow it to as much as you want, but I'm watching.
Yes, and describing how you handle that, you're being more of a referee. The old school term, a referee.
The referee. There you go.
Making calls as the play happens, and sometimes there's a flag on the play. Sometimes there's a penalty.
Yeah, that's my job, right? That's what I'm supposed to be doing.
That's the job, and that's, as we all know, part of the fun. And challenge.
Salad.
Oh, nice. Vallejo gloss spray in the post.
Squirrel eats when he's hungry. Yeah, I'm going to go make dinner pretty soon. If somebody wants to come in and keep Squirrel company and keep him occupied, feel free to do it.
Yeah, go right ahead. If not, no hard feelings. I'm going to be here. I'm just waiting for this glue to dry on these pole arms of these guys so I can...
You got a dinner waiting.
Put some shields to them. Oh, it's in the crock, baby. It'll be waiting until I'm ready.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That stuff ain't getting cold.
No. Dun, 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 dun. How many hours did you do? 6 hours and 40. Wow, you're going to hit 7 hours. Holy cow.
The Squirrel Mega Stream. I know no one's going to rewatch this.
No one.
Which is fine. They're going to see that and go, what a crazy person.
I do these every day.
Yeah.
I don't go 7 hours, though. Not usually, but I have.
Yes, you have.
People don't want to leave.
Well, I mean, they're having a good time, good conversation.
A fresh crew comes in. And
Yeah. A new shift.
Alignment was the mechanic to decide who the enemy was. The guy in the black hat is in the cowboy western was evil, and you were the good. Simple. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I said at least if you're going with a OSR style game, you got to have at least chaos and law.
Yeah.
On what end, how deep into the chaos or the law that you are, or the NPC or the monster is, well, that mileage can vary.
Mm-hmm. And again, I think it's important to have that aspect in a fantasy type game where everything is basically black and white, or it should be. Not
Yes.
this gray stuff
No.
that we see in science fiction stories and stuff. It's different. So I'm a fan of alignment. Period.
Yeah, me too. Some defining, some rule of thumb of where you stand in the scheme of things.
Yeah, but Squirrel, orcs can be good guys too, you know. They can be good guys too, you know. No, they can't. No, they can't. They're orcs.
I think that's coming from people who think they can be girls when they're really boys. So
Exactly.
I mean, those type of people, God bless them. I wish them no harm, no foul, but I will not engage their worldview or their pronouns or their identities as much as I won't talk to a schizophrenic's imaginary friend. I'm good. I wish you the best. See you. Bye.
Mhm.
So yeah, you just got to look at where that change is coming from.
Consequences.
Everywhere I go, Mr. Snoots goes with me. Well, you, Mr. Snoots, you live a good life. I wish you the best. Oh, Jums. Funny, funny Jums. Come on, glue dry. It's almost dry. I just don't want these pole arms to fall off, and then I got to re-glue them. No, not allowed. They're coming along pretty nice, though.
You got a lot done. What's next? Are they completely done?
They're almost completely done. This set, like I said, I have probably 60 more to do, at least. Yeah, I got some shields. The guys with the pole arms came with some shields for some reason. Small.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to slap those on them. And then seal them up.
Mm-hmm.
Put them aside and bust out a bunch more. I got a lot more. Got a lot of archers. This series got some crossbowmen. I got a lot of archers. There's some more spearmen.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a lot of mounted. I got. You can see this has some, they got the sword and shield. I got a lot with spears. Yeah, they're not even really primed. Some are mounted crossbowmen, I believe. Yeah. A lot more horses to do. A lot more mounted. More footmen. Let me see, where's this? What's this one got? Oh yeah, this one we got. We got some mace.
Doesn't like to focus when you hold it close.
No.
Doesn't.
And some axemen with shields.
Instant blur.
We got those to do.
Look at my blur figure.
Yes, look at the blob I'm doing. I'd probably catch it if I laid that paper towel over like I did earlier.
Too much work.
Yeah, I got quite a bit to do for what I want to do. Plus I have so many more that aren't even part of this inspiration. They're just general neat little figures. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll prime and do some of these mounted. Mounted spearmen. Yeah, they got long spears and shields. Yep, and crossbows in there. Some have crossbows. Maybe I'll do those next. Some of these guys have chainmail on their horses. Some of them aren't even armored. Yeah, maybe I'll do those next. Get some of these mounted figures done. Change it up a little. All right, how is this shield even going to work on these guys? No, you're not even all the way dry. Well, I'll still hold you. I just want to see. Probably need my tweezers. I definitely need tweezers. Where'd they go? Rough idea. Yeah, let's work. It's gonna be rough to do. No, well,
No gummies, James? I thought you were getting your supply in.
no gummies.
Oh. Mr. Snoots is another YouTuber's pouch. Is another YouTuber's pouch.
Mm. Is that so? Is that so, Johns?
That's not who I think it is it? Mr. Snoots? That's not that elephant thing. Is that who you're talking about? A little stuffed elephant that looks like something.
Oh yes, Nordic. Yes, it means they have their 2 cents worth. The footmen must be half-wits. They only have 1 penny to throw.
Halfwits. See, I did what you were doing at one point. I didn't use pennies. I used washers because I didn't want them. The base is so big, and I was doing 15 mil. And the knights, I did exactly what Squirrel is doing. I put 2 washers, one behind the other, but I did something else as well because I didn't want it to look like 2 coins. So what I did is I took a piece of cardboard and I put the 2 coins on top of the cardboard, and I made a pill shaped, like a little caplet shape. So, you know, where in the middle of where the circles meet, it kind of goes in. You wouldn't see that. There would be a cardboard base underneath it. So it'd be straight back, like a capsule. It looked like a capsule shape.
Yeah.
And then when you flock that, you don't see the 2 coins at all. It looks like a capsule base. That's what I did.
Yeah, that works well. Yeah, I don't mind it looking like 2 circles.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
They're sturdy. It adds a little extra room for some terrain, some flock, some effect. That's the whole point of it. More stable. More stable.
Yeah, you could buy the bases too if you wanted.
Oh yeah, you buy 'em. Yeah, there's definitely no harm and foul in that. I don't know why he isn't.
Have you read the rules? Are you kind of familiar with how the game is going to play when you set it up? Baron's
Oh,
War?
me? The Barons War?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've read them, not thoroughly, but I've read through them, and I've watched. I actually have it saved on my channel. I think it's open to public, I think, called Miniatures War Games, and there's a lot of playthroughs of the Barons War.
Mm-hmm.
I've been watching that as well,
Hmm.
figuring things out. And once I get probably this next bulk, next handful, whatever, painted up and done, I'll probably do a mock skirmish just to feel it out. And so I guess you could say sometimes solo role play, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
but it's more of a test than an actual
Battle.
Yeah, and a regular happening. Like solo role play is more of a semi-regular happening for someone to do.
Well, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Wargaming.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. I know we'll have fun with it. Means that Rock, she'll play. She's game for just about any game.
Yes. James makes a point here about super glue and drying quickly. PVA glue, white glue, cures super glue almost instantly. It's true, it does.
Huh.
I learned that. You just put a little white glue on the surface, and then you put some super glue on it or on the other half that's going on, and it's like instant.
Wow. I never knew that. I mean, this glue's about it's dry. I'm just being careful. It is a super glue. It's only a little dab.
Burrows and badgers. Do you remember the game Squirrel called Bunnies and Burrows?
I remember hearing of it, yes. I might have even seen a cover of a book or something, but I never opened it up, never flipped through it.
That was a long time ago. It's published by a company called Fantasy Games Unlimited, which is still around. And that was like one of the first, where you play rabbits and stuff, RPGs. And it was really popular back then, really popular. Bunnies and Burrows.
Yeah, I remember hearing about it and seeing the book, but never caught my fancy enough to even pick it up and look through the book.
There is one role-playing game that I have been trying to find since I think it was out in the 90s. I don't know who published it. I know it was really popular. It's disappeared, and I've never seen anything like it since. And what it was a role-playing game where you play ghosts. The idea is at the very beginning of the game, your character is murdered and you become a ghost. You go in this ghost realm. And as a ghost PC, you try and solve your own murder.
Huh.
So, it's kind of, you ever see the movie Ghost? You got an idea of what we're talking, or Beetlejuice even. You get an idea of what we're talking about. It was really popular, and I've been trying to find this frickin' game ever since. I don't remember the title. Does anybody remember this game? I'd love to track it down.
I've never heard of it. That sounds neat.
Yeah. What a great idea for a game.
I tell you, a real fun video game, and they have it for console and computer. It's called Crawl, Crawl.
Sounds familiar.
Look into it.
Crawl?
Mm-hmm. It's a hoot. The graphics are reminiscent of almost Pitfall, maybe a little better. But it's. I think you can play it one player, but it's best with four players, 4 people playing at once.
Huh.
The premise is you're an adventurer with a party of 4 other adventurers. You are heading into this dungeon, you are trapped in this dungeon. One of the players, and I think from what I remember, it does it randomly. One of the 4 players, they wake up alive. The other 3 players are ghosts. The premise of the game, the other 3 players, like there's objects and traps and monsters throughout this dungeon that you can possess. And you kill, like as soon as you kill the player that's alive, he becomes a ghost and you become alive, and you're still hauling ass through this dungeon to get to the boss monster. Kill the boss monster. If you kill the boss monster, you live, you've escaped the dungeon, all that. It's a hoot.
Yeah. Huh.
It is a hoot. It's a fun free for all.
Crawl.
Yeah, look it up. Even the advertisement or whatever for it, it'll suck you right in, man. You'll be like, wow, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, my son and I played that, and a couple of our friends use sometimes. I haven't in a while, but man, we had a blast. And to get through like the 10 levels of the dungeon, yeah, maybe an hour.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a hoot. Crawl. All right, let's see about these shields here.
Liches get stitches.
Don't they start off with them?
Yeah.
You gotta touch up the underbellies of these shields a little bit. No biggie.
Liches love witches. So my video yesterday, James and Nordic, was, well, it was demonetized for the one song. It was not demonetized, but I was sharing the revenue on the second song that I played. And the third song got me globally blocked. So that stream was taken. I just deleted the video. Yesterday's stream. Remember I was playing music?
Yep.
The one got me globally banned. The stream anyway.
Yeah, I remember you're like, let's see how long it takes. Let's see what it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that one I shared, it had a strike for some reason. It's gone. The strike. They disappear after a while.
Globally banned is where, globally blocked is where that particular video or stream in this case is blocked in all countries. So it won't play anywhere.
Yeah, I have one short. One of the music I put to it. It says available only in certain countries or something. Which I don't care. Whatever. It's only a short showing some miniatures.
I can't
And
wait.
I'm not even monetized. So, like, some of that doesn't make sense. I could see if you're a monetized stream where they would watch a little more closely.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're not even monetized, like, what do you care? Like, what? Unless you're claiming to be the creator, you're doing plagiarism or whatever, then okay. But, just, hey, this is a cool tune. Check it out.
Well, what it is the people that own these copyrights, they're supposed to be on YouTube. So when they've got content out there that's copyrighted and other people use them, they're alerted by YouTube. YouTube sends them a list of people using their material. And then you, as the copyright holder, have a choice. You can decide to have it blocked and taken down, or you can have it where you share the revenue. That's where you're making money as well as them. You share it.
Yeah.
They have to basically do something. So it's the copyright holder that's doing this.
Yes.
It's up to them to decide what to do. I've got a friend who has a bunch of my videos that I made. They're on his channel. Now, he's not monetized. He's not making money off it, but he puts them up there. He gives me credit. He's got a whole slew of my videos from years ago, my bat reps on his channel, which is fine. I'm good friends with him. He's a
Yeah.
fellow co-author. He's out in California. Good friend of mine. Bandwagon Games is his channel. And that's okay. But I get these reports every once in a while from YouTube that tells me that he, or anyone else for that matter, that's using my content and sharing it, I have the right to have him take it down.
I mean, that's fair. He's monetized, right?
I don't know. He's not monetizing my videos.
Yeah, but his channel is monetized.
Yeah, I guess it is. I don't know.
So, see what I'm getting at? Like, if your channel isn't monetized, I get it to notify and say, hey, look, they're using your stuff. But I mean, if you're not even monetized, like, what are they doing then? How are they even, other than it's free ads for whatever you're doing? And you yourself, in general, is monetized, and they might hop over to your channel and then throw you some shekels and some subs and likes and whatever.
He credits me in the video. That's fine with me. Zedrock says, Fritz, is the game called Murdered Sole Suspect? I don't think so. I don't think so. That's not ringing a bell. It was a catchy name. I don't think that's it. But that's a good title. Maybe that's a new version of the game that I'm talking about.
That could be their update.
Yeah. I'll do a search of that.
Second edition, third edition, whatever, updated version. Yeah, look it up.
It's on Steam. I'm talking about a role-playing game. Pen and paper.
Book. Yeah, pen and paper.
I see it on Steam. Let me look and see.
Yeah, because she knows about Crawl. She's seen that. She's watched us play that. Sat there and laughed and laughed. Oh, we're all having a wild time. Like, oh, no, you son of a gun, I'll get you. And even when you get to a boss monster, okay, say it's some massively tentacled beast, creature, whatever, the three ghosts can possess some of the tentacles of the boss beast. So, the three ghosts, they're out to thwart whoever happens to be living at the moment. And there's little shops and stuff you end up finding along the way to get better equipment, better gear. But it's really neat. Really, really neat.
Shane Richardson.
Yo, Shane, what's up? How you doing? Shane, get Fenton on the stream. Oh, I think that's Squirrel Hermit, the MF Goat. Yeah, that must be one of my son's buddies. I think so. Yeah, Shane. Yeah. What's up, buddy? How you doing? I don't know what Fenton's doing. He's upstairs doing what he does. You're probably on the video game with him or something. Yeah, he don't really do this stuff unless it's at a convention.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, he just don't. It's not quite his thing. He does video games. He reads. He's been getting back into drawing. He's been drawing again, dusting off that old chestnut. He's doing some good sketches. Yeah, I'm doing well, buddy. I am. All right, you're already on the game with him. You're already jamming one.
He's wondering what you're doing on here for 7 hours and 11 minutes.
Who said that?
Me.
Oh.
Your dad's streaming for 7 hours straight.
Watching Adventure Time. What's my favorite episode? Oh, geez. I'd have to think back on what my favorite episode of Adventure Time is. I'd have to actually probably revisit that series to even really think. There was a lot of episodes on that. That show was fun. That was one of my faves. One of my faves. Yeah, what game you playing, Shane? Shane, what are you guys doing? Oh, I like this thing. Yes, this is. Yes. Back scratcher. Always have it. Are you doing some Minecraft? There you go. Minecraft's all right. I see the appeal of that. Never played it, but I see the appeal. I was just talking about that game, Crawl. All right, hold on. I'll be right back.
There he goes, creeping off. Keeping his head low. He's probably going to grab some cornbread. Take a nibble of the crock pot. I have to use a machete to scratch my back. I got a big old knife here. Does the trick, I'll tell you that. Gotta be careful, though. Gotta be careful. Risky business. Living on the edge, folks. Living on the edge. Beefaroni for dinner tonight. I might cook the pasta tonight. That little bake we were talking about, I might do that tonight. I just defrosted some additional sausage. Forgetting once again that I've got the sauce it's already got sausage in it. I put it in it. I don't need to defrost it. So I could do that. Just layer it in there, cook up the pasta, put a nice layer down, put some sauce over it, maybe a little cheese on there, and then put another layer of pasta on top of that, some more cheese and sauce. Cover it for a little short while, bake at 350. Then take the cover off and let it just singe at the top, I would hope. I'm thinking of doing that. That would be good. That would be good. That'd be really good. It's already 7:15. Depends on what time it is when I leave the stream. Otherwise, I'm eating ramens again. I'll put them in the freaking oven. Late night dinners. As long as it ain't that pizza you were making. Scrub that idea. We're all having late night dinners anymore. These freaking streams. Oh, there he is. Here he comes. Crouching along like a little old lady. You want to bang his head off one of those heating pipes. Boom.
No. Oh boy, have I done it. This one here's, man, is it dented.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that where you have your friends come down and play games? Down in the basement? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there they are. I'm looking for my reading glasses, my cheaters. Now I heard horrible fighting outside.
Yeah?
Yeah. Animals.
Oh.
Cats, raccoon, something like that. But it wasn't the three girls that stay close to the porch.
No.
I went out to break it up or take care of business, but they must have heard it too because they were all hiding in the boxes on the porch. What's my favorite minifig that I've ever made, I've ever done? Well, I have favorites, and then the favorites fade, and I get new favorites. These are two of my favorites here.
Oh, you just did that.
Yeah, not too long ago. Let's try and cover this up here a little better. So maybe I get a little better focus here. Focus here.
There it is.
This dang camera. That's a Hydra.
There it is. There it is. Perfect. Ooh, that looks good. Look at the face on that thing. Nasty.
7-headed. That's a good one. And my Jabberwocky I did. He's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
Shadow. That's the only problem.
Good job.
I got pictures on the shorts and whatnot of the tube of the Ube on this channel that do them a bit better justice. Those are my two favorites for now. I mean, I really like these guys I'm doing.
You must have a pretty sizable collection. You've been painting for a long time, right? Years, right?
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Well, maybe the past 2 years I've been painting.
Yeah.
2, 3 maybe tops. I haven't really been painting that long. I used to a little bit here and there, but the bug didn't really bite me until a couple years back. Oh, this would be a good one to put that black on. A Displacer Beast.
Yeah.
That would be a real good one to put the black on.
Yeah. Well, get him ready for black paint.
Yeah, maybe that'll be part of my winter challenge. Dialing in the liquid void. Or staring into the liquid void.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nordic. Ray has a week off, annually. Could this actually be the week I have time to do modeling? Perhaps, James L. Perhaps. Hopefully you do. And my pasta bakes off. Stir through some veg. Yep. Lightly roasted. Bake with a layer of shredded cheese. Of course, of course. Yeah, the shadow and the other undead. Yeah, I sure I got some undead up here. If not, I'll knowing me, I'll probably even get some 15 millimeter undead stuff just to use it up and play with. Knowing myself. What's up, Zaddy?
Sure that all moved down like it's supposed to.
Oh, okay.
It's Hayden, the other one.
Oh, all right.
And he knows that Shane's been telling him he's talking to you.
I figured. Yeah, two. Well, as you saw earlier, folks, two of my son's friends hopped onto the Squirrel Hermit channel and blabbed a little to the chat. They all know I have a channel. Spread the nerd word, folks. Spread the nerd word. Our Christmas ornament decoration thing's ready, which would be cool. Yeah, you can see that brown on that red. I might do another dry brushing of some lighter brown. I'll figure it out. Mess around. We'll dial it in. Be good for doing some edge lines and stuff, or like on this Hydra.
Mhm.
Put it to the eyeballs, really make them
Mm-hmm.
get some depth. Heck, I might even do that tonight. Takes
Menacing.
a little, yeah, a little dot. Doot, doot, doot. I mean, you can see with these, I just shake it up real good. What's on the lid right there is all you really need for
God.
what I'm.
Black hole.
Black hole sun.
Yeah. Look at that.
I mean, you only see it because it's wet and has the glare.
Yep.
There's without the glare. Like, wait, where's the lid? And it really pops. It'll be fun. A happy purchase. It will be fun. Piece over here, get that there. We go. Let them shields dry. The back of the shields, I forgot to dab a little, so when they dry, then I'll glue. I swear. I swear, man. Do you use a small makeup brush for dry brushing? I have small makeup brushes I do use, and I have an actual smaller
Mm-hmm.
dry brush.
That won't focus.
Yes, that won't focus.
The blur brush.
But I do have a smaller dry brush. I have a bigger one I use,
There it is.
and an even bigger one for bigger stuff, terrain and whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
and some makeup brushes. And oh yeah, there's all kinds of. I guess is believe it or not, a makeup brush, even though it looks like a paintbrush. There's one. Yeah. Yes, the makeup brushes work great if you don't want to spend a loot on an actual authentic dry brush. They work just as well. Oh, 10mm vampire army. Nice. Yeah, with the rounded ends, rounded tips, makeup brushes. Yeah, they work. They are fantastic. Fantastic. And then this stuff, well, I think you were on. You know about this stuff. It works great. The weathering effect stuff. Oh, Nordic can sell James some vampires some steaks on the cheap. It'll be ribeye, medium rare. Better be medium rare. Yeah. See, these guys are almost put to bed, and then I'll start priming some other ones. You hear that, Zaddy, about the PVA and the super glue?
I was reading that.
It says it does
Does a better job.
instant cure like lightning, they say.
I'm really curious if it works.
Yeah. Definitely gonna have to try that. Yeah, pastel chalks. Yep, I have a bunch of the pastel chalks. A bunch. That's a good idea. I used to be artsy fartsy. A lot of pastel chalks. That's a good idea for colors different for the weathering.
Oh.
Huh.
Probably get some good colors different. A lot of good range of colors. Now I'm thinking about it. Definitely keep that in mind. I do need.
Healing spells are part of the necromancy school. They're necromancy spells. Yeah, they are. I knew that, but I'm a GM.
Yeah. Should. We'll see. You. You.
That doesn't surprise me.
You. It's just on the edge of this. There. All right. It's turned out. Fine.
There'd be no healing. Gotta have necromancy.
Yes, according to the old ways, necromancy. Healing was a necromantic spell. It was the school of necromancy, which a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't realize that.
So I got my traveler book out for some reason. It's staring at me. I don't know
Oh, get it
why.
out. Get it out. Pull it out. Get it out. Blab about it.
I'm looking at ship character sheets, not character sheets, ship sheets, whatever they're called. Ship sheets. Ship's name, class, ship's computer, weapon systems, drives, systems, sensors, hull points, armor, critical hits. Guess all ships have the same sheet, I guess.
Yeah, I could see that. Keep it fairly simple. Just there's more points here or there or whatever.
Vehicles. I've played, what is this? Traveler. I've played Traveler maybe once. 2 if you count me creating a character that died at creation. Because it's like a game. Character creation is like a game.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
And, it's a life path thing where you make decisions and that dictates the results of those decisions are rolled out and played out with dice. And that basically determines your character. And when you're ready to jump in the adventure, whatever age you're currently at, that's what you come in as, and that's your character, that's his experiences, that's his skills, and so on and so forth, which is kind of cool. I like systems that do that. Cyberpunk Red does that. There's a few other games that have a life path system to it for character generation. That's very cool.
Yes,
I
that
like
is neat.
It's effectively a game in its own right, you know, like a little mini game.
That is really neat. I do like that. Burning Wheel does something similar, but your characters can't die during the creation process. But they do have something very similar to that.
But it's a game I want to play. At some point, I want to play this because I've never really done science fiction games. Really. I mean, I played a little Star Frontiers back in the day, a little bit, you know, but
Yeah.
that's it. You know, I've no experience with it. Traveler is a good way to go. So
Yeah, I think it would be.
get away from the fantasy for a little bit.
Yeah, breath of fresh air per se.
I could play this and be like, "Oh my God, Squirrel! Where has this been all my life? All these decades of gaming, and I missed this." You know, you never know. It could be
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, that is not as a rare occurrence as some people would think.
But there's times where you just need a break from the role playing and stuff altogether. Just what I'm doing right now. We'll get back to it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I can't read that. I don't have my glasses.
Nordic says here, the call of the doomed free trader, Beowulf, Fritz. It calls to you. It beckons to you. It does. It does. I am so burned out from Pathfinder. Just it's got me so burned out. I literally, for like the last 6 months of the campaign, I was having no fun.
Yeah, and that's a drag when that happens.
But we played every week. We kept it going and we finished off the campaign. So it was good.
That can be a drag when that happens. Just like,
Another monster encounter. Jeez, here we go.
yeah. I've been there. It's happened. Gotta stop. Gotta take a breather. Change of pace. Something. Anything.
And this was a mega dungeon campaign, and I hate mega dungeons. Just room after room after room after room after room. Get me outside. I want to meet an NPC.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm not really a fan of mega dungeons.
We had some good memories, though. There was some really good heroic moments that would be like watching it on a movie or reading it in a book. Some really heroic stuff happened, and I'll never forget.
Oh,
And
I'm sure.
And I think that's the goal of role playing games, to create those memorable moments that are as real to you as your real life memories, like sitting on the picnic table, you know, in the backyard with your family, you know, having a good time. You'll never forget those times. the role-playing games kind of give you the opportunity to create those same situations, those same memories, I should say.
Yep.
I think that's really what it's about, you know? That moment where Squirrel saved the party, you know, by jumping out of the tree naked, you know, with nuts in his hands, and just swinging left and right and taking out the ogres. You know, you never forget that. That was great. That was epic. So it was epic for somebody. Somebody's going to remember that.
Yes.
And that's what it's all about.
Whether it's epic edge of your seat or epic having a good laugh, even. Either way, yes. Good memories, good times, good fun. Especially, you know, I miss, you know, the times when folks would gather around the table. You know, it just happens less and less. I mean, it's a blessing to have the virtual online, you know, or even if it isn't virtual and just online blabbing like we are, and telling story and rolling dice. But the physically getting together for the whole day, you know, there was going to be good food, you know, you have a break here and there and snack and really just blab and joke and then get back into the swing of it. I really, really miss that. Because that's one of the things we did look forward to is A, getting together and playing, and B, like, man, what are we going to eat?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We'd get the crock pot going, or a couple crock pots, or get this going or that, or, you know, it just, and we would order pizza and stuff as well, but usually we was cooking. There was some kind of cooking going on. Something. Good soups. Owen Elliott. What's up, Owen? No, squirrel. Okay. He's got to be some of my son's friends. My boom. Yeah. Got to be some of his buddies horsing around. But hey, that's cool. Welcome, folks. Sitting here blabbing, putting together these miniatures. I'm trying out the PVA with the super glue, and it's actually working. Ooh, excuse me, rather well. Swimmingly, you know.
I didn't know about it until James told me, I don't know, a year ago. It's like, wow. Because the super glue I was using just took forever. I mean, it wasn't taken. And he said, just put a little white glue on one of the surfaces and put that down. And it's like instant.
Yeah, it is. It's working. Well, this guy's not going to have a shield.
What happened? Did you lose it?
Oh boy, did I.
Be stuck to your pants.
Oh no, it's I'm using the tweezers that hold.
Yeah.
And from the pressure, the spring of it slipped out. So it went boing.
Lost.
Huh. That's all right. I'll make a cardboard cutout.
Oh my God.
Piece of plastic or something.
Don't lose another one.
I hope not.
You're going to be cutting cardboard tonight.
Boy, hey.
I discovered that trick with the glue when I was basing my 15 mil AWI stuff, Fritz, says Nordic. Was a game changer for basing miniatures, especially metal ones.
Yeah, I could see how.
There'll be a little shield glued to your ceiling down there.
Something.
Where'd that come from? Where'd that come from? Zaddy will be saying. Little shield. Must have been squirrel. Oh my God. Be lost in your beard there.
Yeah. What the heck is this? Oh. Zaddy, come see if this is a tick. What's here?
Goddamn shield.
Could be in my hair. I don't know. I didn't hear it hit anywhere. I didn't hear it bounce or ricochet. So it's somewhere. But that thing went boing. Oh well.
Oh.
That's it. I'll clip one out and make a little one. Oh yeah, no, this is helping. This PVA super glue combo. It's helping. I likes it. Appreciate it. I was today's old today's old when I learned this. Set. I'm on the home stretch, kids. Home stretch. I think I'll start doing a bunch of the cavalry. Just why not? Got a lot of them.
Slug throwers, the core collection. Antique pistol, auto pistol, body pistol, gauze pistol, revolver, snub pistols, accelerator rifles, advanced combat rifles, 40mm grenades.
Ooh.
All kinds of weapons in here. Slug throwers, the core collection.
Where's the laser beam ones?
Laser beams.
Sure, they got to have them, right? Ray guns, ray beams, laser beams, particle, whatever they would call them in that game.
It would be called energy weapons.
Okay.
There's laser pistols, stunners, carbines, rifles, sniper rifle, plasma rifle. Yeah, those are the energy weapons. Grenades, heavy weapons.
Okay.
Explosives. You get a nice little collection of miniatures or weapons here to start you off. The core rulebook. There should be tech levels for these. Yeah. Based on the tech level of your campaign, that dictates what technology, that's what it stands for, technological level, are available to you. I think the default is tech level 7. Which is interesting because this is like D&D for science fiction. You know, you could do any sci-fi with this, you know, whatever.
Yeah, that's what I've gathered from that.
But for whatever reason, sci-fi role-playing games never seem to be popular. I think I know why. But they never took off like fantasy does.
No, they didn't. They still don't seem to.
No. I think one of the reasons, when you think fantasy, what do you think? Swords, sorcery, you know, spellcasters, elves, dwarves. You know, there's a visual that hits you. But when you think science fiction, what do you think?
Space travel, robots, aliens.
You got everything from Star Trek to Star Wars to Farscape to there's so many different visuals of representation of science fiction genre. There's no central thing that captures your imagination. It's different based on the people that are, reading it or watching it or
And
playing it.
I agree with. I don't know if it was on this channel, your show, or it was on Max
Probably
Legion of
Max.
Myth. Someone, I guess they argued, but it wasn't like an actual discussion. But they went as far as to say, as far as science fiction, they went as far as to say, well, Star Wars is even more of its science fantasy. Because think about it, the Jedi. It seemed to have a science, science, obviously, future or alternate or way past, whatever, science to it, but it had even some fantasy aspects to it, but it was a science fiction-esque, which I kind of agree with.
Hmm.
I mean, what other, I haven't seen any other sci-fi movie, show, series, whatever, that has any type of, scratch the serial numbers off Jedi.
Well, that's just it. There's no central theme to it. It could be a lot of different things, science fiction. Like when you look at Farscape, or here, look at Starfinder, the role-playing game Starfinder. That's got magic in it. It's got weapons that are imbued with magical abilities. What's that about? Magic. Star Wars
Yeah.
has the Force.
Yeah, but I
this
mean, now,
mysterious energy.
yes, but you're talking, when you think of a touch point, you think of like you're saying, Star Wars, Star Trek, aliens, but I Star Wars is the only one. Now, games, sure, but actual in-world references, when your imagination or your knee-jerk reaction when you hear sci-fi, for me. But I mean, Star Wars is definitely sci-fi, but I would say I kind of agree with that fellow's statement that it's even more of a science fantasy setting story.
Yeah, that would be a subgenre of science fiction, I think.
Yeah. And I think that's what that person was getting at. Was it's more, but still, it does come to mind. Think sci-fi, you think spaceships, laser beams, robots, aliens.
Well, the point I'm making here is that it's so diverse that there's no real foundation to it. It's all spread out. It's spread around. Whereas fantasy, you can all agree that it's barbarians and warriors and elves and magic, and you can think about one thing. You look at all the movies and stories that are fantasy oriented, and they're all similar. There's a feel there. People can relate to that. But you say science fiction, one person's a Trekkie fan. That's science fiction to him. Whereas another guy, it's like, oh, Star Trek sucks. I'm a Star Wars fan.
Yep.
And then you got aspects of, fantasy involved with that type of science fiction. So it's different. The differences between science fiction genres or subgenres is much more vast. It's not as centralized. And I think that's one reason it's not really popular, especially commercially, is, if I create a game called Star Wonders, it's going to have certain themes about it, certain assumptions about it. Does magic exist? Is there psionics? Is what creatures are what? Which ones are the bad ones? It's going to have a very defined set of assumptions going into it. It would have to, unless it's Traveler. But even Traveler has that.
I was going to say, I thought Traveler had some rules for that.
They have their own setting. But that's just it. You're only going to attract people that are interested in that kind of sci-fi. Maybe Squirrel's more interested in hard science fiction, like Alien. Maybe that's his sci-fi. Maybe Nordic is interested more in cyberpunk, hard sci-fi. So there's all these little subgenres that just parcels out this huge fan base that never gets recognized. We're all over the place. I
Yep.
think that's one of the reasons why sci-fi role-playing games just never, become as popular as, say, D&D. That's one of the
Yeah.
reasons.
No, I agree. No, I agree. Iron Man, freight delivery group or an ore mining group might work for adventures. Yeah. And you know what, though? Since the moment I saw it and watched it, and I still rewatch the whole series and the movie, I always liked Cowboy Bebop. I thought that was a cool show. Like, I always thought that would be a cool sci-fi type of adventuring settings, scenarios, etc. And not just being bounty hunters, because there's freighters, there's mining, there's I just thought that was I don't know, that one really caught my attention for some reason. The show. I mean, I think they have a game. Someone made a game, rules or whatever for it. I've never looked into it. All right, this shield is not going to want to cooperate. It will fling like a booger like the last one.
Ting.
Yeah, it's a little oddly shaped for the tweezers. That sucker went flying. It would have blinded someone. I mean, it just.
Ricocheted.
I didn't hear any ricochet though. You'd think, I got wood paneling on the ceiling here. If it hit the ceiling, I'd hear it clink. And you wouldn't hear it on the concrete floor, but I didn't hear it hit anything. Probably the corner of it probably embedded into something. Stuck in like a little tack somewhere.
Oh, God.
The good times we have. I appreciate you being here, brother.
You're welcome, man. It's a good time.
Yeah.
Iron Man
Yeah.
mentions check your hair.
Yeah, that's what I did shortly after. Like when Fritz was saying, stuck in your beard stuff. Like, that might be in my hair. I don't feel it. I think we're good. Check my gray floof. Check my graying floof.
Nordic says get some poster tack and use that to pick up those small fiddly pieces.
I do have poster tack. I probably should do that, but
Here's a weapon called a pocket nuke. Tech level 12.
oh, that's definitely sci-fi there. Pocket nuke.
Does radiation damage. Blast radius is 1,000. And costs 250,000 credits. That's all? $250,000? Oh, it's a
That's
pocket.
all. That could be a lot in your setting, though. That could be a lot in your world.
True.
I mean, the only sci-fi RPGs I have, well, I guess you could consider it maybe sci-fi. Rifts. I used to play that a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I do have a reprint of Gamma World just for nostalgia's sake.
Mm-hmm.
Never played that. And I did play, and it was fun, Paranoia.
Mm-hmm.
That was a hoot. So that's sci-fi. So I guess I have dabbled a little. But I don't think I really have anything. Well, Star Wars. I have the old West End game. A couple of those books. We did play that way back in the day for a little while. So yeah, I've dabbled. Come to think of it. I don't think there's anything else on my shelves. Dying Earth. I do have those.
Isn't that part of Riffs?
And Mutant Crawl Classics, I do have that. That's Dying Earth, like back that Kickstarter. It's Goodman Games.
Mhm.
It's based on
Oh, okay.
the world and the books.
Hmm.
I backed it. It looked neat. Something for the shelves, which I'll probably, when I slowly cycle through my shelves and give things away just to make more real estate for whenever I get to, ooh, new shiny. There's definitely keepers that don't leave the shelves, but one thing I thought was fun about the Dungeon Crawl Classics, they had for a limited time, I don't think they make them anymore, character sheets. They were scratch off like lottery ticket. So instead of rolling the character, you scratched off each of your stats, and you filled out your own name or whatever. That was kind of a neat little gimmicky kind of, because most Dungeon Crawl Classics, they're not one shots, but in my opinion, they're not it's not a long-term system for campaigns, unless you're doing a campaign with. I'm on my 6th character type deal, which, that does have its fun.
So a pocket nuke is hideously illegal on many worlds. The pocket nuke is actually the size of a briefcase
I can
and
imagine.
and so is too large to fit into a grenade launcher. Can you imagine that? Blah, 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 blah. So yeah, that's a pocket nuke. Something you'd set up somewhere to go off, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, pocket nuke. I like the name, though. Mm-mm. That one almost swung like a booger.
I heard that.
Yeah. That's what happened to the one that is missing. Boing. I have a regular pair of tweezers there, Zaddy. These ones are better because I don't have to, for what I'm doing, I don't have to squeeze them. They squeeze themselves. It's okay. I'll make a shield. Not hard. I've modified a lot of 28s by making shields, putting them to them. Just out of cardboard or a piece of plastic or whatever. Painted it up. Look, it worked for the looks for what it was. Put a dab of glue on them again just to double secure them, but nah, they're coming out pretty good, I think. Look at the blurry guy. Look, ooh. Wonderful blur. Looks great.
Almost.
Yeah, it wants to pick up everything back here. Don't worry, there'll be pictures. There'll be shorts of them. There'll be shorts of them on the Squirrely channel. That's for sure. Excuse me. 2 more shields, and then I gotta make one. Son of a gun. No, I got laying around here. I know I got tons of cardboard.
Blur-tastic.
Yeah. The blur. Oh, Traveler, that was what, a percentile?
No, it's a 2d6 system.
2d6. What am I thinking that was a percentile? That was sci-fi. Can't remember. I know there was a sci-fi. That was
BRP is all percentile.
yeah. Maybe that is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah, Traveler. Now I'm thinking back. Yeah, it's 2d6. Which
After a target-
D6, 2d6. That's 3d6. Bell curve is nice.
Yeah. 2d6 system here is, I like it a lot. You're after a target number. There's modifiers, of course. I think you can end up rolling extra d6 as well for certain circumstances.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a really fun. You wouldn't think so because it's what, 2d6 for everything? Really? That's got to be boring. I loved it. It was so awesome, so intuitive. I had a good time when I did play.
Yep.
And
Bell
it made
curve.
me as it should be.
Bell curve. D6s are nice. They're more versatile than what folks can give them credit for.
Skill chains going in Traveler.
Okay.
Skill with a skill with a skill.
Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably where the Burning Wheel got their forks. They called them. When because it's a D6 dice pool, but still D6 system. Forks. Features of related knowledge. So you could kind of do like a skill chain, like Traveler does somewhat. I really like Burning Wheel. It's neat. Got a lot of neat ideas and concepts. It's a game a lot of people like when they read it, but I don't think I've ever met a human being in my life that's played it. It's one of those games, dude. But it's you should look into it and read it. It is really neat.
Burning Wheel?
Yep. It is really neat. It's got some neat concepts. Yeah, I don't think I've ever met a human being on Earth that's ever played it. I've met a lot of people that have read it and said, "Oh yeah, it's really neat." Played it? No.
Why is that so different?
I guess
Crunchy?
I'm not sure. It's not really that crunchy. I mean, there's a lot to it, but you don't have to use all of it. You know, there's like basic levels to it but I don't know why. But it's a good read. It's worth reading, especially as quote unquote old hand at gaming. It'll really get you thinking, makes you wow, that's a neat concept. That's a neat idea. I mean, the combat is. There's some things that's just like, what? Bless you. But it's playable. I'm sure there are people that have played it, do play it, but it's. I mean, there's forums, so I'm sure there's people that do play. Yeah, the character creation for that is you have your different life paths that you choose. You don't roll them up, but you choose. They give you different access to different skills, and they age your character. So whenever the adventures or campaign would start, that's approximate age you would start off your adventuring. But there's a lot of meta to it, in a way. You really got to keep track of what you do as far as skills in order to no levels, no class,
Good.
no hit points, skill based. There are some races. Human, elf, dwarf, and believe it or not, orc. One of the fans came up with a halfling, so you could throw that in there instead of using the orc.
Sounds familiar, actually.
Yeah, you might have seen it. You might have glossed over it.
Burning Wheel, Gold Edition.
Yep. It's like I said, it's definitely worth looking into. Even for the read. Oh, this guy's got to wait. All right, I'm done with those for now. Sit back, take a little breath. Yeah, link to a PDF of Burning Wheel. Yeah, Nordic sent it his way. It's obviously you've read through it, you've seen through it. It's got some neat ideas, neat concepts. It's a D6 dice pool, and I think when you start off with your skill rating. Say you have 3 D6 and something, but it would be black. So you would use black D6s, and you would need 5 or 6 on a D6 to count as a success, I think, or maybe a 4, 5, 6. And you attempt something. All right, you need 3 successes. And knowing the dice pool, you only had 3 available. Woof, it's going to be rough to try, but I'll try it. And once your skills get up so far in advancement, you add dice to that pool, and you can actually change the color of the dice, which would be gray dice. And instead of a 4, 5, 6, now you need a 3, 4, 5, 6 to count as a success.
Wow,
And then,
600 pages? Wow.
Yeah. And then when you get up to the highest of skill mastery, you would use white dice, and you would need a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that would count as a success. It's worth the read through. It's weird, but it's well worth it.
It's weird.
It has some different concepts, but it's well worth the read. As I said, especially being an old hand and having read different games, different rule sets, and DM'd and played for many a moon. It'll get you thinking about some things, even just for your D20 games or for whatever. It's worth the time.
Wow, 56 megabytes.
It's a beefcake. I have all three of the books. I have the Monster Burner, the Gold, and
Yeah.
the
Wow.
like the DM's Guide, I guess you could say. I forget what they call that one.
Huh.
Yeah, I got that several years back. 5 years back, 6 years ago. I don't know, a while ago. When I started reading it, I'm like, what the hell? What's going on? Like a good handful of the rules and concepts I got immediately, out the gate. And the other stuff is like, what in the heck? But once you soak it in, it's worth it. It's worth the time and the thought.
You can play as the village idiot in Burning Wheel.
Yeah, most likely.
I saw the PDF. I got it.
I'll have to go grab the
Cripes.
books from upstairs. We can thumb through it a little bit. It's neat. I mean, how you get better at skills, which I like the concept they use. You keep track of your failures and your successes. And I'm paraphrasing, or this might not be exact. I believe, let's say you have a skill that's got your dice pool of 3d6. So for every die in your pool, you need to fail 4 times using that skill and succeed 3 times. Then you've learned something. Then you can add another die to that pool. I think you might have to have a test or something to see if you really learn something and add a die to that pool. Which, that's a neat concept. You fail, you learn from your failures as much as you do as your successes, sometimes even more.
Jeez.
So yeah, you really have to keep track of things as a player, and a GM and a DM. But there's a lot of meta to it as well. A lot of, I forget the other points or other things, kind of like fate and luck and this and that, and you can use them and affect the outcome of certain things. But it is really neat. All right.
Let's see one of those blurry miniatures you're working on.
One of the blurs.
Got some colorful fellows in there.
Let me try and help the blur be gone.
There he is. Yeah, what's he got? Big old glaive?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Nice shading on the armor. Looks good. Yeah. Yeah, good.
A little backdrop helps a lot. I'll have to make a shield, and that'll be it for these guys.
So it was very common practice, as it would be in a fantasy world, to actually paint your armor. It helps preserve it and keep away the rust.
Yes.
So you'd see a lot of colorful helmets in particular.
Yes, lead paint does wonders. That's why they still use it on bridges in the infrastructure. And that is a super heavy lead paint, lead-based paint. Super heavy. I mean, it's so heavy they what they call they blood you in and out. When you start a project on that, they take your blood, do your lead levels, and then when you're done with the project, they blood you out. They keep track of your lead levels. There is a point that you will not be able to do that work anymore because you will reach the threshold that they consider like no more, because that lead is in your system and your system does not get rid of it.
Hmm.
So yeah, they blood you in and out. They test your lead. And if you do it safely and properly, it would take years to get to that limit. But you know how safety is. When the project starts, oh yeah, safe, safe, safe. When it comes to crunch time, who cares? Get it done. Yes, good pole arm. Yes, the scholar adds 10 years to the age as an example. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, Nordic, yes. Yeah, it's neat. So, they suggest when you start a game in Burning Wheel, I think you should start off with at least 3 life paths. So the characters have a decent pool of different skills. I think it says if you want to start off on a rougher start, only 2 life paths, and if you want to start off on a little more of an easier start per se, pick 4 or 5 different life paths. But only, the life paths, though, they lead to other life paths, and some you just can't take. So it's not a free-for-all of, I was a noble and then a mercenary and then a this and then a that. No. Certain things is just no. Yes, whitewash was a definite. Heck, it was still used in the sort of modern times. Whitewash for stone buildings. I actually watched a YouTube thing. I forget the channel or the name of it. The fella, he restored a lot of the medieval structures in England and Europe, and some of the process that he used to restore and replace, and some of the old methods. It was interesting. It was real interesting. Yep, lines resembling brick. Yep. Yep, he was doing the exterior and some of the interior of a building. I forget how many hundreds of years old it was, but it was really neat to watch. An interesting process. Playing with my little tack, my poster tack. That's why I'm looking down here going, arr, arr, arr.
Ugh.
Yeah, Nordic. I mean, you said you had the PDF. I didn't know if you read through it or not. Read through it. It's very interesting. I like the one mechanic. It's kind of a meta game mechanic, but in game mechanic. For example, yeah, there's a grief rating for elves. And throughout a adventures, campaign, story, however long you want the game to last, certain events, certain things would cause the grief rating to go up by 1 for an elf. Once it only goes from 1 to 10, and I think everyone starts off with 1. 1 to 10. Once that elven character's grief reaches 10, basically they say, that's it, I'm out. I'm done adventuring. I've had enough. I've seen it, because effectively they're immortal. I've seen enough death. I've seen enough suffering. And to file the serial numbers off of Tolkien, they gladly fade off into the West. They just go about their way. They're like, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. Which that's kind of neat. And dwarves, I think, have greed. Once they get to 10, they're like, yeah, I'm just going back to mining and getting the golden gems. Bye. Going back down to the deeps and making pretty shiny stuff and collecting all the pretty shiny rocks and minerals. I think orcs have hatred. Once they get to 10 of hatred, they're basically, savage warlords, and they go off and do nasty orcish things, I suppose. I don't think humans really have one. I can't remember if they do. I don't think they do. I think partially because they're not as long-lived as the other races. Of course, orcs are short-lived, but yeah, so it's got some neat stuff. We're down Dover Castle in style of mid-13th century. Oh yeah, I will, Warren. Well, I like seeing some of that maintenance of the old, so to speak. Breathing life back into, or keeping the life.
Oof.
Yeah, 13th century. That's an old one. That is an old one. Yeah, you do that, Nordic. I'm gonna an 8.5 hour blabathon. I'm gonna get started. I'm gonna grab a bite myself. Have some of that cornbread, a ham and bean. Go upstairs, watch a movie or something, relax. Enjoy the evening. I appreciate you being here, Fritz.
No problem. It was good.
Yeah, and you, Arn, and you, Nordic, and you, the random drop-in blabbers, and the Dungeon Minister, and all of
Kyle.
you. Kyle and
James.
Yes, everyone. James L. Everyone. I love you guys.
It was good stuff, Scroll. I appreciate you letting me come in here and join you, watching you get things done, having a few good laughs, shields flying in the air, ricochets. Everybody look out, take cover. Talking rules. It was good fun. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, we'll do it again. Whether I hop on with you or vice versa.
Yes, definitely.
So, all right, folks, robust blessings to each and all of you. Love you guys. And, yeah, we'll see each other around.
Toulouse.